Today, picturesque Virginia International Raceway will host the American Le Mans Series for the first time. The series comes to this motoring playground with the championship battles at a fever pitch. 2 races ago at Road America, Greg Pickett's Muscle Milk squad was riding a 5-race win streak and looked to be a lock for the championship.
It's now or never for Lucas Law, and it's now, and he's done it!
That celebration didn't last long because Guy Smith powered the Dyson Mazda to the closest finish in series history.
Who's got the Pawneys? It's got to be the Mazda! The Mazda has beaten the Honda on the hill!
Wow!
And that is extraordinary!
Wow. That setback was followed by calamity on the streets of Baltimore. A once certain title is now a wide open race. In the GT class, it's become full contact sports car racing. Corporate pressure and the will to win have left bruised egos, frayed nerves, and car parts spread around the country. Corvette holds the advantage, but will BMW settle old scores?
He did tell me that I'm going to be on his list, so I'm not exactly sure what that means.
Or can the resurgent Porsches continue the role of spoiler? The penultimate race of 2012 is next.
The American Le Mans Series. World-class drivers, premier road courses, and cutting-edge technology. Born in France in 1923 with the first running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the American Le Mans Series is the glory and the grueling reality of world-class sports car racing. 5 separate classes racing on the track at the same time. Drivers from around the world strut their speed, skill and endurance. It's the chain that connects the new and the true sports car fans to an extraordinary racing tradition. This is the American Le Mans Series.
ESPN and the American Le Mans Series welcome you to coverage of Round 9 of the 2012 season from Virginia International Raceway. It's the VIR 240. The American Le Mans Series makes its debut at Virginia International Raceway this weekend in the penultimate round of the 2012 season. It's the 25th different circuit that the series has utilized in its 14-year history. And with championships on the line, the competitors face a familiar fight, but on unfamiliar ground. In the Prototype 1 category, Muscle Milk Pickett Racing raced through the first half of the season in dominant fashion, but over the last couple of races, they have shown that they are indeed beatable. Electrical gremlins and then mechanical issues and a rare driving error in Baltimore have proven that for Dyson Racing, this championship is still very much alive. Just take a look. This is what the last 3 races have been about. That Dyson Racing has cut the difference by 19 points, now down to only 9. And with a maximum of 46 points still available this season, Dyson is far from out of this fight. Hello everyone, I'm Brian Till along with former American Le Mans Series driving champion Johnny O'Connell. And Johnny, in this championship chase in the P1 category, if you're Muscle Milk Racing, it would seem to me that you go back to what you know. Put the problems behind you, go hard, try to win races. If you win races, the championship will come. But for Dyson Racing, it's about pulling out all the stops here in the chase to hunt down Muscle Milk. Pulling out all the stops this weekend means including a hybrid system on the Mazda Lola. Now, this system is from Flybrid Technologies in Europe. It has been tried before. It's been successful, but how big of a gamble is that if you're in the middle of trying to chase down a championship leader?
Brian, way too big a gamble for me. I mean, lately Muscle Milk has been showing chinks in their armor, allowing the Dyson team to win a race, to finish in front of them. So if I'm Dyson Racing and I'm thinking championship, I'm going back to what I know works. Everything nice, perfect, run clean races, because there is a championship on the line here.
In the GT category, all 3 championships are still up for grabs. Driver, team, and manufacturers, and it's now down to 2, BMW and Corvette. They have fought all year long, and battles such as this from Road America have left some hard feelings still down in the paddock. For more on the GT storylines, we'll go to the first of our pit reporters, Jamie Howe.
Oliver Gavin is making his 100th race start today, but he also leads the driver championship with his co-driver Tommy Milner. But today, personal accolades have to be set aside because the manufacturer's championship in GT is still on the line. Ollie, with only 2 races left, how much pressure is on this team to perform?
Well, I think, as always, there's pressure to perform, but I think really the pressure's on everybody else because they're chasing us. So I think you might see some wild and rash moves by a few others. Hopefully, for us, we're just going to have a straightforward race and we're just going to reel off the laps and complete the 4 hours in as sort of controlled manner as possible. But it's so close, so tight here in this GT field that really anything could happen. I think any one of about 7 or 8 cars could win. So, it's fascinating for the fans, fascinating for all of us to see how the strategies and that sort of stuff play out. But, we think we've got things in hand, and we'll go from there.
Well, it seems to be easy sailing for the number 4 Corvette team. Kelly Savas, things are not the same for the defending champions at BMW.
Well, Jamie, Dirk Mueller and BMW are still alive in the driver and manufacturer championships, but they certainly have an uphill battle to climb. And Dirk, I get the sense from you and the team that if not for a couple of calls that have gone against you and some on-track incidents, you feel like this championship picture would be quite different.
Well, I mean, that's quite obvious. Just take Road America. If I would have finished P3, 4, 5, I would have got a lot of points, and we would be absolutely in good shape, P2 in the championship. But, that's the way it is. Baltimore was another one with the other car. Tough call when they were leading the race. But you know what? We're here for racing. We're here for winning the championships. Joe and myself won last year the driver's title. It's still open, and we fight till it's over.
Well, the talk in the paddock recently has been about all of these great championships that are on the line this late in the season in the American Le Mans Series. That is until Wednesday, September 5th, when a historic announcement was made between the American Le Mans Series and Grand Am Road Racing, announcing that they will come together in a merger. Both series will continue to run separate events in 2013, but in 2014, they will come together as one united series. Now, this announcement has been called the most important development in sports car racing in all of North America ever. And President and CEO of the American Le Mans Series, Scott Atherton, gave us his thoughts.
Without question, it is being able to put professional sports car racing in North America under a single platform. For many years now, 10, 12, 15 years, depending on which number you want to pick, it's always been fragmented. And when you take the best of both series and you put the resources all under one platform, I think it's going to put sports car racing to a level that, frankly, it's never been at before.
American Le Mans Series competitors, quite a treat in store here at VIR. 3.2 miles, 17 turns. It is challenging. Let's have our GT Class pole sitter take us around.
Hi, I'm Johannes Van Overbeck, coming at you from Virginia International Raceway. And ALMS has never been to VIR, but I have. Let's go take a look. Every track has signature corner or set of corners. At VIR, it's the uphill S's. In our Patron Ferrari, we're flat out in 6 gears, fast as the car can go. As we turn in for this first left, we make the right. Car gets a little bit light, gets into the rev limiter. During the race, it'll be critical for cars to work together so there's no contact, because if there's contact here, it'll be an absolute yard sale. Here we are at the famous Oak Tree Bend. It's a very slow portion of the track, probably the slowest portion of the track. We've just finished coming up the S's. You approach this portion of the track very quickly, but it narrows down here, gets slippery. Patience is key. It's important to get the car slowed down, get it pointed, and get on the power early to take advantage of the long straightaway that takes you back towards the pits. We've just come off the very fast long back straightaway. We're in turn 14. And they don't call this a roller coaster for nothing. It's downhill, lose a lot of elevation. The tricky part during the race is going to be traffic. If a slow car is in front of you, it's going to back everybody up behind you. People are going to get anxious and accidents are going to happen. Drop down, go through turn 17, and you need really good momentum through 17, and it leads you down the curving front straightaway through start finish, and you start another lap at VIR.
The very first American Le Mans Series event here at Virginia International Raceway. We'll be back on the other side of this, and when we do, you'll be joined by Greg Kramer and Jeremy Shaw. Stick around.
When it comes to fun family getaways, it's got to be Holiday Inn Club Vacations. Room to be yourself.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back. And it's a joy to be able to say this finally, to the American Le Mans Series at VIR. I'm Greg Creamer, subbing for John Hindhaugh, who's away in Brazil, waxing poetic as he covers the World Endurance Championship at Interlagos. But as always, we have Jeremy Shaw alongside. And Jeremy, we've heard about the points in P1 and GT, but there's 3 other classes that will be racing today at the same time. They're in their own battles, and those battles could affect those other 2.
Very much so. In the American Le Mans Series, 5 classes of competition, and traffic is always a factor, and particularly on a great racetrack like this. There's the section of track behind us, the climbing S's. It's a wonderful section of racetrack, but very easy to be held up by slower cars. You know, for me, one of the biggest, I think, battles this afternoon is going to be in P2. Level 5 Motorsports, they started off the season super strong, but Conquest Endurance, they've come on really well towards the end of the season. I think the battle between Level 5 and Conquest Endurance is going to be the one to watch this afternoon.
Let's take a look at those points. As you can see, that Conquest Endurance team 12 back, Abushu and Tucker in the level 5 entry, and then Diaz and Dempsey a little bit further back. And the qualifying, well, on pole was the Conquest Endurance entry, and it was Martin Plowman on pole, and he's with Jamie.
In Conquest Endurance Racing, drivers Martin Plowman and David Heinemeier Hansen have to win this race today in order to stay in the championship hunt. But Martin, you're not even sure if you're going to be at the last round at Petit Le Mans. So having that pressure on you as a driver, what does that do to your mentality going into the race?
You know, for me, I'm just very thankful to be here this weekend. I wasn't supposed to do the full season, and we played it by ear. The goal was to do the full season, but as it stands, you know, we're a little bit short on sponsorship to keep me in the car for the last race. You know, as I said, I'm just thankful to be here, and I'm just enjoying every last minute of it. And hopefully we'll get the win, and then hopefully someone will come on board, sponsor us, and I'll get to do the last race too. So if you're out there, you got some spare cash, please pick up the phone and sponsor the winning car.
We'll see Martin take over driving duties in the second stint as his co-driver David takes the green flag.
Well, that's a big development, isn't it? Let's take a look at the points in GT Challenge. Now, right now, Cooper McNeil looking very strong. It is Lee Keane who's driving with him today, who is actually second in the points. But the real issue there is to the Damien Faulkner, Peter Lissafra car. Now, that's the story there. Taro is down with our points leader, Cooper McNeil. Taro?
Cooper McNeil with Alex Job Racing is leading the GTC class. He's tall, he's a good-looking guy. I mean, is there possibly anything that's not going for you right now?
Well, you know, so far so good. The weekend's going great so far. The WeatherTech Alex Job car is handling really well. Lee Keane did a good job qualifying. We're starting 4th, and you know, we've got 4 hours ahead of us. We can clinch the championship today, which is what we're going to hope to do, and that's what we're shooting for.
Thanks, Cooper.
And taking a look at the LMP Challenge points, Alex Papa currently leads it with 32 in hand over his teammates in the sister car. John Bennett, the team owner, and Colin Brown, then Bruno Junqueira ways back, sitting in 3rd right now. A chance certainly for Popov to clinch it at this point, and he is with Kelly Stavist. Kelly?
Alex Popov has a comfortable lead in the championship standings in the PC class, and he's battling, of all people, his own teammates in the 05 car. Alex, you need only 3rd or better to clinch today. How important is it to do it today and not wait until Petit?
Yeah, it gives me a lot of confidence doing it today, because then you're going for such a long race as Petit, an important race to win, and we want to win it. So today we will have to be smart, and I'd rather win Petit than win in this one. So, but we're going for both of them, and if we cannot, we're just going to get a 3rd place to clinch the championship and go with a fresh mind there to Petit and win that one.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Well, you can hear some pretty high expectations, but there's a reason for that, certainly. Let's take a look at our prototype purpose-built cars here in the LMP 1, 2, and also the Challenge class open cockpit or closed cockpit in the P1 and P2. The main difference is in the driveline, with P2 requiring more production-based engines. That's a cost issue. PC, well, it's a spec category, if you will, all running the same chassis, all running the same sealed 6.2-liter V8 Chevy, essentially an LS3 engine that you find in the Corvette. Now, in the GT category, all the cars have to have production-based derivatives, but in GT, they are serious racing machines, tremendous race capability to be sure. In the spec series, the GTC category, it is exactly that. All GT3 Cup cars in various forms, all running on the same Yokohama tires. It is a very controlled category. The concept is to keep in those challenge classes the racing more affordable and thus provide a good level entry for cars to be able to come in and drivers to be able to get that experience. We hop on board here and you see some of the great onboard looks that we are going to have as this unfolds, and we expect some good ones here. Big story in that P2 battle, though, is a big change in where the points leaders are lining up.
Yeah, that's right. The 055 car qualified up towards the front, but has been moved to the back. We saw Christoph Buescher had a couple of spins in towards the end of qualifying yesterday, trying to wrest away that pole from Martin Plowman. Damaged the tyres on the 055 car. Change of tyres. If you change the tyres from the tyres on which you qualified, you go to the back of the grid. That is what the 055 car will have to do. It'll have to work its way through the traffic. No easy task here at VIR.
Not at all. We've been talking about it. This track is narrow. Those certain sections are dicey at best. And here we go, getting ready for 240, the VIR 240. That's 4 hours at 60 minutes per hour. And the green is out, and it is a drag race. And we've seen the strength of the Mazda engine in the Dyson Lola, and it looks like it has got the move. But let's see, down under the brakes. This turn two, very tricky, Jeremy, and a wise move there. Oh, contact, and that is the second of the Dyson cars, and he got tanked. Not exactly sure which car got into him. We'll take a look, but this is the kind of melee that nobody wanted to see early in this one.
No, cars off all over the place there. You still see a couple of them trying to get going again, including Michael Marsel in car number 20, I believe. He looped it around, and that's I think that's Tommy Dreesy, that's Bruno Junqueira, who started the RSR car in PC. That certainly was expected to be one of the contenders this afternoon.
And unfortunately, we're getting a report that the number 20 here, this is the car that won the championship for Dyson last year, maybe high-sided on that curb. Obviously, they run very, very low ground clearance, and with those rear tires dropped off in the back there, Michael Marsal apparently is going nowhere. You can see some damage to the right rear of that car, more aerodynamic at this point. Let's go back and see if we can take a look, Jeremy, at exactly what unfolded here in this incident.
That's right, and Chris, the number 16 car sort of hung out on the outside there. Chris Dyson at the wheel, and number 20 car tried to duck down the inside, but locked up the rear brakes, lost control at that point, and then all heck broke loose behind. Just people trying to take any course of evasive action. Most of them, or many of them, unable to.
Oh, that's the number 3 Corvette, the CompuWare Corvette. Looks like pretty significant damage on that left front corner. Obviously, they're the only team with a hope of displacing their guys on board now with, this is the 4 car. Did he miss? How did he miss Bruno Junqueira? That was a brilliant piece of driving.
Yeah, by both Johannes van Overbeek ahead of him and by the number 4 car as well. Great stuff. But Chris Dyson kind of cuts across his teammate, and Michael Marsal had to lock up the brakes. You can see the rear brakes lock up. The car spins around, and look at that melee behind him. All sorts of cars off the road.
At first, it looked like he may have had some help, but he literally, he did it on his own, but it was because the rather abruptness. Now, here is the number 95, the team level 5 entry, and there you see Michael went around, and he had nowhere to go and got fairly solidly into him, so some pretty good damage, I'm sure, for Ricardo Gonzalez on that 95 Alpina Watches entry.
Yeah, he's sharing that car this weekend with Luis Diaz and with Scott Tucker, who is also expected to drive number 95 car, although Tucker is nominated for points in the 055 car. That was the car that started at the back of the field and I think escaped all that drama. But we saw also the number 37 car, the Conquest Endurance car, that was off the road over there in turn 1 as well. I don't think there was any contact to that car, so hopefully just a dusty moment.
Well, it's going to be interesting, and maybe that's the silver lining to Tucker starting at the back, was he would have been right smack dab in the middle of all of that as Bruno Junqueira brings the RSR entry down into the pits. There's definitely damage on that car. He has been, that team, and certainly Bruno has been very quick, very impressive this year. Not exactly a big surprise, to be sure, but nonetheless, that car is in, and it's going to be a fairly extended stop at this point. So we're going to be watching what unfolds at this stage. So anyway, here is a look at your leader, and it continues to be Klaus Graf. Out in front, that's where you want to be when that kind of a thing happens, and it paid off. And you've got right behind him that number 16 entry with Chris Dyson at the helm, and then the rest of the field going through. Going to see where everything sort of cycles out, and they have still not been able to get this number 20 moving. So the number 20 is able to continue, but let's find out a little bit more on the number 9.
It'll be emergency service only for Bruno Junqueira in that number 9 from RSR Racing. They're going to work on the back rear suspension. They cannot do any other work on this car. They can't do fuel, can't do tires, nothing but what needs to be serviced because pit lane is closed. So they'll have to do this service, and then they'll have to go back out, come back to pit lane if they can make it back out, come back to pit lane during green flag time, stop in their pit stop again to take service, and then rejoin the field. So it is going to be costly, but they do have 4 hours to make it up.
Well, that is the good news, is the race a bit longer, so if they can get down here and get moving without losing too much time, still some potential anyway for points, but boy, that car definitely took some hits. They are deep into that right rear suspension at this point. You can see the damage to the diffusing, and we are coming around for a fairly quick green, so they're not even going to do it, and you can see the 20 is moving. Fair damage there as well. We understand that's actually Mark Patterson that has started that car, so a bit of an issue there. He's got a lot of experience on this track, but his first time here in an LMP1 machine.
Yeah, and according to the final grid, it was nominated that Michael Marsell would drive the opening stint in car number 20. Apparently that is not the case. We hadn't got that information passed along to us until just now. You could hear the South African voice, I think, there of Mark Patterson on the radio back to the team. So bringing that car back in with quite extensive nose damage on the front of the 20. And that nose damage, I think, was probably when he was run into by the Corvette, presumably. But what a shame to start the race, particularly for poor old Bruno Junqueira and Tommy Dreesy. They've won only once this season, but boy, they've been fast. And Bruno, you know, you talked about it, no surprise to see him fast. He's had 3 poles this year, just the one window, and they've already got to start now with a pretty hefty handicap.
Yeah, they're just going to have to put their heads down and hope for some help in terms of yellows and the like, because it looks certainly like they are going to go down at least a lap as we are coming around for a quick return to green. I think the big question right now, Jeremy, is going to be, how is the handling on the numbers 37 Conquest Endurance car? Was there anything when he had that off-course excursion that may have shaken that car up? Because they need to win this there to be right in it here to have a shot at that championship ultimately. And obviously with Mark Plowman wanting an opportunity as we go back to green to make it to the Petit Le Mans race coming up at Road Atlanta. So here we go, and the pursuit is on. Dyson taking a look, just showing the mirrors there to get into Klaus's mirrors at this stage, and watching that number 37 car not able to get around the PC machine that sits right in front of him right now. That's the 06 of points leader Alex Popov.
No, it's the
actually, that's
car,
the number 8. Yeah, the Merchant Services entry.
A good, very good start from Carl Marcelli. He was able to thread his way through that the needle at turn 1 and move himself up into 3rd place overall. But it's David Heinemeier Hansen behind him, and here is Jan Magnussen in the Corvette.
Limped it around slowly on that long yellow lap. They are just going after that extreme high-speed sort of glue tape that they put on there. Very concerned about the aero, and it looks like they're not really paying too much attention. No worries about that left front corner. Jan would have been able to suss that out on that lap around, saying it's moving okay, and the repairs on now the number 20 of Patterson get underway down in the Dyson pit.
Yeah, they're going to have to change the nose on that car. Whether there's any other suspension damage as well, probably can't yet even tell. But the Dyson team are going to take that nose off, and let's try and find out what the damage is.
That's exactly it. The team hoping that it is just what we're looking at, that front nose. You see how badly damaged that front splitter is. They never really know anything till they get a car into the pits, and as far as I know, they hadn't heard any feedback from Mark Patterson, who started in the 20 machine. Obviously, they're going to get that nose off, assess if there's anything else. They've got a new nose ready to put on the 20. If this all goes smoothly, now we see him taking the rear deck off. So this will be costly and lengthy stop here for the 20.
All right, thanks very much. And you're watching the number 66 of Emilio De Guida. That is the Racers Group Avior Airlines entry. They, too, after qualifying, had to go to the back. They actually didn't get through post-qualifying tech. But obviously now it's gone from bad to worse as that right rear tire is flailing away. Here's a look, Jeremy.
Yeah, Emilio De Guida there running off the road at turn 3. We've seen a lot of that this weekend. It's very easy to do that. It's a tightening radius corner. Got in a little bit too deep. Apparently, perhaps he was put a little bit offline too by those other faster cars coming past him. Runs off the road and picks up. You can already see the right rear tire is flat on that number 66 car. It's a long way to limp it around too. Over 3 miles is that's going to have to go to bring that car back to the pit lane so the TRG guys can change it. Wow.
Boy, that did not last too long. The number 3 Corvette, they sent him back out, and it may simply have been a function of not going down a lap, getting him back out. But obviously that bodywork has fallen back onto that left front tire, and that is not what you want to see with the better part of 4 hours still ahead for this race. And they could tape it up, but you start giving it some serious aero load and right back into the pits as you would expect. And I really wonder if that maybe wasn't a play just to keep them from going down a lap and see if they can get in and now get some work done on this and get it a little bit more raceable.
Yeah, and hope that the damage wouldn't be too bad. But clearly, you know, the airflow here just forcing that front, that damaged left front of the car back onto the tyre. So that's not a situation that you can countenance it for too long. So Jan Magnussen very wisely brings that car back to the pit lane.
Jamie?
The team's going to take the chance. They did put a little bit of fuel in the car just to top it off. They are going to take some new Michelin tires also. You can hear the yelling behind me. This is teamwork down here. The 4 crew watching on as the 3 car goes to work. Doesn't look like the tape held, as you guys said, but it doesn't seem like they're going to put a new nose on. They're going to try and make this one work, send him back out. Their strategy right now, as you said, not to go a lap down. Right now, this team is pulling on this Corvette. It's not happening.
Boy, that is a struggle, and they're just trying to get it to line back up after it collapsed back in. The problem is it looks like structurally behind it, Jeremy, there are some issues, and once they get to speed again, that's just going to collapse back in. And now, they're just going to maybe peel that whole thing off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they really have a lot of options here because, as you say, I think structurally the integrity is not what it was. Look at that. Is that a pass for position? No, Van Overbeek still maintaining his position over car number 4.
And one of the issues that we were talking about right at the top of the show has been explained. When the 20 car gets back out on track, they'll have to come right back in for a penalty for starting with an improperly nominated driver. So that is why we were a bit confused. It appears they were too. Yeah,
you have to nominate your driver, and you can change, I think, anything up to the warm-up session, but that was the driver that they nominated to start that number 20 car was Michael Marsley. He didn't do so. Mark Madison did. We saw that a couple of races ago, and honestly can't remember who it was, but it was just a couple of races ago, which was incredibly unusual.
Absolutely.
And now we have it again with a team as experienced as Dyson Racing. That's really a surprise.
It truly is. This battle in the GT class, even with the caution and everything that happened up front, is a good one, as that is your pole-sitting car leading away right now with Johannes Van Overbeek, who got that pole. First one for the team, first one for him. And you can see the Corvette is coming on, trying to stay with him at this point. And you might wonder why. Why would the Corvette sort of be that little defensive move as that 05 comes up to him? Well, it's because you didn't want to get in and get split and lose the Ferrari here.
Yes, John Bennett, who's driving the 05 car, got good straight line speed there, able to make the move down into turn 14 as that work continues on that number 3 Corvette.
It's like a Corvette puzzle down here on pit lane. You can see all the body work that's being ripped off right now. And this has been a serviceability issue that Corvette had over the years, but they really got it down to a science, so they thought that they could get to a lot of different components with taking off minimal body work. The problem right now is the body work is not coming off. Everything is all jammed together. The team is now taking off the whole front end of the car. You can see there's a lot of damage underneath the hood. The team pulling new body work out over the wall now, but there's a lot of work still needs to be done.
Yeah, had to quick disconnect the radiator there as well, so they'll get that hustle back in again. But boy, it's an awful lot of work to be completing inside the first 5 laps of a 4-hour race.
Well, there's so much components, obviously, so much that has to fit so snugly and so properly, and you get a hit like that, and everything just gets completely deranged. And then trying to, I thought it was a great line by Jamie, to put that puzzle back together and do it under just extreme duress here in the midst of a race. That's pretty intense. Now, the number 66, if you recall, limping around, we saw him after that off with that right rear. And we're going to get a little bit better look at what may have ultimately caused that. Watch for it right here. Watch the 7 coming up and around the outside. Bingo.
Yeah, and we thought there was a whole bunch of traffic in there, and there was the contact there for the left front of the number 7 car onto the back, the right rear of the number 66, and that was what caused the puncture. That is why the car ran off the road. So it was cause or effect there, the other way around. We thought perhaps the puncture was caused by running off the racetrack, but apparently not. That incident there between those 2 cars showed it quite clearly, and because of that, number 7 car will be called in. Eric Lux driving that car for the merchant services team. He will be brought in for an avoidable contact penalty. That is a stop and hold for 60 seconds.
Boy, that is a tough penalty, but it was clearly avoidable at that stage. Meanwhile, back to this battle in GT, and now that the prototype has cleared them, Ollie Gavin is all over the back of Johannes van Overbeek, and joining them, coming on, is Jörg Bergmeister in that Osmo Nutrition E-Silicon Flying Lizard Porsche, has been able to run them down in fairly short order as they are now up into this very tricky complex of corners, the most technically challenging part of the track in terms of low speed. Now, after this turn, it is pick the throttle up. You go through this first set of S's, but then, Jeremy, comes the ride.
Yeah, this is wonderful stuff. Coming up through the climbing S's here. Left, right, then left, right again, and then left once more. And all of that is absolutely flat out all the way. Then you stab at the brakes before the left-hander here, and now over the top of the crest once again into this double apex at a Oak Tree Corner. Again, the iconic part of this racetrack. But we'll look at this battle developing here. Ferrari, Corvette, Porsche, absolutely nose to tail, and the BMW of Bill Oblin is right in there as well.
On board now with Jörg Bergmeister, sitting in that third spot. The two right in front of him. That is a position battle, and you know, the interesting thing is this is early in a 4-hour race, but the way this class has been for the last couple of years in particular, it can be just as close at the end of the 4-hour race. That's why they were talking about qualifying so important, even though it's a longer race than normal, is because the class is so competitive. You get behind one of these guys, it's brutally tough even on your own to be able to find a way by, and this is why it is just exceptional. One of the interesting things was obviously
still 10 car lengths faster than BMW.
Just listening to the onboard chat right there, but in the GT category with the pole was a good lap, obviously, by Johannes van Overbeek, and he was a few tenths clear of the rest of the field, but second to 7, covered by 0.3 of a second. I mean, that's how intensely close this category is. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely a magnificent battle. And Guy Cosmo's got himself up into 5th place in the 0-2 Extreme Speed Motorsports Ferrari as well. So there he is, just coming into turn 4 there at the back of the picture. But his Extreme Speed leads in that Ferrari. Johannes van Overbeek, wonderful day for him yesterday. 105th start in the American Le Mans Series. Incredibly, his first pole. Yeah. He's come close on so many occasions. And I was talking to him last night. He said, I've had poles in every other series I've ever done, but not thus far in the ALMS. So well-deserved run for him yesterday, and picking up exactly where he left off today, running out front. There's the number 3 Corvette, patched and back out. We'll see how that works at this stage. Also, the number 20 Dyson machine is back out and came right back in to do its stop and go for starting with the incorrect driver, and they are back out as well at this stage. So a couple of repaired cars back in the fray. Yeah, but 4 laps down the Corvette to the leaders in GT. So, and here's the overall race leader, Klaus Graf, coming up to put him another lap down overall as well. So it's just been a disastrous start for Jan Magnussen. Of course, we're showing that car later on with Antonio Garcia. They came into the weekend second in points in GT, and their margin over Dirk Müller was only a couple of points, so that will disappear almost certainly by the end of the day. Yeah, it's just horribly unfortunate development for them so early in the going. Watching Klaus Graf in that Muscle Milk Pickett Racing entry, we've talked about the fact that the issues were, you know, in the last few races where they struggled a little bit, but they never have struggled in terms of speed. That's always been there. It's been luck. It's been just weird developments, mechanical issues and the like. And so at this stage, we continue to watch here. Klaus Graf is so quick and just loves wheeling this car around the track at this point. And we hop on board with the Corvette. Still chasing that Ferrari. Yeah, it's not getting away, is it? No, it's certainly not. Closely matched, these two, but look at that, just left, right, fabulous footage there, just carrying an immense amount of speed. And you know, one of our co-commentators on the ESPN2 broadcast, Johnny O'Connell, and you know, he's never raced an ALMS car here before, but you know, he's amazed with how much speed the GT cars carry through those corners. It's wonderful to watch. It is absolute flat chat and spectacular to be sure. And then you have that long run out of Oak Tree and this blast down the straight. One of the challenges, the championships, if you will, within a championship is the Michelin Green X Challenge. And it's an interesting formula, but it's basically combining 3 elements: clean, fast, and efficient. The fastest you run the race, the most efficient you are, and the less pollutants that you put into the air, that is all. Mine's much smarter than ours that do that actual math from that formula. But in the end, they come up in each of the 2 divisions, prototype and GT, with a Green X Challenge champion for that race. And then there is a champion at the end of the year as well. And it's amazing now with all the teams that are running the various different types of fuels and the like, isobutanol that the Dyson machines are running, as well as some hybrid technology. It's very often the fastest car, the guy that wins, get the Green X Challenge. So it can be done.
Yeah, it absolutely can. There's all sorts of permutations there. Here is our race leader, Klaus Graf, still a handy advantage. He's pulling away from Chris Dyson at about 2 or 3 seconds a lap on a regular basis. The advantage now, 9 laps in the books, is a 14-second advantage that Graf has over the number 16 car of Chris Dyson. David Heinemeier Hansen holding steady in 3rd place in that number 37 Morgan Nissan. Here's a replay of the problems that Jan Magnussen had a little while ago. But David Heinemeier Hansen, you know, he's pretty much keeping pace, or has been for several laps, with Chris Dyson. He's about 6 seconds behind him, but running very similar lap times in the early stages of this race. So once again, David Heinemeier Hansen, only a couple of years of experience, his first time in the prototypes, but running very, very nicely in 3rd place. And he's got an advantage of about 8 seconds over Ricardo Gonzalez in the P2 car, and then in the second of the place P2 car, number 95 of Level 5 Motorsports.
Just having a look there at some of the work that was unfolding, as we had seen earlier on the number 3 car. And here's the 66, the Aviar Airlines Racers Group entry, back out. A little bit of damage there in that right rear corner, but it seems to be running fine. And of course, we saw this earlier when he got just tanked right here by the number 7 entry, who ended up having to do a stop and hold penalty for avoidable contact. So that's what we're watching. You know, the interesting thing here, though, is in that P2 category, that melee at the start, the yellow as a result. Guess where Mr. Tucker is in the 055 car? He is already back to 6th overall, and not that far adrift of that battle in front of him between the Conquest Endurance team and his teammate Gonzalez in the 95 car. So blessing in disguise, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps so. He's able to work himself certainly through the GT traffic very nicely, but he's already about 30 seconds back. He is on board with Scott Tucker a little while ago, working his way through the traffic.
That is one of the GT Challenge cars up front, the JDX Evident Capital Hertz entry.
That's running in 3rd place right now in GTC.
That's Chris Cumming on board. Nice job there. But Tucker obviously just doing everything he can to get back up and through this pack. You can see that he wasted very little time as he did that. And he now sits in that 6th spot overall, as I said, even though it is 3rd in the class right now. And interesting here watching him as he just hammers it down into that uphill braking zone. Watch this. Watch the onboard. Wow.
Bit of something off somewhere. That's a scary moment for Scott Tucker. You see him diving his head to the left to try and avoid that piece of debris that thrown up from the track in front of him. Yeah, once again, Scott Tucker's a busy guy this weekend. He's been driving. He's already done a couple of races in the Coupe-Tard IMSA Lights, Prototype Lights category, and also two races in the GT3 Challenge in the Gold Club Porsche category as well. So he's been a busy guy getting lots of track time.
Meanwhile, there is your leader, David Heinemeier Hansen for Conquest Endurance in the P2 class.
Right now, David Heinemeier Hansen is loving the track conditions around him because there's nobody there. He says this track is a challenge and it's easy to get into a good rhythm when nobody's around you, but as soon as you hit traffic, there's a lot of it and you have to be patient. And that's something that he's struggled with as a driver throughout the season, but he says this weekend he certainly is going to practice patience. They want to stay in this championship hunt, and to do that, they need the win.
Well, that's a very good comment. You know, he is the gentleman driver, if you will, the amateur in the Pro-Am, which is part of the requirements of the P2 category. And you don't very often see one who is aggressive as he is right off the bat. This man is serious about his racing, and he just gets in that car and wants to go. And the pro in the car, Martin Plowman, has said, you know, there's been times I've got to dig it a little deeper and get as aggressive as David is here, because he's just willing to get with the program. You can see him just hammering that car, throwing it around, loves his racing, doing a superb job.
And taking it very, very seriously. I mean, he spent most of the end of last year pounding around a couple of racetracks in Spain in a radical sports car, an SRA, the V8 engine little sports car from the UK, turning a lot of laps in that car there. So you know, he's used to driving a car with a little bit of downforce, but certainly the P2 car is a big step forward from that. But Eric Bachelard, who is a former champion himself in Indy Lights, an IndyCar driver, driven all sorts of different cars all the way around the world. Eric Bachelard, the owner of the Conquest Endurance team, he is massively impressed with what David Heinemeier Hansson is doing behind the wheel of this race car.
And Heinemeier Hansson, his first real appearance in U.S. eyes was behind the wheel of one of these types of cars in the IMSA GT3 Challenge, and impressed immediately, and had come out of some Porsche club stuff, and they said, well, you know, give it a go. And he was immediately there. Now the car we're watching is the leading car in the GTC category. Angel Benitez Jr., the number 31 NGT machine, who's had a pretty good year himself, already clinching the Gold Cup championship in that IMSA GT3 Challenge. But there's the man everybody's chasing in terms of the points. That is Cooper McNeil. You see 34 points up over his teammate. Essentially, it's 35 over the team, the Green Hornet team, that would like to take it away from him. And he has had a great season, and he's had some great drivers to bring him along. It's been a spectacular year for young Cooper.
Well, Lee Keen qualified that number 2 GTC car in 5th position, but after qualifying, when they went to change the oil filter, they actually found a bunch of metal in it, so they did an engine change overnight. Lee Keen says he has a lot more confidence now with that new engine, that it feels stronger, and he said, look, we're going with a very conservative setup today, and we're running the car a little bit higher than normal. We really don't want to have any problems with tech. They know it's that 4th place finish or better to clinch this championship for Cooper. They really want to get it done so that when they get to Petite, they don't have to worry about completing 7 hours, which equates to 70% of that race to get points. They really want to get it done today, but they're doing it in a conservative manner.
And the GT cars leaders working their way through this traffic at the same time on board here with Oliver Gavin. Johannes van Overbeek in the Ferrari, just 2 or 3 cars farther ahead, so he's got himself past this whole group. As Oliver Gavin, good heads-up driving there for both of these guys. We're on board here with Enrique Cisneros, and Chris Cumming is driving the Hertz car directly in front of us. Super battle going on here as the Porsche of Jörg Bergmeister goes past as well. But these guys doing a really nice job of not only battling for the class honors in GTC, but also making sure they stay out of the way of the GT leaders.
And what you saw there was a pretty interesting explanation. If you wonder, are these GTC cars competitive and quick? Did you see how long it took in a straight line for that Corvette to get by? When they got to the braking zone where all the aero that the GT cars have, that's where it comes alive and went through. But they are mighty quick, no question about that. So, and of course there you see your overall leader starting to come through some of that traffic as well. Keeps it very interesting. So, one of the sad developments here that has unfolded is an absence in the paddock area for BMW team Rahal Letterman Lanigan. And Scott Remke was the chief operating officer of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing from 11/26. 1960 is when he was born, and passed away here in 2012. He was a great man, and he is missed.
Everything we ever thought up. Everything we fight for. Everything we dream of. Everything we are. The new 911. Porsche identity.
It's not just what we gave the new Corvette 427 that makes it special. It's what we didn't.
First day of spring. Oh, my battery is perfect.
Yep, we've been on a
battery tender for 6 years.
Well, I wish I could say the same.
What do you mean?
Old man forgot to plug me in.
Yeah, before I was on a battery tender, I flatlined. Ouch.
Well, at least this couldn't get any worse.
Don't let your batteries become a statistic. Connect a Deltran battery tender. Available at these fine retailers. If it's not a Deltran battery tender, it's just a pretender.
When it comes to fun family getaways, it's got to be Holiday Inn Club Vacations. Room to be yourself.
In the seat of the iconic sports car, a series for drivers developing their racecraft. Young racers matching pace with experienced semi-professionals. Tackling 8 legendary racetracks of North America. The Porsche IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge by Yokohama. Watch all the action at youtube.com/drive and imsachallenge.com.
We are back, everybody. Welcome back to the American Le Mans Series presented by Tequila Patron at Virginia International Raceway, VIR, for round 9 of the championship. There's your overall and P1 race leader, Klaus Graf, in the Muscle Milk Picket Racing HPD ARX. And he has opened up a sizable margin already of about some 20 seconds over Chris Dyson in the Mazda Lola that they are running. And we're going to hop on board with a shot for you here because we want to show you something that's pretty spectacular. There's the steering wheel on board that Lola Mazda, and you can see it is a complex piece. And one of the things that the American Le Mans Series is certainly all about is technology. And as we are taking a look at that very complex steering wheel, Patron, very involved and always has a feature segment called the Patron Rules of the Road. And you watch all of that telemetry, all of that information that is being displayed on that steering wheel. Well, the Muscle Milk steering wheel is very similar. And earlier, Kelly Stavas gave us a driver's eye view.
Check out the steering wheel on the Muscle Milk HPD. This one part alone has more technology than most race cars, let alone your street car at home. So what does it do? Well, let's give you a quick run through of these colored buttons. Here's your starter. This one is going to reset or ignore an alarm. This is where the driver takes his drink. And this orange one's very important. That's your pit lane speed limiter. On the left side, this green button is for communication. That's the radio for the driver to talk back to his team. The gray button, high beams. You'll see them use that when they're coming up on slower traffic. And this blue button, overtaking button, probably a driver's favorite. When they press this, they'll get the best fuel mapping and best engine mapping for maximum horsepower. Then we move down to the toggles. We've got your fuel mapping system depending on how much of fuel they want to conserve throughout the race. These two toggles here, traction control. TC1 is for that straight line acceleration, and TC2 is for that acceleration in those high-speed corners. The steering wheel is really designed so that the driver never has to take his hands off of it. In fact, here's where he's going to do all this shifting, and obviously it steers as well.
And all pushing 200 miles an hour in traffic through S's here. The drivers, you forget just what they have to deal with sometimes.
Yeah, there's David Heinemeier Hansen off the road, the third place car overall, leading in P2, and he just can't get that car pointed in a straight line again. He's spinning it around in circles, quite literally. It's very easy to do. The grass is dry. I tell you what, when it's wet here, you can really, you just slide forever and ever and ever. But here comes behind him now. You can see he's got in that car finally back underway. But that is the 055 car of Scott Tucker. So he's now fallen from first to third in P2. That mistake at the final corner by David Heinemeier Hansen.
And that's key because that is the car, one of the drivers in the car, along with Christophe Bouchou, that they have to finish in front of to keep this championship close. And let's go back and take a look at what happened. It was in that fall-away turn 17 area.
Just trying to carry a bit too much speed through there, it looks like, and ran off the road. And at that point, you know, there's the trees are getting awfully close, but I think he kind of panicked a little bit there because you just got to, you know, at that point, when you're off the road, just use minimal throttle and get the car back on the racetrack. But I think he's got him, so he's just really frustrated with himself. Looks like he stalled the engine as well. So I think a bit of immense self-frustration there. And now he's just going for spinning around, and that's costing him an awful lot of time. That time he came across the line, it cost him about 30 seconds that off.
That is brutal. And that scenario, when you're off in the grass like that, the one thing you want to do, just put it in a higher gear and let it lug. Don't try and accelerate, because exactly what will happens, and I say that from, unfortunately, a little bit of personal experience.
Yeah. and you know, he'd been going so well, he'd been closing even on the second place car of Chris Dyson at that stage. He's now making a move on Scott Tucker. Side by side they are coming up the back straight here, up the hill, and he gets the move on the inside, so he gets back past Scott Tucker for second place. But he's got to be very patient now. He's got to be really have his wits about him. Don't make any other mistakes, because that was clearly a mistake of his own.
Yeah, he wasn't too concerned about junk on the tires, was he? He just went right back after Tucker and was able to slice through, understanding the importance here. Now he got held up just a little bit. Tucker's got the momentum. They're going to have to get around this GTC machine, and it squeezes over, but gives him the opening. That was the Competition Motorsports entry, and they're both able to slide through. But for a second there, it looked like Tucker had the momentum, might have been able to do something with it, but that GTC car took away that lane, and now he's just got to go back after it and start the fight. They are both now right behind the number 20 of Patterson.
Yeah, but he's about 20-odd seconds behind Ricardo Gonzalez, who took over the lead in P2, now running third overall in car number 95. And Ricardo Gonzalez, he's about 7 seconds behind Chris Dyson in second place. And as I was saying, I was wanted to mention the fact that Heinemeier Hansen had been closing rapidly on Chris Dyson in second place, kind of bringing back memories of what happened a couple of weeks ago in Baltimore, where he did exactly the same thing. Went for a bold move at turn 12 on the streets of Baltimore and got called for an avoidable contact penalty.
That is Tucker trying the outside into Oak Tree. Tough spot. And again, you can see the momentum issue right here. You lose a little bit of momentum relative to the guys you're racing with, and they are going to be right there. Couldn't quite do it. There's the 48. That's the Paul Miller Racing Porsche, the Chopard Jewelry Machine. Flat tires you see on the left rear. So they are in, and that is a stop that is well out of sequence. And now look at what's unfolding here. You've got the number 3 Corvette. Then you've got a couple of PC cars. You got a couple of other machines. And then this battle for second in P2, but it is the 2 points protagonist. And Tucker trying to figure out a way he can use anybody as a pick. And meanwhile, nice job there by Heinemeier Hansen as he was able to slide through. Now he's trying to figure out, where do I go? And here's contact as he got pushed wide, trying to go around the outside of that Merchant Services car. And again, almost very costly for David Heinemeier Hansen. And there's that aggression, and now he's trying to thread the needle. Oh, he waited finally to let that Corvette come through, and Tucker watching it going, boy, all I got to do is wait, I think.
Yeah, again, a little bit of inexperience there for sure, showing on the part of David Heinemeier Hansen. His first season driving this sort of a car, and it's a handful, this car. It's a very fast car, but you have to pick your moves. You've got to know exactly when and how to make your passes. That is the experience that he doesn't have. And when you step up to this level of competition, if you don't have that experience, then things like this can come back and bite you, and you get frustrated very, very easily because he hasn't experienced this sort of thing before. So he's now got to really, I think, take a couple of steps back, just take a few deep breaths, turn some good consistent laps here, and try and stay out of the way. But Eric Bachelard is the team owner. He'll be on the radio now with David. Just say, look, calm it down a little bit. You're in second place. Early stages, very early stages of the race. We've got only, 37 minutes gone, so a long, long way to go. Just work your way back up towards the front where you were before, and we'll take it one step at a time.
And not only Bachelard on the radio to his driver, but we just got a report that the Muscle Milk team on the radio to Klaus Graf saying, when you come up on that battle for second in P2, be careful. It is going absolutely wild, and that is indeed the case. And Heinemeier Hansen, I mean, it's one of those deals when you come up on some of these cars, when you get into corners like 3, 4, 5, where you're not into the aero very strong, those GT cars can actually have better mechanical grip and be just as quick or quicker, and just flashing your headlights is not going to get drivers of that caliber to just give it up and move for you. Now he's going to try and execute the pass here on the LMP Challenge machine. Has the inside line as they get down into that turn 1-2 complex, into that braking zone. Very tight never-ending turn here, more than 180 degrees, folds back on itself a little bit. Then you get into this tricky section where right here is where a lot of people are having problems. Right here, this is where Christophe Bouchou, Tucker's teammate who did the qualifying, had a couple of offs on his last 2 laps in qualifying.
Yeah, and David Heinemann, he's using all sorts of curbs there. He's really looking a bit ragged at the moment, and his lap time was a 1:45.3. He's been turning laps in the low 40s earlier in the race, so he's definitely a little bit rattled right now. The good news for him is he's got a little bit of clear track in front of him. Maybe he could do a lap or maybe even 2 before catching up to anybody else, and that I think will do his confidence a world of good.
Well, you heard the other report we had earlier where he was talking about this track is a joy to drive when you're by yourself. You can get into a great rhythm, but he was finding whenever he gets in traffic, it really gets off rhythm and gets to be a bit difficult. That's a matter of experience, but he certainly has the speed.
On board again with Scott Tucker. You can see he's still stuck behind Carl Marcelli here. That's the leading car in PC, 4th place overall. So this is actually a battle for position. You can see how far David Heinemeyer Hansen has pulled out. He's pulled out probably 100 yards on him over the course of that 1 lap.
And again, that's that momentum scenario. And if you get stuck, this track is a great track, but it is narrow, and you get stuck behind a car that's slightly slower than you are in one of those very twisty sections where it's constant direction change. It's very, very sketchy to try and force your way through. And the problem is if you try and do that and there's contact and you knock one of the dive planes off on the front of the car, it affects not just the aero on the car, certainly, and can make the car become pushy or whatever, but then that just sort of dominoes through the car. If it's pushy, you run the front tires off too soon. You may have to pit sooner. You can't get the gap you want in your pit windows. It changes everything up. You've got to stay clean and not get into traffic. So there's that problem that race car drivers run into at certain tracks that goes so against the grain. Be patient.
Yeah,
slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, and it was a good lap last time around. Back down to the 1:41.0 for David Heinemeyer Hansen, but not so sure he might have lost a bit of time through 1 and 2 on this lap here, because I thought he was a bit farther ahead of Scott Tucker as he started the lap, but have to wait and see the lap time next time. And here though,
that is once again down into turn number 1, and big issue there.
Is that the TRG car again? 66.
It looks
car?
like it might very well be.
One of the PC cars was involved there as well.
Yep, that is the VIR Airlines entry of the Racers Group. Looks like, well, we'll have to see. Damage to that right rear corner, but that was already broken, and it just simply may now, with that off, have been torn free. We'll have to see what happens. The bigger issue is what may have happened to cause that, and is it a mechanical problem? Was there contact? Let's take a look and see if we can suss it out, Jeremy.
Yeah, and you can see there's a PC car on the inside, and Emilio De Guida just locks them up, smokes down the inside of, I think that was Michael Avenatti's car, and just left his braking way too late, and collects, oh my goodness me, does he? Yeah, he does.
He got into the back.
That's Alex
John
Popov's car.
Bennett. Yeah.
Is it
That's
John
Bennett.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is. Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
No,
and I wonder if that was just target fixation. Just got loose.
Yeah.
Watching the back of that car, realized, uh-oh.
Again, and here's a guy with a massive amount of experience racing mainly in South America, all sorts of touring car championships under his belt there, but you know, this is a completely different level of competition altogether, and he definitely got into the turn 1 there a little bit over his head.
Well, and this is huge. This is the 05, and remember, this is the team. They've already clinched the team championship 2 races ago. It's been an amazing year, but these were the only guys with any kind of a shot at displacing their teammate, Alex Popov, who drives the 06 machine, and that damage is looking like they may need to take a much more serious look at it. I mean, it doesn't look like it got into the driveline or the components at all, but that flailing around on the back, never a good thing, especially when you need that arrow.
No, and you quite like to get the black flag because that looks pretty dangerous to me, that thing flailing around, just held on by literally a thread by a piece of electrical wire, it looked like. But shame for John Bennett, because he's had a few struggles in recent racing, but running nicely here in the early stages and holding down 3rd place before that incident.
Well, the one thing that we haven't talked about that I think certainly bears a comment as we hop on board for a minute here watching, this is exactly what we're talking about. You get stuck behind a car in a different class that doesn't have the pace that you do. You've got to just wait it out, wait till your car gets to a point right there where you can use the speed. The arrow is giving you the better run, and now you can move on by. And we have a change. That is Ollie Gavin has gone around and picked up the lead in GT from Johannes van Overbeek in the Tequila Patron Ferrari. And Gavin, right now, with the problems for the number 3 Corvette, looking very strong for a shot at clinching the GT Drivers' Championship right here this weekend. And boy, with a move like that, that gets you out in front of everybody. That's where you want to be. Best place to defend and go after a championship win is from the lead.
It is, and look at the car behind her, though, just a little, 100 yards or so back, but it's the second of the extreme speed motorsports cars. Guy Cosmo has got himself up into 3rd place now, ahead of Jörg Bergmeister. So a brilliant run in the early stages for Guy Cosmo. He started at the back of the pack in the GT category, and was also hobbled, that car, yesterday. Oh, there's Michael Avenatti's car for Competition Motorsports. That was running well in the early stages, in 2nd place for quite a long while. Slipped back to 4th now, but a spin it looked like at the Oak Tree turn. But back to that Guy Cosmo car. The big incident yesterday towards the end of qualifying, it was his teammate Ed Brown who qualified that 02 car, but had a big off at turn 17 and backed that car heavily into the towel. Quite a lot of damage in that car, but Guy Cosmo, a brilliant early stint.
Yeah, they actually started at the back as well, because with the damage they had to change tires, and that put him at the back. But when they tested here in June, Cosmo was the guy who did most of the driving. He's got experience here in other series as well. And so again, that early melee, the caution that resulted from it allowed him obviously to close it up, and then he is driven, as we know Guy Cosmo can, and made that pass on Jörg Bergmeister to pick up that 3rd spot.
And he has set the fastest lap in GT in the early stages of the race, has Guy Cosmo in 02 car. 1:47.780, a mere 6/1000ths quicker, I should say, than Jan Magnussen, who's a long way back after that early incident.
The number 24 of Avenatti just stopping down the pits after that spin. An unusual place in the approach into the Oak Tree, and just got a little bit crazy and looped it around. Obviously didn't get into anything, but he's got some concerns. Apparently may have really flat spotted those tires, decided to do something about it. And we're watching again that battle. And even though Ollie got by, it's not like Johannes has just said, okay, I don't have enough for you. He has got himself glued to the back of that yellow CompuWare.
That's right, and right ahead of these two on the road, there's the battle in GTC between Peter Lefevre and Cooper McNeil in car numbers 34 and 22. They're battling for 4th and 5th place here in GTC.
This is, again, a great example. Watch how long it's going to take those GT cars, and a nice job there as he just moved over and let them go. Cooper doing a nice job, said, this is the GT guys, I'm going to let them go. Gave up even a little time to Lefevre, but that was the smart thing to do. Now is Johannes going to take a look. Showed the nose for just a second, but again, that was 3 cars side by side trying to come into 14. If he would have pulled that off, that would have been brazen.
And look how much closer Guy Cosmo is as well. He's drawing Jörg Bergmeister into this battle as well. So we got held up there to Guy Cosmo coming down through turn 17. Got stuck behind Peter Lefevre in car number 34, the Green Hornet Porsche. That certainly cost him not only a bit of time, but also important momentum coming onto this front straightaway. So he's now got to do that work all over again. But again, look, here's this battle coming into turn 1. Oliver Gavin holds off Johannes van Overbeek. So closely matched, these two cars.
And the number 16 down in pit lane. "46 minutes into the stint, and that was just about where you would think we should start seeing pit stops here fairly soon, as 45 to 50 with that caution perhaps is where they are going to be running. Back out, and he just stayed on board, so no driver change at this point, I don't think. Well, let's see. No, they did. They put Johnny Mollem behind the wheel of that machine, so it's Mollem on board the 16 now. Right there you see that orange helmet. And I have to pass along something that Johnny said about the climbing S's here. He said it is the fastest sequence of corners he has ever driven, which one says a lot. And he said, secondly, he said it reminds you of Eau Rouge at Spa, only with another Eau Rouge right after it. He said it's that level of gut check corner.
Yeah, and
oh, look at this move.
Wow.
There you go. Van Overbeek right back on point, gets around Oliver Gavin into 14. That's where he was looking at it before. And Jeremy, I think he may have realized I've got something here coming into 14 with the run that he had the last time and made it work this time. And now you've got the overall race leader, Klaus Graf, is going to come by, and Graf does not pit, continues on.
Yeah, puts them another lap down. As you say, interesting that the Muscle Milk car getting very good fuel consumption, running a couple of laps longer at least apparently than the number 16 car. But I wonder, Johannes van Overbeek there, I fancy he probably looked in his mirrors and saw Guy Cosmo is looming larger and larger and larger. I need to get past the Corvette. That's exactly what he's done.
And did it beautifully as well. There you see that second green Ferrari sitting in the third spot, and then just back behind them a little ways is the 45 of Jörg Bergmeister, the Lizard Porsche, and then the first of the BMWs, the number 55 of Bill Oberlin.
Yeah, about 5 seconds farther back down the road. So still, not a lot between the first 5 in the GT category. Marco Holzer holding down 6th place in the second of the Flying Lizard Porsches. He's about another 11 seconds back from the number 55 BMW car.
All right, as Van Overbeek draws away just a little bit, this battle has calmed down. Let's check in with Taro Koki.
I had a chance to speak with Guy Cosmo and both Johannes Van Overbeek. Johannes got his first pole position. This event, he's feeling really, really good out there. He said that the key to both of the Ferraris doing well today is the mid-engine platform. The mid-engine platform fits very well to this track, and the hard work in this platform and the teamwork is going to be the key for their success today.
Well, Tara, I think that's a very good point. With the high-speed changes of direction, a neutral car is exactly what you want, and that mid-engine platform really plays to their strength. Yeah, Van Overbeek had talked about it. He said this is a track we should be pretty strong on, and they certainly have been that, to be sure. And Graf continues on as we are now pushing almost 50 minutes into this this race. Again, we had that caution right off the get-go that'll help out that fuel mileage, but getting some pretty good numbers here. There is a look at David Hannemeyer Henson, who currently runs 7th overall, 3rd in the P2 category, and he is pretty much on his own at this stage, which is what he likes. Right now, he said this track, when he can drive it by himself, it can be very quick, although he's doing a lot of weaving back and forth. Now, I don't know whether he's feeling perhaps an issue with the car or whether he's just trying to scrub those tires up.
Well, I think he must have made a pit. Yeah, he must have just made a pit stop.
Yeah.
And we didn't see it, but yeah, he must have made a pit stop. It's not showing up on our scoring system here. Oh, yeah, finally it has done, actually. So, yeah, he came in on that last lap. So, on lap 26, that was for car number 37. I think a routine pit stop there, right on schedule, about 50 minutes into the race.
And also Scott Tucker is now in pit lane as well. There's a look right there, and he stays on board. So that is why we saw Hannemeyer Henson drop to 3rd, and he will now be right back in 2nd. And Tucker back on the road. Tires, fuel, simple, back in action as they continue to go after a championship here. He talked about how busy this guy is. They actually, the GT3 Cup race that ran earlier, they had to hold the start just for a couple of minutes as he got out of his lights car and had to sprint from pit lane out onto the grid and hop in. He drives anything, anytime, and certainly seat time is awesome. But you often wonder sometimes is so much in one day, does that just kind of have a point of diminishing returns?
Yeah, really confusing. You're going to drive 5 races this weekend. Next week also he's going to be taking part of the SCCA National Championships at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. He's got 3 different cars to drive there as well, going for 3 national championships. Race leader on pit lane.
That is Klaus Graf bringing the number 6 Muscle Milk entry in. We would expect, as we have seen thus far, he will probably stay on board. You'd think we might see a deal here, 2 stints out, other driver in for a couple, and then the finishing driver in for a couple. And it looks like they are just going to do tires and fuel only to be sure. It is there. And remember, folks, in the American Le Mans Series, based on Le Mans rules, when you refuel, the only thing you can do is driver change. That's it.
It's a standard pit stop for Classcraft, who will stay in the car. Fuel is already complete. He's taking on 4 new Michelin tires as well as a new drink bottle. This team has given up the race win in the last 2. They said this is not going to happen again this time. The team taking the extra seconds to clean out the venting ducts just to make sure all the air is getting through to that engine. Not taking any chances to get the race win today.
Very smart move by that team there, just to take an extra few seconds. They've got a handy advantage over everybody else. Their fastest lap of the race, Turbo Classcraft, a 1:37.5. That compares to a 1:40.8 Turbo Chris Dyson in car number 16, who was running in second place before he made his first pit stop. So a clear advantage for Muscle Milk Racing. Let's not take any chances, as Jamie says. Great strategy.
Boy, this is an awfully good battle that is unfolding, and look at Jörg Burgermeister has joined them and run them down. This has been back and forth, and the question is where is Cosmo? Because he had been right in that mix, and is that him up front? So it's Van Overbeek and then Cosmo. Oh, and on board here with Gavin, taking a look, trying it down to the inside, and he gets underneath Johannes Van Overbeek and makes that pass. That's how that unfolded. Boy. Straightening that out, but then that changed up. Watch this. He got in. It's that fast in, slow out scenario. And watch this now. Look for that nose to the inside. A beautiful surgical pass by Johannes Van Overbeek that took him back out front.
The thing Oliver Gavin has to keep in mind is that manufacturer's championship. He's not allowed to be aggressive right now. They need to win this race to get those valuable championship points. The driver's championship, that one's closed up because the sister car had their issues early on in the race. Right now, he's driving conservatively. He knows he needs to make it to the checkered flags, and that's what he's trying to do.
And those passes we saw there, that was a replay of what happened a little while ago. But as you can see right now, there goes both Extreme Speed Motorsports Ferraris in 1 and 2. Number 55 BMW in the pits. Bill Oberlin clambering out.
Back in 7th position in class. And we're getting reports that he had a bit of a moment as well out there that may have expedited things. Let's see if we can watch it here, what's unfolding. Oh boy, that's the number 25. That got down. That's the Dempsey Racing entry, and that's going to be an avoidable contact penalty. We get the word that's Henri Richard on board that car, and just got into him enough and knocked Bill around right there in the approach to Oak Tree. And Bill backwards, watching traffic side through, and gathered it up, but obviously made it run to pit lane. 1, to take care of tires, 2, to do a quick check for any damage, and he is away.
Going out.
They have turned that car now over to Jörg Mueller, so Oberlin is out, taking the opportunity for what was probably going to be a little longer stop anyway, to just check for damage and the like, and definitely do tires well, do the driver change.
Yeah.
Now that he is back and underway at this stage, the question is, was there damage? Kelly Stavist was down there. Kelly, what'd you see?
No damage. We saw that 55 that came in, no damage. It looked like a routine pit stop. Bill Oberlin telling me earlier, though, they were going with a super conservative setup on the 55 to really just try to conserve their tire wear. That's a theme that's been running through. Patrick Long from the 45 Flying Lizard also telling me he thinks this can be a tire wear game, but 55 came in, routine, and it looks like the 56 is prepping to bring their car in.
Well, that is something we've been hearing, and it's more accurately keeping the rear tires alive late in the stints, and that's when you can lose immense amount of time.
Yeah, and the weather is pretty crucial today. It's been cloudy for most of the day. You see now, however, the sun is out, and when the cloud cover is here, it's significantly cooler.
Changing things up, there's a look at your class leaders here at Virginia International Raceway.
Hi, I'm Sean Johnson, a driver in the IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge. Stay tuned to see how the Porsche Sport Driving School helps drivers like me tune their skills that they use out on the racetrack.
Hey, if you're like me, you hate when your gas-powered equipment won't start. It turns out the ethanol in street gas was causing deposits and dissolving my fuel lines. But then, I tried SEF small engine fuels. For 2 cycles, SEF is pre-mixed with oil, so you just pour it in and you're done. There's no ethanol in SEF, so you get quick starts, even after long-term storage. Try SEF. It's the perfect fuel for gas-powered tools.
Everything we ever thought up. Everything we fight for. everything we dream of. Everything we are. The new 911. Porsche identity.
Jim Merrow does not deserve your praise. He's a typical Corvette engineer who happened to take a stock Chevrolet Corvette ZR1 to the Nürburgring and shook the automotive world with a lap of under 7 minutes and 20 seconds. He was only doing his job. Get back to work, Jim. See the full lap at Chevy.com/ZR1.
When it comes to fun family getaways, it's got to be Holiday Inn Club Vacations. Room to be yourself.
Sports car race fans, Petit Le Mans is coming to Road Atlanta October 17th through the 20th. See Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Corvette, Viper, and more battle on the track at 200 miles per hour. Don't miss night practice, the vendor village, the kid zone, the driver autograph sessions, and the open paddock. Kids under 12 get in free. Petit Le Mans, October 17th through the 20th. Get your tickets now at roadatlanta.com. Welcome back, everybody. On board with Jörg Bergmeister in the number 45 Flying Lizards Porsche in the heat of this battle in GT right now. And Porsche obviously so supportive of the American Le Mans Series for a long time. And there's an art and science to endurance racing. And a unique aspect for Porsche is their Birmingham-based driving school. It's got to start somewhere. Here's a look.
The Porsche Sport Driving School is this very unique opportunity for people to get to drive a Porsche in an environment that they don't typically get to experience. They get to push the boundaries a little bit and learn what the cars are truly capable of. So there's a lot of misinformation out there about how to drive a car quickly on a track. And so we try to make sure that all those basic things are correct. And then if you do it correctly, you have no choice. You will simply go fast. The Porsche Sport Driving School USA is one of the only places in the world where we can work you through these steps and get you from ground zero all the way into a GT3 Cup race car on slicks with a sequential gear shifter, full roll cage, real race car.
Well, the science there is the physics and the instruction of how to place the car, the weight transfer, and the like. The art is a Porsche. That is an awesome machine. And if you go to that school, that's the nice thing, as he said, it can get you to eventually to a point where you could be ready to step into an IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge car and race on the pro level in these machines, and then eventually wind your way to behind the wheel of one of these, a GT car. And let me tell you, folks, these GT machinery and these Porsche GT RSRs are spectacular, as is the job that Jörg Bergmeister is doing right now, hounding Ollie Gavin, and it looks like at least one of the Ferraris, and certainly Gavin and the vet down into pits, and that is the 02 of Guy Cosmo bringing that car in. So Van Overbeek will continue, but these two are in, and Bergmeister will pick up second in GT.
There will be a driver change at the 02 Patron Ferrari. Ed Brown handing driver duties over to his co-driver Guy Cosmo. This team, they have performed so well. The crew was here until 3 o'clock in the morning to get the Ferrari back together after Ed Brown had an incident during qualifying yesterday. The team hard at work right now. Driver change still happening, fuel going in. How's the work going down at Corvette, Kelly?
We also have a driver change down here at the Ford Corvette. Tommy Milner taking over for Oliver Gavin, and Tommy Milner admitting to me that he's never been in a situation leading a championship so late in the season. There's certainly some pressure that comes along with that. His teammate Oliver Gavin on his 100th start has a few championships on his resume and is all too familiar with this scenario. There's obviously a slight delay getting that number 4 restarted, and they're out behind that Extreme Speed Ferrari.
Yeah, great stop there by Extreme Speed Motorsports there. And Oliver Gavin, yes, 3 championships to his name in the American Le Mans Series, 05, 06, and 07. So it's been a 5-year break.
See the lights up flashing on the pace car. You see the double yellow at the start stand. So we are under a full course caution. It would be our second after the one that happened right at the start. There you see the display from the starter letting everybody know, and of course everybody getting communicated to that we are under caution.
Wow.
And it is out, and here is why. And you see one of the Porsche safety cars making its way over to that section of track. That's in that climbing S's section. And one of the track vehicles there as well.
And that's going to work out very nicely indeed for the two GT cars that just made a pit stop. Possibly Bill Oberlin, the number 55 BMW, won't be disadvantaged quite as badly as it had seemed as well. So a break perhaps for those guys. I'm not even sure which car it is off the road there.
Yeah, I haven't been able to see it, catch a glimpse of it at this point in that section of the track. And it's in front of the villas over there. That is part of this this place is called America's Motorsport Resort, and it is very much got a sense and feel of that at this stage. That is a fast section of track. You see some of the tires displaced just a little bit, and that is clearly why we were under caution at this point, and they are being attended to.
Yep, and just before this caution came out, immediately before the caution, Graf just turned the fastest lap of the race in car number 6, the race leader, 137.263. And I think he's actually managed to pull out a whole lap over Johnny Mullen. Not sure whether he's lapped him or not, whether Johnny Mullen perhaps might be stuck behind the safety car. We'll have to wait and see until the safety car comes around.
Coming at an hour and just a little less than 3 minutes is when this caution came out with the 4-hour event here. So a quarter of the race now complete. And taking a look there is the number 7 that is out there. So it is the team car, which is the number 8 that has had the off over that section of track. Lucas Downs behind the wheel, and watch for it right here. Just as he now turns in the next turn, the left-hander, the yellow back end right there.
Yeah, he got himself out of sequence there, got a little bit wide on the right-hander, then completely offline through the left. Loses control, a heavy impact for Lucas Downs. That's a great shame. That's the car with which Kyle Marcelli led the early stages of the race. They'd made a pit stop. Lucas had taken over, but the early race leader for Merchant Services Racing, a heavy impact there. And that's a great shame because Kyle Marcelli has done a fabulous job this season. He's been hindered on various occasions by various different things, and they were looking good, really good for a strong run this afternoon. Lucas Downs, he's been doing a very respectable job. He doesn't have an awful lot of time in these cars, but he's come along quite well. He's only had 4 previous starts in the American Le Mans Series as Lucas, but he's got a lot of experience in the Cooper Tires Prototype Lights Series, which is a good stepping stone into these cars.
Yep, and as you said, you could see he just was a little offline turning into that right-hander, which put him very up against the curve going into that left, try and pinch it around there at those speeds, and the back end came around on him. There's the good news. He is out and walking over to the safety vehicle. So that is great to see at this point. That is Lucas Downs again, the Merchant Services racing entry. And that vehicle he's getting into, that is the response vehicle, is the medical car. As you can see, he's getting in there. As always, any kind of an impact like that, they will take him in and just have him observe, take a look at, make sure that he's okay. So he's on board that, and then the safety car, both fortunately connected through Porsche. We've got some awfully good stuff to be able to pace the fields as the safety car and the medical cars and quick response cars as well. And then the VIR EV crews come to life with the tractors and the like to get that car up on the back of that tilt bed. This is going to be a long yellow, Jeremy, obviously, to get a lot of that debris field cleaned up and the like. So we're going to be yellow for a while.
Repair that tire barrier as well. There's the 3 Downs brothers are from North Mankato in Minnesota, Lucas, Anthony, and Matt. And it was Lucas at the wheel right now.
The fact that this is going to be a long yellow is trouble for some of the GT cars who have not pit yet. That involves the 01 car and the number 45 from Flying Lizard Motorsports. Both of those cars were set to come in on that lap when the pit lane closed. GT cars here can go about an hour, 7 hour, 8 minutes on fuel. We did have that early caution, so that helped them out a little bit, but keep an eye on it because if they have to come in for emergency service, they're going to have to make another pit stop under green, and that's going to push them to the back of the pack.
And I'd like to know whether the 01 and the number 4 Corvette, this car we're looking at right now, whether they knew there'd been an incident up there and that information related to the pit lane. They called their guys in right before that caution came out, because what this means is when the pits are opened, the other GT cars will be able to come onto pit lane, but they will rejoin behind the drivers that had already made a pit stop. So this will certainly work in the favor of the 01 and the number 4 car. So I fancy that they brought them in a little bit earlier than anticipated, because they'd heard that there was an incident out there at the far end of the racetrack.
And you see some of the cars making their way by the safety car, the pace car. Well, that is by design. It is the pass around, or the wave by, if you will. And so they're just taking up various spots. Meanwhile, let's check in with Taro, who's with the teammate, Kyle Marcelli.
Kyle, you just saw your teammate go off course. It looks like he's okay on the video, but what's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, first of all, I mean, it's never nice to see something like that. I mean, it really, I'm glad to see that he walked away from it. It was a big hit. I saw a replay. It looked as though he just ran wide through the first S and then caught a curb in the wrong way. So, yeah, just very unfortunate. I mean, I'm glad he's okay. For the team, I feel bad. We've worked hard to get to this point this weekend. We had a strong run yesterday. I think the closest ever qualifying run. And, we're shaping up for a good race. So again, glad to see he's okay, and that's number one. And we'll just have to move on and put our heads down for Petit.
Disappointing way to finish the day for Kyle and the team.
Thanks very much, Taro. And Kyle brought up a good point that we really hadn't alluded to. To me, this has got to be a record of some sort, because when qualifying was complete yesterday in the LMP Challenge category, the margin between pole sitter Colin Brown and Kyle Marcelli was 0.001, 1/1000th of a second. This is a 3.3 mile track. That translates into 2 inches was the difference over that course of a lap. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, what was it that Colin Brown told you afterwards?
Oh yeah,
the difference between the two?
Yeah, somebody asked him, they said, so what do you think the difference was? And he said, well, maybe Kyle hit a bug and I didn't. I mean, it's that close. It's unbelievable to have that kind of a session. And it was as close as you got a little bit further back too. I mean, those guys, put up an amazing number, but from first to fourth, it was only 4/10, or first to fifth, it was only 4/10 of a second. This class has been absolutely superb. As we're just cycling through some of our onboard shots here, as a look at Ed Brown in the 02.
Yeah, it'll work out in the favor of this car as well, because this is going to be a lengthy caution period. Ed Brown, he's the gentleman driver in the 02 car. He's in the GT overall category. You don't have to have a pro driver and an amateur in that class, but it is Guy Cosmo. He is a pro. Ed is not. But this is going to give Ed a good opportunity now to get a lot of time behind the wheel.
All right, as we're watching some of these onboard shots, let's check in with pit lane. We saw the 55 BMW in earlier. Its driver was Bill Oberlin. He's out. He's with Kelly.
Yeah, he had made up a couple of spots on track, but then we saw contact with a PC car. Bill, what happened?
I gave him a lot of room. I saw him coming, gave him a lot of room. He went in, and I don't know why he just hit me in the right rear corner, spun me out. Then we pitted. We put on a new set of Dunlop tires, and we're in a phase of, for the next couple hours, we're going to just tune this car up, so we're ready to do battle in the last hour.
Okay, because you had said part of your strategy was going with a very conservative setup to conserve tires. Do you think that was working out for you in that first stint?
I mean, they stayed right under us the whole time. Everything was fine. Now we need to start acting a little bit more aggressive, so we start to pick up the pace and see where the limits are going to be.
What's the strategy here? Will you get back in to finish off the duties in the 55, or will it be up to Jorg?
We kind of leave that open. They're thinking I'm going to finish it, but whoever is the biggest bullet in the gun between Jorg and I, that's the guy that's going to do the finishing.
All right, thanks, Bill.
Well, and that points out something that is absolutely so important to see success in endurance racing, is put the ego in the holster.
Yeah.
And whoever on that day, these are all top flight, world-class talents. On any given day, one might just have the feel, be a little more in the zone, whatever cliche you may want to use, but it's true. And it's like, so if you're a really good endurance driver, you say, you know what, today it's his day, put him in the car.
Yeah.
And that's how you see success.
Yeah, indeed. And you need a little bit of luck at this level as well. And perhaps, we saw the bad luck in the early stages for that car. It was tipped into a spin. I think the 16 car has made a pit stop. Johnny Mollum has just made a pit stop for Dyson Racing. The only one, I think, of the overall leaders to come into the pit lane. There is the sister number 7 car from Motion Services Racing, there's number 7 car, but you know, for Bill Aublin and number 55 car, they had that instant, they made that early pit stop, but now this full course caution is going to enable them to cycle back into very much in contention. I think they're probably going to be in 3rd, probably 4th place when we go back to green flag racing, and very much back in the offing here.
Absolutely, we get the report now. Pits will be open this time for GT cars. So Jamie had talked about those cars that maybe were in a little bit of issue with fuel, the 01, the 45. Well, they should be able to make it around, get into pit lane, and not have to do the emergency service, which will require another pit stop and really set them back.
It is, and incidentally, Johnny Mollem in that number 16 car for Dyson Racing, he did remain on the lead lap with our overall race leader. Also, the number 055 car and the 37 in P2. They were trapped behind the pace car, but they got the pass around. That's one of the things that they do in the American Le Mans Series in order to make sure that with 5 classes of car in the field, to make sure that some of the lower classes, the other classes, aren't disadvantaged by the timing of a full course caution. Anybody that's on the same lap as the leader in that class is able to move on around the pace car and rejoin at the back of the field. So it doesn't give them an unfair advantage, it just puts them back in the same situation they were before they went to the full course caution period. So now we have 2 cars on the lead lap in P1 and 3 cars on the same lead lap in P2.
Oh,
Again,
it's going to be
news
good.
there for David Heinemeier Hansen, that number 37 car.
Absolutely, as we're watching the field cycling around the safety car, behind the safety car. I like that was a great way to explain what they were doing when they do that wave around. It doesn't give those cars getting the wave around an advantage, but it prevents them from being severely disadvantaged. And
That's
I think,
exactly right.
yeah, that's great. Huge crowd on hand here. One thing we've been just marveling at here is the number of people that have shown up and set up camp here for this event. I think they knew this was going to be something special unfolding here this weekend, and they have come out in droves. And so far, it's been an entertaining race. Here we go. The pit's open, and we see some of the GT Challenge cars certainly making their way down pit lane.
Yeah, I think some GT cars in as well, I would have thought.
And there's the number 11 is in.
And it was still Hanel Benitez Jr. who led the class in GTC in car number 31. This is the teammate car. Enrique Cisneros getting out. Jerome Blakemolen climbing aboard this car.
And meanwhile, the 01 has made it stop. They're in.
And it'll be a driver change. Johannes van Overbeek helping his co-driver and team owner Scott Sharp get his belts done. Crew putting the fuel in right now. No other work can be done in the American Le Mans Series until the fueling is complete. They are going to take on 4 new Michelin tires. This car, it already looks like it's been through battle. There are dings and bumps on the front end of the car. Still going to run strong. Kelly?
We also had a driver change at the 45 Flying Lizards Porsche. Jörg Bergmeister out and Patrick Long is now in as they've finished fueling up this car and getting new Michelins. And Patrick's saying it could be a tire wear battle. He expects to see a lot of other cars falling off at the end of their tire stints. He'll start this one with 4 fresh Michelins. And this is a team that has nothing left to do but go out there and go for the win.
Absolutely, and it was interesting. Did you see that when Pat got behind the wheel of the car, he is not quite as tall, shall we say, as Mr. Bergmeister, and that there was an adjustable setting on that steering column that immediately helped him get into his seating position. Obviously, they run a little bit different position inside the car. There's a look at Pat as he is out, and I think that's a good point. This has been one of those seasons. I was marveling that it wasn't until I think it was the 5th round of the championship that they got something better than outside of the top 5, and they got the win. But that's how intense this GT category is. You can see Jörg Bergmeister right now, as we're looking at him up in the pit box, looks a bit frustrated and just not pleased with how that may have unfolded. So now it's up to Pat Long to see what he can do as this battle unfolds. Yeah, it's certainly gone a lot better since that win in the 4th round of the championship. They should have had another win, or could have had another win at the very next race, but had a problem. They failed the stall test at the end of the race. There's all of the cars have an engine restrictor. They're all some kind of a restrictor, whatever size it is, to restrict the amount of air that goes into the engine to try and basically balance the performance. There's all sorts of different
sizes of engine in the GT class, so they try and equalize the horsepower. They do that by restricting the amount of air that goes into the engine. More air goes into the engine, more horsepower you produce. So that air restrictor has to hold a vacuum at the end of the race. It had been damaged, the intake system had been damaged during the race. It failed on the number 45 car, and so the car was thrown out. So that was a big disappointment for those guys, but they come back strong. They've been very, very competitive ever since.
And a great driver lineup, both of them multiple champions in the category. And, you know, to have one of these off years, if you will, when you've had a lot of success can be very frustrating. But these two guys, it's just, all right, here's what we have to do. We just put our heads down. They've got some personnel on the pit box and working the guns in that pit stall that produce some magic, both in terms of strategy and execution in pit lane as well.
Yeah, they do. They've certainly got a great mastermind selection down there in the pit lane, so they do a fantastic job. And it's interesting because it's a new Porsche this year, wider front tires, wider bodywork on the front as well, so a lot more grip all around. And initially the drivers are very, very happy with it, but they struggled to get a proper balance with that car. One of the drivers found to be consistent, and it really wasn't until the fourth race of the season that they really found that balance. And at Lime Rock Park, they've shone, and from there on in, then they've got the car to their liking, and they've been very competitive and running right at the sharp end of this super competitive GT field.
Watching some of the LMP Challenge pit stops, the 05, the pole-sitting car came in, and Bennett got out. Colin Brown getting on board. Here's the team 06 of points leader Alex Popoff. I would suspect he is turning over to Tom Kimber-Smith, who is sharing the driver duties with him this weekend. And we also saw the number 25 Hewlett-Packard Future Electronics Dempsey Racing entry. Henri Richard getting out, and Duncan Endy climbing behind the wheel of that car. Kimber-Smith indeed behind the wheel now. Class winner at Le Mans this year. And there's the 66 GTC Porsche that has been through the wars already. With the 24 behind it, Competition Motorsports entry. Field continues to cycle under caution. Once they do that first wave by, then whatever happens in pit lane happens, and you assume your position on track when you head out. Boy, they're obviously, that car's had a couple of moments out on track, and they're obviously just putting some tape on in a few spots here. And here we go. The field now packed up behind the safety car. And watching for how things have cycled through, and it shows that in that GT category, Milner in the number 4 Corvette leads the 44 of Marco Holzer, and he's been he's a factory driver, so you know he's good. But that pole he uncorked at Road America really let some people stateside here realize what a special talent he is, and he's in the number 44 entry, then the 02, the Tequila Patron Ferrari of Ed Brown. Then Jonathan Somerton filling in for an absent Joey Hand in the number 56 BMW. Joey racing in the DTM Championship this weekend. And then 5th in class, the team number 55 of Jörg Mueller, who had taken over for Bill Overland right before that yellow unfolded. And the pole sitter and early leader, the 01, that had been in the hands of Johannes van Overbeek, is now being driven by team owner Scott Sharp. And you can see we are expecting to be going back to green. Everybody is starting to scrub up and get ready, getting not only the heat in the tires, but getting any kind of junk and debris off of the tires after going through this long caution period at this point. And again, we're at 1 hour, 20 minutes plus a few seconds in this one. We're riding on board with Pat Long.
Yeah, I think the scoring there is a bit misleading because of the cars coming into the pit lane here, so we have to wait until they come around again and exactly see what that order is. But I'd be surprised if it wasn't the 01 car in the front of the GT field having made that pit stop before this caution.
Yeah, lights out on the pace car, and you see how much Klaus was laying back. He did not want to run up on that pace car at all as they come down through this section. Now he starts to pick the pace up. Down through turn 17, they call it the hog pen here, and he gasses it up to pick up the green flag, and that gave himself a nice little margin here over that car sitting in second. And boy, has he checked out already. That was a great restart. Now the car that is sitting second in your screen is back a few laps. That is the number 20 Dyson entry, and here is a intense P2 battle between the 95 of Gonzalez, the 37 of David Hannemeyer Hansen, split by a couple of LMP Challenge machines.
Yeah, which have both got fast drivers behind the wheels. Yeah. I think it's Bruno Junqueira is at the wheel of car number 9, so that car's always fast. And number 52, I think it's still Rudy Junko at the wheel of the number 52 car for PR1 Matheson Motorsports. he was slightly off the pace in the early stage of this race. That car is a lap down to, no it's not, it's actually leading PC. Wow, how's that? For some reason it's leading in PC now, but he certainly struggled in the early stages. So during that round of pit stops, the number 52 team have managed to get that car to the front of the field, and surprisingly way back in 14th place overall.
Oh boy, this is going to be an interesting one. We're just getting a report that the number 16, the ModSpace Dyson Lola Mazda running the Flybridge system here, is going to have to do a stop and restart. And the reason for that is apparently they were refueling the car and the engine was running, and that is expressly forbidden in the rules. So a penalty there. Meanwhile, there is David Hannemeyer Hansen, who's working his way by the 52 of Rudy Junco, the LMP Challenge leader, and gets clear there so he can continue his attack on the P2 lead of Ricardo Gonzalez in the team level 5 entry. And we're also watching Bruno Junqueira starting to close up on the back of Junco in this battle for the LMP Challenge lead.
It's a costly mistake though for Dyson Racing. Johnny Molam at the wheel of that car. He's not been driving regularly in the American Le Mans Series, unfortunately, this year. But if he didn't cut that engine off, then that is a penalty, and he'd have to serve it. And that'll be very, very costly. Here he comes.
Yeah, and this is literally, it's a drive-in. You have to turn the engine off during refueling and then restart under your own power. And when you just sit there idling, what they make you do is come in and shut off, then restart, as you should have done. And there's always the fear, of course, is it going to refire? Now they're doing it down in the penalty box, so there's nobody there if it doesn't start to help. And there he goes, paid the penalty and has driven away, but has lost a lot of valuable track time.
Yeah, and it was a smart move to bring him in during that caution period and top it off with fuel. It would enable him to run a little bit longer, because he came into the pits a couple of laps earlier, or 4 laps earlier indeed, on the first stint than the number 6 car. But this will have negated any potential advantage there.
Now checking out our GT battle, and you're on board with the leader. And that is the number 17. That is the Falcon Tire Porsche. Wolf Hensler doing the driving, that had that stunning win for the 2nd consecutive year at the most recent round a couple of weeks back in Baltimore. And then it is your leader, the number 4, and then the number 44 of Marco Holzer. That is the team E-Silicon Osmo Nutrition entry, is having a very solid run. Made that work well during the caution, certainly at this stage. And getting ready for it here, watching this unfold. Meanwhile, lots of activity down in pit lane. Our pit reporters were busy. Let's check in with them. Here's Jamie.
The number 01 and number 02 Ferraris from Extreme Speed Motorsports both took the opportunity to pit under that full course caution. The 01 came in first. Ed Brown is now behind the wheel. His co-driver Guy Cosmo up on the pit box coaching him through it. He just told him over the radio, mind your business, stay calm, stay focused. He's keeping a close watch, as is Johannes Van Overbeek, who handed over to his co-driver and team owner Scott Sharp during that launch caution period. Both Ferraris are in top shape right now, and they're fighting to get back to the front.
A bit further down pit road, just before the full course caution came out, the number 4 Corvette came and did a full service pit stop. Tommy Milner now behind the wheel, as well as the 56 BMW. They also made a driver change. The 55 BMW came in a few laps before that caution after they had contact with a PC car, and Bill Oberlin telling me after he got out that they were pretty conservative in that first stint, but now they're going to push it up and start getting aggressive. Jörg Mueller now driving that, and once we got to the full course caution, it was the number 45 Flying Lizards Porsche that came in to make its pit stop. Jörg Bergmeister got out. Patrick Long now behind the wheel.
And been watching, thanks, as we've been watching this battle here, watching Wolf Hensler fight for everything he was worth to keep those guys behind him and not go down a lap. And I'm surprised at why he would have been where he was at that stage. So easy for them to catch after that yellow. I wonder, did they pit him very late and top him off to try and stretch a fuel window, do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe they did. And I don't know when it came onto pit lane. It's shown those having made 2 pit stops. And as you say, now a lap down to the leader. And they're in 2nd place now. It's number 44 car of Marco Holzer, who has done, again, a sterling job. He's made a pit stop earlier before the caution period came out, so that vaulted him towards the front of the field. And that mistake that we didn't see, I didn't remember seeing it, with the ESM car, the Ferrari, dropped it back, because that should have been right up at the sharp end here as well, with Scott Sharp at the wheel.
There's a look at your class leaders as we are approaching an hour and a half into this race, but still 2 hours and 30 minutes of action to remain here at VIR.
When it comes to fun family getaways, it's got to be Holiday Inn Club Vacations. Room to be yourself.
First day of spring. Oh, my battery is perfect.
Yep, we've been on a battery tender for 6 years.
Well, I wish I could say the same.
What do you mean?
Old man forgot to plug me in.
Yeah, before I was on a battery tender, I flatlined. Ouch.
Well, at least this couldn't get any worse.
Don't let your batteries become a statistic. Connect a Deltran battery tender. Available at these fine retailers. If it's not a Deltran battery tender, it's just a pretender.
Duck. Duck. Goose.
Our technology builds some of the best tires in the world. Because when it comes to performance, we don't just play around.
Cheater, we said no 360s.
Who's up for some leapfrog?
Welcome back to the American Le Mans Series at VIR, the first visit of this series to this great venue, and it's always difficult to come to a new track for the first time. So Michelin and their great engineers work very hard to make that transition smooth. Here is your Michelin tire tip.
With this being the first race here at Virginia International Raceway, every minute of track time counts. Teams like Corvette Racing have lap simulations that allow them to evaluate different options for gearing, mechanical balance, and aero balance. The payoff is that the car comes off the transporter needing only minor tuning to find a good setup. But a key factor in those simulations is having an accurate model of the tire behavior that can predict the grip level and the rolling radius, meaning how the tires will react on each rotation and how that will affect the car balance and ultimately the performance. Michelin and its partner teams work together to regularly refine and improve the simulation and modeling tools so that the teams don't have to worry about the tires and they can focus on winning races.
And that pays off for Michelin's ultra high performance street tires too, as Michelin applies that same approach to tires for a number of top sports cars that they supply. So you bet it does trickle down, to be sure. What they learn on the track ends up on the road in terms of building a safer tire. We hop on board now with Jan Magnussen on board, one of the Corvettes, the number 3. It's a car that got into it early and has had some damage. They have had to get that car fixed, literally put on a brand new front nose section in terms of the bodywork. Fortunately, the structural supports behind it were okay, but they had to put on a whole new nose section and get that car back out. Going back to our GT Challenge category right now, and there is your leader, the number 34. That is the Fusion Green Hornet Racing entry. Currently the driver that put it on pole, a series-leading 5th pole in a class for Damian Faulkner here this weekend, and he leads it right now over the car that is part of the points leader from Alex Job Racing. Lee Keane doing the driving right now. It is Cooper McNeil who leads in the points, his co-driver, with the number 11, that beautiful yellow Hertz Evident Capital entry from JDX Racing. 3rd with Michael Valiente on board. 4th is the 30 Momo NGT car of Jerome Bleekemolen. And right now, he's on board, and he is quick.
Yeah, he is, and there we're on board with him there. There is, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 in GTC going up through the the green car in front, on board now again with Jerome Bleekemolen in 4th place. That is Michael Valiente directly in front of him, Michael Valiente, he's a star. He didn't have hardly any time at all in a Porsche before the start of the season. It took him no time at all to become competitive, and he's now running a very strong 3rd place. Right in front of Valiente is Lee Keane, and then Damian Faulkner not too far in front of them either. This is a great battle developing in GTC.
Well, it's one of those moments that you kind of wait for, don't you? Because in the GT Challenge category, it is a requirement that you have to have one amateur driver along with a pro in the cars, and the way that they continue to do it is the amateur drivers usually start, so they do their driver changes in sequence. So the amateurs are racing the amateurs, the pros are the pros. And folks, the pros in GT Challenge, although this may be, as some people view it, as the 5th class, the pros in these cars are top tier drivers, and when they all hop on board these machines, it's showtime, and it is spectacular.
Yeah, they're all multiple champions. All the pros in this class are all multiple champions in all sorts of different series. So as you say, a massive amount of experience. You can see a move being made there for 3rd and 4th place in the class. No, it's actually the 48 car, isn't it, coming through?
Yeah.
Okay, my mistake there, but it's Jerome Bleekemolen lets the GT car go past. Number 48 car much quicker on overall pace, not so much on the straightaway. You can see the difference in the width of these cars. The GTC cars ahead of there. Look at that difference there as the GT car goes to the inside of the GTC car through turn 4. The GTC car is much narrower, production-based, well, all production-based cars, but much more production qualities about that GTC car than a much more heavily modified GT car. Much wider tires on that car, and because the car is much narrower than the GTC car, it's very, very slippery in a straight line.
Yeah, it's close in terms of the horsepower of a GT car. Not quite as much, but that in a straight line with that very slippery narrowness of the car makes up for it, makes them just diabolical to try and get past. Once you get into the braking zones where the aero starts to really play, that GT2 car, or the GT car, has that wide stance, the much bigger wing, the much more aggressive aero on the lower splitter and at the back of the car. Once all that starts to come into play, that's where they make up massive amounts of time. Watching Bob Fayetta in the Competition Motorsports number 24, in that car in the hands of the starting driver, Michael Avenatti, had a bit of an off earlier, and looks like they may have been into it again. We're getting the report. Oh, look at that. That is the 055. Got into it, and that is huge because that massive damage to the rear deck of that 055 entry. That's Christophe Bouchou, and trying to just make a pass in a very difficult spot. Got into the 24, but the real story there is the amount of damage to the back of the 055, Jeremy.
Absolutely. And Bouchou, I think we didn't see that, but he must have made a pit stop during that caution period. That number 055 car, Scott Tucker handed over the wheel to Christophe Bouchou. Bouchou had just set the fastest lap of the race in the P2 category, still running in 3rd place before he made that move there on the GTC car. And I'm wondering, is he going to get called for a penalty there?
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly they've given themselves a penalty with all that damage on the back, because that's just going to affect the airflow to the rear wing and the back of the car completely. But you're right that if that is judged to be avoidable contact, they'll have to, come in, fix it, go out, come back in, do a stop and hold. It's going to really destroy their race, certainly, and possibly their championship run right now. Meanwhile, looking at this GTT battle, and look who's coming up. Watch these guys as they come up over this curve.
Wow.
Look at that.
Cool.
Phenomenal.
And that's David Heinemeier Hansen right behind him as well in car number 37. And he's in 2nd place overall, so he got past Ricardo Gonzalez in car number 95. We talked about it at the top of the show, this fabulous battle in P2 between Level 5 Motorsports and Conquest Endurance.
It's going back to a replay. Watch for this here. Look on the left of the screen. You're on board the 95, and there comes David Heinemeier Hansen. and makes that pass.
Yeah, that Morgan Nissan, it really gets the power down very, very well coming out of tight corners, such as the Oak Tree turn, which was the previous corner, leading onto the back straight here. It really's got a lot of horsepower coming off that corner. The turbo engine in that HPD, that little Honda turbo, 2.8 litres, doesn't get the power down quite as well. A bit of turbo lag on that engine, and it doesn't get on the giddy up quite as quickly as does the Morgan Nissan. So great parts there by David Heinemeier Hansson, and after all the dramas they've had, he's back in the lead of the class and second place overall.
And Gonzalez just doing a nice job right now as he's pushing through. And there you go, Jeremy. We just get word that the penalty has come down along with the damage to the 055 of Christophe Bouchou. They also now are going to have to do a stop and hold for 60 seconds for avoidable contact. And boy, I tell you, this is playing, as we're watching all of these cars with these prototypes coming through, playing into Damian Faulkner's hands beautifully, because everybody has at some point gotten checked up, and he now finds himself with the biggest margin that we have seen right now of almost 2 seconds. There you can see it, the green Porsche, there's the white Porsche, second in class, and that's all how traffic has played out, and in this case, except as I say that, Faulkner's off. Something went terribly wrong there, and that car went off track. Keane is by. Here comes the Dyson car on the other end. And look at this. Valiante's going to try it. Oh, and Faulkner, that was a smart move. Saw him coming and opened it up just enough so that they didn't have more contact.
I think he might have a puncture.
I think he might be right.
Yeah, that car's sliding around all over the place. I think a puncture on that green Hornet Porsche, car number 34. The car is slithering around all over the place. Damian Faulkner did a masterful job to hang on to it, but the right-hand side of the car looks okay. Actually, so does the left. But there's some sort of a problem.
They're saying
yeah,
rear
is
the
right
radio.
Right rear, there it is.
Yeah, you can see it now.
Yeah, oh boy, what a shame. Peter Lasafre did a really nice opening stint. Damian Faulkner running out front there, and he's picked up some debris or run off the road or whatever it is. He got a puncture on that right rear. You can see it going down right now, and he's going to limp that car back to the pit lane.
It's stunning, isn't it? 5 times he's put this car on pole, and they have but one win, and it's because of just weird things that have cropped up and prevented them from more visits to the victory lane, and as a result, a better placing in terms of hopes for the championship. They're second, essentially. Lee Keane is partnered with the points leader, Cooper McNeil, and he sits second. So they're effectively second in the championship, and once again, they have just one of those racing things that comes in and creates this issue.
Massive championship implications in a couple of different classes within a couple of laps, and poor Damian Faulkner, he's got to limp this car back an awful long way. It was probably 2.5 miles he's got to limp that car back to the pit lane.
And Matt Bergen's on the radio with Damian Faulkner telling him, you need to keep the car safe. We need you to protect this car, get it back in one piece. I know it's going to take a long time, but we need you to be patient, get it back, and we'll take care of the tire.
Well, Jamie, that's such a good point. If you push too hard when the tire is in that state and it starts to flail off the carcass, it just starts chewing up bodywork at best. At worst, it can get into suspension components and damage them as well, and then you've got a very, very long stop. So a nice job there by Damian to bring it in as quickly as he could. And on the other end of pit lane, you see the 055 now on that long stop and hold.
Well, and the team saying that Christophe Bouchou essentially didn't even know that he had hit anything. There had no reports from him. The team asking him, you know, did you feel that? How much damage? What's done? He didn't even seem to know that he had made contact with that GTC car, although there was some damage done, but the team doesn't seem to think they're going to bring him back in, as we see Bouchou serving that stop and hold for 60 seconds, which must feel like an eternity sitting down there in the penalty box.
Yeah, Bouchou's going to be steaming there. You know, he was pretty much past the Porsche. I'd like to see a replay of that, whether we had that full. I didn't really sort of pay full attention to it when the incident first happened. It was a very quick shot. But that's a very costly penalty. Look, he has come out now a whole lap behind the number 37 car. So it's the 37 car, second overall. There it is, the orange and grey Morgan Nissan, car number 37. David Heinemeier Hansson still at the wheel, 1 hour and 40 minutes to go. He's done a good long stint in this race.
He sure has.
He's driving very, very nicely. And here is Christophe Bouchou, and he is mad.
And let's go back for a quick moment here and see what happened with that number 34 Porsche that we now see completing its stop with the fresh set of tires and heading back out. But let's take a look at it. Just happened out of frame. Watch here. Coming through this section of track.
This is a 95 car.
Oh, boy. There you go. Contact again. That was the team level 5 machine. And then you could see that car immediately, when it got back on the track, had problems. You can see starting to squirm, clearing the path to let the JDX car through, because I think Damien at that point knew something was wrong with that car, and now they are in catch-up mode.
Number 34 just came in for a pit stop. They had to completely change the right rear tire. I had a chance to talk to Peter Lasofre, owner and the co-driver. He was very, very upset. It seems like there was some contact with a prototype. Very upset, saying again, another prototype.
Yeah, and rightly so. I mean, that was a pass there that Ricardo Gonzalez really shouldn't have made. I don't think he dived in at the very last minute. Damien Faulkner's a professional driver. He knows who is closing on him and how fast the closing speeds are. If he feels the prototype is going to if he's going to get in the way of a prototype, he'll get out of the way, or he'll signify his intentions pretty clearly to the driver who's following him. And clearly on that occasion, from what we saw on that onboard camera, the prototype just dived down the inside way too late. He didn't telegraph that maneuver at all, and I think there's going to be another penalty coming for the second of the level 5 cars, which is, I guess, in some ways good news for level 5 motorsports, because at least it will even them out, and they won't need to pull the team orders like they did a few races ago and park the number 95 so the 055 car can go through. Look at the back of the picture.
Oh, the 95 got up on two wheels and bicycled. Yeah, it was. That
crazy dive bomb maneuver. And poor old Damien Faulkner, he's leading the class, doing everything right and completely out of his control.
Now watch the 11 coming up behind, trying to take advantage, follow the 20 through, almost contact there.
Now, tried to sort of try to dissuade him from making the move, but he didn't. That was no harm, no foul there, and he kept control of the car. Did very well indeed, because that was a scary moment for Damien Faulkner.
Well, I think after he made that dissuasive maneuver, and then he straightened it up. I think he immediately realized, uh-oh, I've got a problem on the back. And because it started to squirm even when he tucked in behind, and he got out of it in a big hurry. So tough development, but playing exactly in to the number 22 WeatherTech Porsche from Alex Job Racing with Lee Keane and points leader Cooper McNeil.
Yeah, but Michael Valianti hanging right there in second place in the class in GTC, and Jerome Blakemolen, well, you can see him, the Momo car, he's only maybe 50 yards behind. This is the first with the white and black car, then the gold car, and there the Momo car in third place. That is Jerome Blakemolen, and he's a multi-time champion in the Porsche Super Cup in Europe. Is Jerome Blakemolen. Just an amazing amount of success he has had in GTC competition over here. Won the championship, of course, last year for Black Swan Racing. And then this year, he's driven for three different teams prior to this weekend, and won with each of them. So now, a new team to him, NGT Motorsports, trying to win his 4th race of the season. He's only made 4 starts in GTC this year, trying to win for the 4th time for 4 different teams. Absolutely amazing.
Well, I think we talked about this in the qualifying show yesterday, where we said it appears in the GTC class, if you want to win a championship, there's some wonderful drivers that are wanting to drive this. If you want to win a race, you hire Jerome.
You do.
That simple. And we are on board with him right now, the master, to be sure. In these types of cars, he has just proven to be truly exceptional. And doing some prototype racing as well, and certainly very, very quick there, to be sure. But boy, he just seems he slides into a Porsche of any type, and it's pretty much like a glove for this man, to be sure, at this stage. Watching this battle, GTC, and it is, boy, this is some good stuff. Meanwhile, and we get word the 095 is going to make its pit stop, and it is a penalty, a stop and hold again for that avoidable contact. So that's the scenario right now. And there is Klaus Graf, who's got himself right now a very comfortable lead with the issues with the 16, a couple of stops there, and certainly with the 20 car, he's out front by almost a minute. And again, we're seeing a P2 car playing a serious role in the overall scenario.
Yeah, we are indeed. And for the second race in a row, we've had a P2 car having a penalty for avoidable contact. It's the third 3 cars running regularly in this class. They've all had now in the last 2 races that same stop and hold penalty. But I'll tell you what, that the incident the number 95 car was called for just now, just making its penalty stop. That was a lot more egregious from my perspective than was the incident between the 055 and the 24 a little while ago, but the same penalty.
And that is the 37 of David Hannemeyer Hansen, while all of that action unfolding with the 2 level 5 cars. has been able, as we said, to put up, whoa, some pretty good number. Boy, he just does love to hustle that thing. And you know, the funny thing is, when he has moments like that, has an off or whatever, some drivers it would, oh, that scared me. I got to back it off a little bit. Not this guy. He just keeps going after it and sits second overall right now.
He does, but you can see now the car behind him, that was behind him, the 055 of Christoph Bouchou is now ahead of David Heinemeier Hansson. So just ahead of this car on the road is the 05 car, and behind him on the road is the 95 having served his penalty. So I think the 95 hasn't served, 95 has not yet served his penalty. No, so he's still running in third place overall, about 12 seconds behind the number 37 car, but he still will have to serve this penalty. And the 05 car, the teammate for this machine, has served its penalty and has regained the lead lap on the number 37 car.
Here's another look at that move that promoted or generated the need for the penalty here. Watch the back of the frame. Watch that black level 5 car get up on 2 wheels. I mean, that wasn't on.
No, it wasn't on. And it's a shame for Ricardo Gonzalez, because I tell you, he drove a fantastic race like 2 weeks ago in Baltimore, drafted into this team to drive with Luis Diaz. And he got hardly, I think he got 8 or 10 laps prior to the race and drove a brilliant first stint, did Ricardo Gonzalez. But unfortunately, this time his enthusiasm got ahead of him a little bit, and he had an incident that's going to be costly. Uh-oh.
No, we watching the 37. It looks like a left front may have gone down. And boy, this P2 class is just fraught with activity here. And he's now, the number 3 Corvette has gone off as well. That's an oak tree. Let's see if he can back it up and continue here. That's Jan Magnussen. And all right, so he's got it backed up now. He's going to be able to continue. Boy, Jan Magnussen struggling today. Just lots of things, not of his own doing, getting caught up in that first lap melee. But now watch what happens here. He was just trying to, I think, not get into the back perhaps of the 56, and it skated a little on him and got him up in the marbles and the oak tree fuzz, as some others have said.
Yeah, that's right. You get off line through that corner, and it's very, very slippery out there. And then you can see, unable to prevent the car from going into the barriers into the tires fairly heavily, but certainly not nearly as much damage as there was earlier in the race. But this has been a really, really disappointing day for poor Jan Magnussen.
Yeah, but they're running out of noses for that 3 car. That's part of the issue. And here is David Heinemeier Hansson.
With that flat left front. Boy, that's the cost again. He's had to do almost a complete lap to bring this car back to the pit lane. So again, it's going to cost him an awful lot of time. He's got to be patient. He can't afford to push this car too hard. He's still coming down the back straightaway, so he's still got a little way to go to the pit lane.
No, it won't. So that will be Luis Diaz taking over driving duties for Ricardo Gonzalez. Now, both level 5 cars getting penalized for avoidable contact. The 055 with Christoph Bouchou already served a stop and hold for 60 seconds. The 95 has also been penalized. So once they go green, they're also going to have to come in and stop and hold for what will feel like an eternity. And the team manager telling me both these drivers didn't even realize that they had made contact. One with both of them with GTC cars.
Well, I think that's...
So we see Luis Diaz fires up. He's out of pit lane, but he'll be back.
Conquest Racing also pitting during this lap. He overshot the pit box just a little bit. They do have to push the car back. It's not going to hurt him too bad because level 5 does have to come back to serve that penalty, but that could be a costly mistake. Driver change going on right now. Martin Plowman getting his first taste behind the wheel of the VIR circuit. This could be his last race. He doesn't have sponsorship to run in the final round at Petit Le Mans. He's hoping somebody's going to come forward and get him there. He's not going to take this one for granted, though. He said, I'm going to go out there and I want to get this win for myself and for my team. These guys deserve it. They've worked hard. They've been on the podium, and they have one race win earlier this year at Motorsport. So the team doing everything they can to improve on their first full season of American Le Mans Series competition. I'd say they brought their game mates today.
Oh, I would think so. And I'll tell you, what's staggering to me is it's the first-year team in endurance racing. You've got a driver pairing that has them second in the championship with a shot at the championship, poles, wins, and the lead, the pro driver in that pairing is in question of making the final round of the championship, that's absurd. This guy and this team have shown that they need to come as is to the Petit Le Mans and make that happen.
Yeah, but someone's got to pay for it. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Eric
I understand.
Eric Bachelard runs a very lead operation, and he desperately wants to keep Martin Plowman at the wheel of that car. And here again is the incident there with the 05 car, 055 car running into the 24. And again, he tracked out to the exit of the corner. Yeah, I think that's a fair penalty. I mean, what he should have done, he should have realized he wasn't clear of the 24 before using all the road on the exit of the corner. So definitely a fair penalty there.
Yeah, and I understand visibility is what it is, but just because the car disappears from just outside your helmet visor opening doesn't mean he's not still there.
And it's a pretty quick corner, that one as well.
And you just and those cars you're passing can't hit the disappear button. They're on their piece of track. So
and he's just assuming, the guy in the 24 is assuming that the 055 car is going to give him room on the exit. He's got his foot flat in it. He's going as fast as he can through that corner, trying not to lose time. He knows the 055 car is on his inside, and he has absolutely every right to expect it to just give him a little room on the exit. But Christophe Bouchou clearly misjudged it there, despite his massive experience.
Well, and you know what? Every rule book pretty much states that is the overtaking car's responsibility to execute a clean, safe pass. Now, that doesn't mean you don't expect to get a little help from the guy you're passing, but in that situation, that car, the 24, was as far tracked out as he could get without getting into the junk and going off track himself. So obviously Bouchou a little over aggressive there. There's the 95, the team car, now serving its penalty for that big hit with the number 34 entry that got him up on two wheels. Now the reports are that they said that neither of the drivers realized that they'd actually hit another car, and you wonder how could that be with that number 34 machine. But he hit that curb so aggressively that he may not have realized that he had gotten into the 34 when he bicycled up. He may have just thought that that happened from that massive contact with the curb. So that's where we sit in that story right now. It's Graf leading in P2 is Christophe Bouchou after everything that has unfolded in that problem for David Hunnemeyer-Henson. Leading in GT is Tommy Milner, up to 6th overall in the number 4 Corvette. Leading in the PC category is the number 05 of Colin Brown. And leading in GTC right now, it is Lee Keen in the WeatherTech Porsche. The IMSA GT3 Challenge by Yokohama is not only an ultra-competitive spectacle, it is also a proving ground for young sports car racers with hopes of a career. Sean Johnston has proven to be just such a rising star. He is a rookie in the truest sense, new to the sport itself. Yet with only 4 races remaining coming into this weekend's doubleheader at Virginia International Raceway, he led the championship with 10 total podiums, including 5 seconds and 4 wins. After winning for the 5th time yesterday from pole, he came into today's 13th round with a chance to clinch as a rookie with a finish of 4th or better. His response? No nerves, no excessive caution. He responded with win number 6 and a significant professional title.
When it comes to fun family getaways, it's got to be Holiday Inn Club Vacations. Room to be yourself.
First day of spring. Oh, my battery is perfect.
Yep, we've been on a battery tender for 6 years.
Well, I wish I could say the same.
What do you mean?
Old man forgot to plug me in.
Yeah, before I was on a battery tender, I flatlined. Ouch.
Well, at least this couldn't get any worse.
Don't let your batteries become a statistic. Connect a Deltran battery tender. Available at these fine retailers. If it's not a Deltran battery tender, it's just a pretender.
Hey, man. You're supposed to work up a sweat doing the work, not starting your equipment. A friend of mine who's a fireman told me this is what they use when they need stuff to start. This SEF has no ethanol in it, so it can sit in there for months and start up easy every time. Plus, it's pre-mixed with oil, so you can pitch this stuff. Try SEF, the perfect fuels for gas-powered tools.
It's not just what we gave the new Corvette 427 that makes it special. It's what we didn't.
Just over 2 hours remain here at Virginia International Raceway. The overall race leader, Muscle Milk Pickett Racing, just made their scheduled pit stop. Lucas Moore has now taken over driver duties for Klaus Groff. It was clean fuel and new tires, and they're back out.
Boy, with everything that has unfolded behind them here, they have had the opportunity to really make that lead margin pretty substantial at this point.
And just before the halfway stage in the race, so this car is going to need to make, if there's no more yellows, going to need 2 more pit stops before the end, but everything running perfectly on strategy for Muscle Milk Pickett Racing.
That has been what they have been after, a smooth, clean, trouble-free run to be sure. Let's take a look at our Forza mid-race recap as we approach the halfway point. 2 full course cautions. The overall leader is that number 6, Muscle Milk entry, and it has been a day loaded with penalties. Just take a look. I won't read the entire list, but a couple of major ones. That stop and hold for 60 seconds to both of the level 5 Alpina Watches entry in the P2 category. Won the 055 championship leading car. That is a biggie, and some others as well. Stop and goes, stop and holds for various times in a rare one. You don't often have a stop and turn off and restart going to the number 16 for refueling while the engine was running. So it's been lots of penalties and some interesting ones as well. But that stop done, the Muscle Milk machine working by one of those P2 machines from level 5 and continue to put that margin away. That's Christophe Bouchou in the 055, who now sits in the class lead in P2, and 3rd overall is the number 16 now of Mollem doing the driving, has slotted back into 2nd overall, 2nd in P1.
Yeah, running slightly different strategies. We saw the number 16 car for Dyson Racing in the pits about half an hour ago, so we can probably expect another 15 minutes. We'll expect to see the number 16 car onto pit lane for a second time. But Johnny Mollen's been turning some very good laps to the best of 139.5. A couple of seconds or so slower than what Klaus Graf managed, but still running a very good pace considering the fact that Johnny Mollen doesn't do a lot of driving in these prototype cars these days.
Well, Klaus just crawled out from behind the wheel, and there's Jamie.
Here's a flawless stint for Klaus Groff and Muscle Milk Pickett Racing. Klaus, this is a whole new set of ball game for you guys. You've had problems the last couple of races. How is the car today?
Oh, the car is great so far. I mean, we had no problems, you know, at the beginning, at the start, everything went smooth. Car has been really good so far. We made a little adjustment on the tire pressure at the last stop, and it worked out really well. The car is very hooked up now, and so I think at the moment we have everything under control. Still a long way to go. We still got to make no mistakes, and hopefully the car runs trouble-free.
With this being the halfway point of the race now, Dyson having their issues, how challenging will it be for the team to stay focused and motivated?
Well, I mean, I think we just stay in the rhythm. I just did my lap times and stayed in the rhythm. That's the best you can do. And I'm sure Lucas will do the same thing now, so we just look at our own pace and run our own race.
Great set, thank you.
Well, and that's really what you have to do. And too many times this year, this team has seen when they've had pace, they've had everything looking like it's going their way, something crop up that has put them back. And they know that can happen to anybody in the race. And so all you can do is just drive within your limits, but as hard as you possibly can, and let things sort out. And they've done everything they can. They have worked so hard with making sure that some of these problems that they have had will not repeat. The ones that have been caused by some excessive heat, they've worked very hard, as we saw them reaching in, making sure they're pulling any debris out of any inlets to make sure that the cooling is getting where it needs to keep this car running to the finish. And if you think about it, as we take a look back at what's unfolding in GT very quickly, this car, that muscle melt machine, when it debuted at Sebring, it split the Audis for a large part of that race in that combined event. It is wicked quick, and when it runs, it is something to see.
It certainly is a magnificent piece of equipment, and here is our race leader now in GT, Tommy Milner. But look at that car behind him. There it is, the blue shade band on that car. Marco Holzer, the wheel of that number 44 Flying Lizard Porsche. Yes, that is the battle for the lead in GT. Marco Holzer took over that car he's driven that car from the start, but he made his first pit stop before that lengthy caution period. That enabled him to move Volt to the front of the field, and he's, as you can see, maintained place with the Porsche. The 02 car, brilliant opening stint by Guy Cosmo. We saw that car vault ahead of number 4 at the pit stops. Unfortunately, Ed Brown then had a brief off-course excursion. He's now dropped back. I think he's a lap down now, but he's just handed that car. He's in the pit lane.
Actually, the report, Jeremy, just came in that he has gone behind the wall.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
whatever happened with that car, it is serious. But you saw on the screen there, you saw how much Holzer has closed up in the last 5 laps on Gavin at this stage, or at Milner now, behind the wheel of that. And there you can see there is the 02 is pulled back into the paddock area, Jamie.
I just checked in with the crew chief, Jim Malik, for the Extreme Speed Motorsports. He told me they popped the alternator belt. They started to lose voltage. They needed to get that fixed. If you don't get that fixed, you could start losing everything else. They will be back out to race, but the team is working hard right now, and it was a long night for them. They were here until almost 3 o'clock this morning to get that car out to the grid today, so the crew's tired, but nonetheless, they're getting the job done.
They are the unsung heroes of the sport. I don't care what anybody says. You talk about everything, but those crews put in just sometimes horrific hours when things are going wrong. And the drivers go get the massage and the physio and the nap or whatever, or go do sponsor requirements. That these crews are the ones that are there hours on end, making not only these cars fast but safe.
Yeah, and there was a lot of damage to that 02 car yesterday as a result of that incident in qualifying for Ed Brown. So such a shame, particularly after that brilliant opening stint. Here's the number 16 car in the pits from second place.
And they had made a stop sort of out of sequence after one of the long caution periods. Johnny Mollum staying behind the wheel. He told me he is in a bit of a pressure situation, getting called in as the 3rd driver on this team as his teammates try to pursue that championship. They won it last year. Right now it looks like it's going to be fuel only for the 16. And that's exactly what we have. So Johnny Mollum back out. This team knows that they're down on speed. Chris Dyson telling me we're under no illusion that we can go head-to-head with Muscle Milk. We're going to have to hope that they have issues and we run a clean, smart race.
Yeah, a good strategy, I think, there by Dyson Racing. They brought him in during that previous caution period to top off with fuel. And since then, they had that penalty, of course, which they served for not shutting off the engine during that pit stop, so that kind of messed up that strategy. But they're doing the best they can under the circumstances, and it was then time. That was a routine pit stop for the number 16 car, and Johnny Mollum, rather than handing over to Guy Smith with a little bit less now than 2 hours to go in this 4-hour race, so just over half distance. But Guy Smith does not climb aboard, and Johnny Mollum will do another stint, and then in about 40 minutes time we'll see that car back onto pit lane, and Guy Smith will take it to the end.
And we're right in the midst right now of the GTC battle right now, as we were on board briefly there with Bleekemolen, Joel Bleekemolen, sitting 3rd in that category as we hop back on board with him at this point. As a number of the prototypes, a challenge car there is one of the P2 machines goes knifing through. And right up front, that gold number 11 JDX entry, the Hertz Evident Capital machine, is sitting 2nd in the GTC battle. Up front, the 22 of Lee Keane, as traffic has worked through them, has been able to open up a little bit of a margin. But Michael Valiante right now underway. Here is the number 9, one of the PC front runners. The number 9 entry from RSR came in 3rd in class, and turning over now to, I believe, Tommy Dreese will be getting behind the wheel as Junqueira has stepped out.
Yeah, I think that car is already a lap down to the leaders in PC. It is Colin Brown in the 05 car for Core Autosport, already clinched the team championship in PC for the 2nd year in a row. there is the 05 car, Colin Brown at the wheel, and he took that pole position. What a great lap that was.
Oh,
we
wow.
talked about a little while ago by a 1,000th of a second. You see a little bit of damage to the right rear on that car, but now Tommy Dreesy will take out the 9 car. Still running though in 5th place in PC.
You mentioned it going down a lap. Well, remember, it was involved in that first turn of the first lap at the start. Incident, had some damage and spent a while in pit lane. So they are in just fight back trim at this stage. There is the 05, as you pointed out, of Colin Brown leading at just that little bit of damage at the back of the car. Certainly doesn't seem to be hindering that car's speed too much.
Yeah, it's still just 1 lap down to this car. Colin Brown having taken over from John Bennett, but a good comeback certainly by this team. I think a lot of the PC cars were kind of caught out by the timing of that first caution period, fell behind a whole of the GT rank, which is kind of surprising. So Colin Brown showed 11th place overall and leading the class. You can again see that damage on the right rear corner.
Yeah, it all started with that little bit on the back of that right rear, as we're following what's going on Twitter as well. And how do GT and GTC drivers signal to prototype drivers their intentions and where they're going to move to let the prototype pass? Some of it is just hand signals with point buys, but not always that clear with some of the cars. Some of it is you just, you know, Jeremy, I think you just stay out a little bit longer going into a turn to sort of indicate I'm giving you the gap, but you need some real.
Occasionally they'll use their turn indicators, but generally speaking, they'll just say, leave a little bit of room there. It'll be perfectly obvious. If it's a professional behind you, you'll know which way to go.
Number 55 is in, and Kelly, you're there.
And it looked as though perhaps we were going to see Bill Arberlin get back, but no, he was just changing the water bottle for his teammate Jörg Mueller. We said they were going to get more aggressive. BMW trying to win that manufacturer's championship, and the whole team has emphasized that this is very important. At the end of every race, they know exactly what the point scenario is. The team goes over it, tells them exactly what they have to do, and they want to do it not just for BMW, but they also want to do it for the late Scott Remke, whom these guys have so much respect for. Bill Arberlin called him the pit stop guru. He said he was almost clairvoyant. He would know exactly how the pit stops were going to play out, and he was the best of the best.
It was a tremendous strategist indeed, was Scott Remke, and a good all-around guy too. Just a good soul and a tremendous enthusiast for this sport. Yeah, sadly missed indeed.
Yes, by the way, Jerome Bleekemolen has taken the 30 Momo NGT car past the number 11 JDX entry right there of Valiante. That picks up second in class. And I think Scott would have been really pleased with the strategy play they just played there. The driver does not count as a crew member. They sent Arberlin fully kitted up out to do that drinks bottle change, which he could do as a driver, not get in the way of everything else unfolding. Here's a look at how Bleekemolen just picked up second in class, and it was just a beautiful late braking job down into that first turn. That was a bit of beauty right there. 44 is in. Kelly?
We see the driver change. Marco Holzer, the young German who picked up his first pole position of the season, out. He hands it over to his team owner, Seth Nyman. Now, Seth did not participate in the race at Baltimore. He actually tore a muscle in his forearm practicing a driver change. He's got it taped up now. He said he's okay while he's driving, but he said the driver change itself is going to be a bit slow as he still nurses that injury on his forearm. But it didn't seem to hold him up any here, and the 44 back out.
Good stop there. Yeah, no, that was a good stop by Flying Lizard. A great opening stint by Marco Holzer. And that car running very competitive second place in this hotly contested GT class. Now Tommy Milner who leads, but only about less than 4 seconds. Jonathan Somerton is doing a fine job in the number 56 BMW, having taken over from Jörg Mueller, and he's, like I say, less than 4 seconds behind in second place. Then Patrick Long about another 5.5 seconds back in third place in the other Flying Lizard Porsche, car number 45.
We mentioned Somerton is the driver who comes in to replace Joey Hand when Joey is off doing DTM duty for the factory BMW team. And Jonathan's certainly a very adept driver and has filled in very admirably as we sit on board. Jonathan right now down through that final turn. Boy, that's one of those corners. It has almost, in a sense, a diving turn at Lime Rock feel to it, because you've got to carry so much speed to it. And if you really drive the quick line through there, you are running right to the very edge of that track, and there's nothing out there except grass. And if that's the case and you get off on it, it's going to be a wild ride, as we have seen. Big commitment corners, lots of them here at Virginia International Raceway. And that's why it's such a joy to have this series with this caliber of driver here and putting on a show in these GT cars as well as the prototypes and the like. We're getting word that we may be expecting a stop for the number 4 heading down to pit lane. Tommy Milner behind the wheel, leading in GT right now. There's the margin. You see Somerton's BMW right behind him being hounded by one of the LMP Challenge cars. And let's see, let him go through. He does. Boy, he wanted to turn in, but wisely left that door open and let that car come through. Now, the question is going to be, how quick are these stops going to unfold here for the number 4? That was a great stop by the 44. And we'll be keeping an eye on that to be sure. This Corvette team pretty good when it comes to pit stops in their own right. Listening to some of the radio exchanges.
Yeah, Tommy Milner's done a nice, paced himself very nicely through this stint. So running out in the front, they had a lot of pressure earlier on. That did that car from the Ferrari back and forth, trading the lead with Oliver Gavin driving at the wheel of the car then. But now Tommy Milner, he's really come along this season, made quite a few mistakes last year, his first year as a factory Corvette driver, but this year he's really driven very nicely indeed. Fast, consistent, very few mistakes.
And indeed, he folds it into pit lane. There are the speed limit cones on the rev limiter as they work their way down toward the pits for some service from one of the best teams in the business, Corvette Racing.
Yeah, perfect strategy here. They've inside well, just over an hour and 3/4 to go, so there'll be one more pit stop from here.
And Tommy Milner will stay behind the wheel of the number 4 Corvette. This should be a quick pit stop for fuel and tires only. The team going to clean off the windshield. It is a little bit dusty out there today. A lot of dirt being brought back onto the racetrack. That is allowed to be done while the fuel is going in, but that's the only thing. Fuel's still going in. It's just under 30 liters or 110, or just under 30 gallons, 110 liters of E85 fuel. They are going to take 4 new Michelin tires as well. Kelly?
Just down pit lane from there is the 45 Flying Lizards Porsche finishing up its pit stop. There was some discussion whether or not Jörg Bergmeister would make a driver change with Patrick Long. Patrick stayed behind. He'll double stint, and Jörg will get back in to close out this race. It was a clean stop for the 45.
And there you see, it was a great stop by number 4. That Corvette, that crew getting it done, and the Lizards machine as well. Long staying on board and coming out right in the midst of this battle in the GTC category. Bleekemolen not wanting to let that 22. He has worked hard and driven away a little bit from Valiante in the JDX entry and been able to run in to that margin that the number 22 WeatherTech Alex Joe Porsche, there it is, had, and now he's got that GT car. But I think the smart thing there was he let Long go through. He was trying to work the outside, kept his momentum up, but let Long actually take that pass, and now he doesn't have to worry about it and hope that Long can get up and rattle Keen as he works through, maybe get Keen offline, cost him a little bit of time. Problem is, here comes an LMP Challenge car. That's one of the Core Autosport entries, is going to be working its way through. Here we go, the 56 Somerton in the BMW down into pit lane as well. There is this board indicating where the stop is. He's in.
And it looks like they're going to do a driver change. Dirk Mueller expected to be doing the majority of the driving today as the young Jonathan Somerton sort of finds his way with this team. He's got a big challenge on his hands as well, as Dirk Mueller still alive in the Drivers' Championship and certainly wants to defend his title from a year ago, a title that he held with Joey Hand. That driver change is complete. Joey Somerton out. And we know that these BMW drivers have spoken before about their desire to be a little more aggressive on the racetrack. They need to make things happen to secure a championship. They've got a lot of ground to make up, but it was a clean stop here.
And he is away. I've been watching the monitors, and interestingly, here comes the number 4. That's how close it is. So a great stop by the BMW team, as they were quite a bit adrift of the number 4 when that stop sequence began. So
4 or 5 seconds or so. I think it's about the same as it was before, I think. So it's certainly been a good stop. Great stint there by Jonathan Somerton. It's only his 3rd race with this team. and former open-wheel driver, champion in the Atlantic Series, and really struggled to find a rider the last couple of years. Given an opportunity by Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing at Sebring this year, did a nice job. Did some testing before that as well, and a good couple of runs here. And that's a great stint by Jonathan. Kept that car right in contention for the win.
Absolutely, and what I was also going to allude to was the fastest laps that I've been watching in the GT class. The last few laps have been Scott Sharp in the Ferrari. Not a surprise there, the way that car, the pace that it had early, and the 55 BMW. And you heard Oberlin talking about that now. We've been tweaking on the car. Now we want to start pushing it just a little bit and see what we've got. And Jörg Mueller doing that in that 55 entry. And Sharp now, I wonder if he just didn't pit because of, okay.
He did.
And a very long lap time, and that must have been the stop as a result. And meanwhile, we continue to watch Tommy Milner.
Yeah, and so the sequence now, I think, perhaps is completed by most of the leaders, at least in GT. And in P2, the 055 car, Christoph Bouchou, he was in the pits a couple of laps ago, has given up the lead now in P2 to Martin Plowman in car number 37.
Who currently sits still third overall in another great run, even with all of the activity that they have suffered through. But it's Luhr now comfortably out in front of Mollem, then Plowman third overall, first in P2, Bouchou fourth overall, second in P2, and then the number 95 team level 5 entry sits fifth overall, third in the P2 category, and then it is the GT cars of Milner and Mueller. At this stage, leading in PC remains Colin Brown.
Yeah, and those two level 5 cars, the 055 and the 95 car, separated by only about 6 seconds after Bouchou has made his pit stop. So he's got a full tank of fuel. Luis Diaz running a slightly different fuel strategy in a number 95 car. I think we're going to see him close that gap over the next few laps, but there's no doubt also that even if the 95 car is quicker, it won't be allowed to finish ahead of the 055 car because of the championship implications. Just a 12-point advantage for Scott Tucker and Christoph Bouchou over the number 37 team, David Heinemeier Hansen and Martin Plowman coming into this weekend. So the 055 guys need as many points as they can get.
Looking at what's unfolding in GT, we've talked about it. It is Milner leading. It is the 56 BMW, though, that is in second spot right now. Then there is Pat Long in the number 45 Lizards Porsche sits third. Scott Sharp in the 01 Tequila Patron Ferrari is fourth in the team BMW, the 55 entry. Jörg Mueller sits in the fifth spot. And there right now is Dirk Mueller, as he is doing everything he can, not just to stay with, but try and close up a little bit on Milner. And there's still a lot of racing to go. I mean, we've got an hour and 41 plus minutes yet to go in this one. So you wonder, at what point are you pushing hard or are you trying to conserve? We've heard tires are so important. Well, Jonathan Somerton just got out of this car. He's with Kelly.
Jonathan Somerton taking one of those middle stints there in the 56 BMW. And Jonathan, you told me earlier that it's a pretty big challenge and pressure to come into this situation and help your teammate Dirk Mueller win a championship along with the team. What was it like getting out there on that stint?
Yeah, we've done a really hard job at trying to prep the car for the race. The guys have done an amazing job. We started out struggling a little, and Dirk got in the car, figured some things out for qualifying. As we saw, putting it on P2, we were not expecting that at all. Out there in my stint, the car ran consistently the whole time. I think at the end we were the quickest out there at the very last few laps, so it's pretty comforting, and hopefully Dirk can turn this into a win. We're in P2, I think, at the moment, so good luck to Dirk out there.
Thanks a lot, Jonathan.
And Oliver Gavin, the number 4 car, currently leading in the GT category right now, but there's still a lot of racing to go and a championship on the line. What conditions the Corvette in?
I think we're in pretty good shape. I mean, it seems like we seem to be a little bit quicker than the BMW at the start of the stint, and then they come strong towards the end. So it's going to be interesting to see how this sort of plays out, but the Porsches, I think, still right there, and I'm sure one of the Ferraris is going to be right there at the end. So there's still a lot to play for, and it's going to get tricky as the sun starts to go down. Maybe track cools off. There's going to be more dirt brought on. It's going to get quite sort of tricky conditions. So there's still a lot of racing to go.
Can we expect to see you back behind the wheel at the end?
Yes, I'm going to be getting back in about 45, 50 minutes, somewhere around there to do the last stint. So yeah, it's going to be, I'm going to be into the end. So a bit of responsibility for me.
It's also Oliver Gavin's 100th American Le Mans Series race that he's celebrating today.
Yeah, trying to clinch that championship. And speaking of Jonathan Somerton, he did set the best lap in that number 56 car before handing it back to Dirk Mueller. And that's quite an accomplishment for a guy who doesn't have an awful lot of seat time. And he's actually, in fact, one of the very few GT cars to go quicker later on in this race. Most of the best laps in GT were set very early on. So excellent work by the 24-year-old Floridian, Jonathan Somerton.
Well, and those BMW boys are pushing hard. While we were hearing the interview and seeing it with Somerton, we watched the 55 BMW in that tight complex, turns 3, 4, 5, 6, drop a wheel and throw up a big cloud of dirt. That is just simply pushing for everything you can. There is our leader in the PC category. It continues to be a very, very solid run by Colin Brown. And after what you talked about, Jeremy, when they had all kind of dropped back just because of the yellows and the sequencing of things, he has driven brilliantly and hauled that car up to 6th overall and leads in the LMP Challenge category right now.
Yeah, turning some good consistent laps in there as well. Colin Brown, he's driven extremely well indeed, I think, this season. Drive along with the team owner, John Bennett. They've had only a couple of wins. They came in the 3rd and 4th round of the championship at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, then again the following race at Lime Rock Park. But since then they've had a couple of niggly things get in the way, a couple of bits of bad luck. But Colin Brown is very, very quick indeed.
He's quick, although it's a little bit damaged on the side of the car.
One advantage that Colin Brown certainly has around VIR is track experience. While it's the first race here for the American Le Mans Series, Colin has driven dozens of different cars here. He did a lot of NASCAR testing here when he was competing in NASCAR. He says it's a real home track, and he said it's unimaginable the amount of competition that you can get into here right now. They've been in the thick of it all weekend. Colin's enjoying it.
Yeah, he is awfully good, and having that kind of track knowledge is pretty impressive at this point. And as he continues to work here, that right side of the car, the damage started at the back where it just got into the back a little bit, but now there's that clip just in front of that right rear tire. You saw the telestrator come up on the screen. That clip right in front of the right rear tire has become dislodged, and the only concern you have is if air packs in underneath there, at some point it could pull that off, but it certainly does not seem to be affecting the performance too much.
No, it doesn't, and you know, pressing on nicely. He's got a comfortable lead as Colin Brown over Marino Franchitti. About 30 seconds the advantage between the 0.5 leading for Colin Brown right here and Marino Franchitti taken over from Rudy Junco in that number 52 car from PR1 Matheson Motorsports.
So Colin Brown, as we talked about, as you pointed out, continues with that margin. We hop on board for a second with the 95, Luis Diaz, trying to make his way up through the pack. Forza Motorsports 4, the official gaming partner of the American Le Mans Series. Check it out. It is pretty spectacular stuff. We ride on board with the 95 of Diaz as he works his way back up. 5th overall, 3rd in P2. There are your 5 class leaders.
When it comes to fun family getaways, it's got to be Holiday Inn Club Vacations. Room to be yourself.
Welcome back to an absolutely glorious day at Virginia International Raceway, the first ever appearance of the American Le Mans Series presented by Tequila Patron, the 9th round of the championship. And there is your overall race leader from pole, and they have had so far, hate to jinx them in any way, but they have had a trouble-free, clean, fast run. Exactly what they needed. This team was just getting so frustrated with some of the events that had been unfolding. They've never been without the pace, but boy, they've been without the luck on occasion.
Yeah, a bit of reliability problems, but he's just to rub it in, Lucas Luhr's just set the fastest lap of the race, by the way.
There is your second place car in the GTC category. Michael Valiante is in pit lane, and the number 22, that is the leader, is in. So both of the top two cars in the category is in, Jeremy.
Yes, they are indeed. This has been a tremendous battle waging all the way through the race. We're now, what, 2.5 hours into the race, and there's still nothing to choose between these two, plus another couple as well are right still in the battle in GTC.
This is going to be interesting. The number 30, which was third at the time of Bleekemolen, had already pitted.
Yeah, the last lap around, I believe.
Yeah, so that's going to shuffle things a little bit. Boy, you know, you take a look at the driver names in this GTC category: Keane, Valiante, Bleekemolen, Faulkner, Pompelli. Wow. And he is down and away. Both of them off the jacks at about the same time. Interesting to see here. That's how this plays out. Boy, that is. There's Keane, there's Valiante. Boy, that close. That's how they came in. That's how they exit. The question is where's the number 30? Don't think.
This will be pretty close because Bleekemolen's got a full head of steam. There are the two leaders turning in to turn one. So it's going to be, what, 4 or 5 seconds between them. He has to get out of the way there. The 0-1 car goes through. Scott Sharp at the wheel of that car. It led early on with Johannes van Overbeek. They got held up, a little bit of a problem during the pit stop sequence, but came out, and now Scott Sharp running in 4th place. He's about 16 seconds, more than that, yes, 20 odd seconds behind Tommy Milner leading the class. So Milner now leads in the Corvette car number 4 over Dirk Mueller in the BMW by about 7 seconds. From Mueller back to Patrick Long is about 6 seconds, and from Patrick Long to Scott Sharp is about 14 seconds. So there's the gaps between the top 4 in GT right now.
And by the way, as we're watching there, the lead cars in a couple of the different categories. So that's actually the 06, that's the point leaders car, and we're watching here. What I wanted to point out was I've been watching, and if I've got it right, the last 3 laps, Dirk Mueller has turned the 3 fastest laps in the GT class so far this race. A 148.1, a 148.06, and a 148.08. So he is trimming that lead that Milner has built up as we've been watching that. Also watching the 05 there of Colin Braun. There he is, continuing to lead. A little bit of damage, as we've been talking about, on the right side of that car. Does not seem to be impeding his ability to go fast and make moves like that at all. He's got it hooked up.
Yeah, the BMW is certainly running very, very consistent laps there for Dirk Mueller. Not quite as quick as Guy Cosmo managed earlier in the race, at 147.7 for Guy Cosmo in 02 car, but the BMW really running nicely.
And as we're watching the car here, in the hands of Colin Braun, the team owner is with Taro.
Jonathan Bennett from Core Autosport. Colin Braun, your teammate, is first place right now in the PC category. Can he do it?
Oh, definitely. Colin is quite a shoe in the car, and he's got things well in hand. He'll do a great job. My first stint today was a little bit exciting. A big crash at the start, and then was the victim of a little bit of a miscalculation by a competitor. And I found myself back in the dirt again. But things are pretty well in hand. We're in a bit of a tight race with our sister car for driver's points, and we'll have to see how it goes today. But Colin's in good shape.
Notice he didn't mention team points championships. They've clinched that. They did it a couple of races back. This team, I think, Jeremy, is really a remarkable story because it was only 3 years ago when they were running in the IMSA Lights Championship, and they won that, and they decided, well, let's take a shot and see what we can do in LMP Challenge, and showed up that a couple of years ago and have been in contention ever since with some tremendous racing.
Yeah, last year, co-leaders, co-winners of that championship 1 year ago, and this year they've won 6 of the 8 races so far, and looking good for win number 7 out of 9 this afternoon. The 05 car leads pretty handily still over Marino Franchitti for PR1 Matheson Motorsports. The gap between those two is, it was about half a minute a little while ago, and then Tom Kimber-Smith having taken over from Alex Popov in the 06 car, running 3rd place in the class and looking to tie up the championship lead. There is Marino Franchitti in 2nd place in PC.
Joining about mid-season with that team.
24 seconds.
Yeah, and showed up. Then they had a big wreck that forced them to miss a race, but fought hard, came back, and Marino, I think he really enjoys driving these cars. One of the reasons is they don't have traction control, and so it is very much a driver's feel type of class, a spec class, and he has been able to go out and really just ring the thing a little bit, and he loves that type of racing and has been doing a great job with it since he came on board. Not that that's a surprise at all.
Yeah, had the pole 2 races ago at Road America, which was the last race that this car did, because in the early stages of that race, Rudy Hunke had a big off, and that was the crash you were alluding to. They missed the last round at Baltimore, but certainly Marino Franchitti took to this team and this car very, very quickly indeed, and now trying to narrow the gap and get himself a little bit closer to Colin Brown. The gap last time around 24 seconds from 1st to 2nd in PC.
Up into that turn 14, down through the roller coaster. And right there, that was a classic example of 2 drivers, 2 different classes of cars, but 2 professionals that as they came up, that was the number 3 Corvette. Antonio Garcia watched him coming, knew that car was going to be a little bit better in the braking zone, and Antonio clearly not in a pitched battle with anybody right now, and just stayed out just a little bit, dipped the brake just a little bit sooner, and let him slide through. The kind of cooperation that is very important. And now coming up on the back of these guys with a big head of steam is Johnny Mollem in that number 16 Mod Space Dyson Racing entry. There's a look at the 06 team car from Core Autosport. It is the Alex Popov car that he is the points leader. Tom Kimber-Smith filling in for him. And here's Martin Plowman in the 37basecamp.com. Morgan Nissan from Conquest Endurance, currently sitting 3rd overall, leading in the P2 category. And Jeremy, at the very top of the show, you said you thought P2 was going to be one of the most interesting races that was going to unfold today. I'm not sure we expected it in the way it's unfolded, but it has lived up to your billing.
Yeah, and it's still very interesting. The cars are separated somewhat now, but Martin Plowman, this car, number 37, leads. But the gap from himself to Christophe Bouchou has come down quite significantly. It was about 41 seconds about 8 laps ago. It's now down to about 30 seconds or a little bit under. So Bouchou has certainly been lapping quicker than Martin Plowman. And it's going to be interesting to see now how the pit stop strategies play out to the end of the race. This car, I think, is going to be due for a pit stop pretty soon. Martin Plowman will then, I think, need another pit stop. He might be able to get to the end with just 1 more pit stop after this one, but certainly he needs 2 stops before the end of the race. Whereas the 055 car that is catching him really needs kind of a stop and a half. So it's going to be pretty close at the end of this race between these two, the number 37 and the 055.
Well, and that can come down to whether or not you feel you can double stint the tires, and therefore how quick the fuel flow is. And if you only need a stop and a half, as you said, and it doesn't take that long, that can be the margin.
Indeed, and Christophe Bouchou, as we talked there, he sets a new fastest lap in P2, a 1:39.395. On that last lap alone, he closed a second and a half on the Morgan. Yeah. That was Eric Bachelard, box. This lap around, confirmed, please. That car will be into the pit lane this time around. And I'm a little bit surprised that Martin hasn't been able to extract a little bit more pace from the car in the latter stages of his stint. He's gone a bit quicker than did David Dynamite Hansen in the first stint, but not perhaps as quickly as one might have expected.
Well, is that possibly that he is really focusing on being smooth, being efficient, and not overdriving the car? It's kind of waiting for a reply there, but
Didn't quite hear that call, did you?
Needed to
Thank you.
For the track position at the end. 10-4, copy that.
Looking for track position, I think, trying to figure out where he'll come out. My guess would be asking the strategist.
Yeah, he's going to come out in probably third place in the class, actually, because they're all on slightly different strategies, number 37, 055, and the 95. But it's been a good steady stint, no doubt about it, by Martin Plowman. Not perhaps the ultimate pace, 139.9 his best lap, 139.3 the best lap by Christophe Bouchou. Yesterday in qualifying, Martin Plowman turned a 138.0.
Just got clarification on that call. The first part of it that we missed was exactly what we were talking about. Do you take tires or not? And that's what he was wondering. Where will they be track position-wise if they take tires?
Yeah, good point. So we will see Plowman now pull off to the right-hand side of the road, put onto pit lane, get down to that pit lane speed limit, 60 kilometers an hour. I'll tell you what, that feels like it's standing still.
Yeah, on a track like this, I would think it feels like you've parked at this stage. Boy, is this a crucial stop, Jamie?
And that's Tony Cauldron, the team's PR guy, holding up the signboard for him. This team operating on a much different budget than their competitors at Level 5 Motorsports. They squeeze every nickel out of everything that they get. And it'll be Martin Plowman who will stay behind the wheel. Fuel still going in. It's not quite 20 gallons of E10 that these cars take, but to the driver sitting there, it seems like an eternity. They do have a new set of Dunlop tires out and ready. I'm not sure if they're going to put the car up on the jacks yet. Team evaluating it, and they are going to take the tires. They've decided that they want to get that fresh rubber on there to give Martin a chance to stay out front and to give him the best car possible. Martin not sure he's going to be at the next race at Petit Le Mans, so he's certainly looking forward to getting back out there and showing what he can do. You see Tony, his hand up. He's going to signal him. Pit stop's done.
Out of here.
Stop, it's got a delay. Can't get it going. Number 95 came in pit lane, so they had to hold him, make sure he had a safe distance to go. Still can't get the car fired. He got it. He's out.
I reckon about 8 seconds cost there for Martin Plowman.
And right as that car, I was watching when the car went, just before it went up on the jacks for the tire changes, when the 055 went by and picked up the lead. Meanwhile, let's check in with Kelly.
And we see the 95 Level 5 car being fueled up. That's Luis Diaz still behind the wheel. There's 3 names on the entry list for this 95, Scott Tucker being the 3rd. We haven't seen him get in yet. Fuel only for the 95. Now remember, it's the sister car, the 055, going for the championship, but a good stop there for the 95.
Sitting 5th overall when it came in, 3rd in the category. And we're getting reports from some radio transmissions that we're not actually hearing but are being scanned that they did not take tires for the sole purpose of trying to get back on that lead lap and then try and make whatever strategy work they can from that point.
Yeah, they're about a minute behind the class leader when he came in to make that pit stop. It was Luis Diaz. So again, strategy call there, and we're going to expect the 05 car, 55 car. It made a pit stop about 25 minutes ago, so it's about halfway through its stint. So Christophe Bouchou now has a pretty handy advantage over Martin Plowman and Luis Diaz, and he'll be looking now to extend that lead on as the fuel load burns down, and he's able to turn some quick laps.
You can see the scenario here, watching the 95 just kind of getting held up a little bit behind the number 4 Corvette as he worked through that very normally quick section of track. So Diaz now after the stop again. The one thing he didn't have to worry about was trying to get heat into the tires. So that was the story, and he's able to get back to speed relatively quickly at this point and doing a nice job and being patient. That's what we talked about before, to be able to ease into those scenarios and know when to let that car in front of you have its head, lay back, not do anything rash, and then be able to come through. Of course, Luis Diaz, pretty experienced driver in prototype racing, certainly in the prototype 2 category. And here we go now, watching what's unfolding here as we watch the JDX entry in the GT Challenge category. Beautiful looking car, having a very solid run today to be sure. Right now sitting still in 2nd in the GTC class. Boy, and that's the margin. How close can you get right there with Lee Keen leading it there? He is, and then that next Porsche coming in there as the challenge car goes by, but that third Porsche is third in class, Bleekemolen. So this is the margin in GTC at with only about an hour and less than an hour and 20 minutes yet to go. As always here, some incredibly close racing. Boy, that's coming from a long way back. And Keane saw it at the last moment, but boy, did that allow the JDX entry to come up.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a scary moment there. Just a quick note for Sports Car. Well, let's have a look at here as the Michelin Green X Challenge, as they stand at this stage in the race, and a commanding lead on the track for the car number 6, same in Green X Challenge.
And in the GT division, it's the 56 BMW. That is with Team RLL. The 55 is second, and the 01 Extreme Speed Motorsports car, that is the Ferrari, sits in third. You can see the different categories: clean, fast, efficient, and then the total feature factor, if you will, for the formula. Now, VIR is known for more than just racing. It's America's motorsports resort. And Evan Prelek takes us behind the scenes for a look at something you can't find at a lot of other racing facilities.
People often ask what happens at the racetrack when a race is not going on. Well, here at VIR, O'Gara Group specializes in tactical training. Robert, what's first?
First is the M4 rifle. When you see this car, it's not going to look the same at the end of the day.
Hoorah!
It's a good, nice, firm grip around. It's a good, nice, firm pull back.
Oh, that's awesome. Paul Newman once said, VIR is heaven on earth. With tactical training and racing, I could not agree more. Hey, Rob, let's go see what we can do with that watermelon.
It's an unusual view of heaven, but opportunity here in virtually anything you want to do. There's also a go-karting facility if you want to come and do that. The villas to rent. You can live here. You can join as a member and get out and drive. So much that's unfolding. Now we're on board here with the number 16, the Dyson entry, but a reported possible problem, Kelly.
Well, getting word from Chris Dyson that they did have a misfire with Johnny Mullen behind the wheel of the number 16 car, so they had him back it down. They changed the engine mapping to sort of reset the system, and since then, this team said it's been all good. Of course, they're trailing the 6 car in the championship and in this race, and the 6 is in the pits, Jamie.
And Lucas Flores staying behind the wheel, the team putting the fuel in right now. No other work going on until the fuel is complete. They are getting a fresh drink bottle as well as switching out a data card. That's what you see going on in the cockpit right now. Crew waiting to put the car up on the jacks. Looks like they might take 4 new Michelin tires. We've also seen them cleaning out the air ducts on every pit stop just to make sure that all of the air is getting to the engine. Car up on the jacks. They're taking the 4 tires. It's a very clean pit stop. This team just running through their paces, making sure that they have a trouble-free race. They haven't had one in a while. They are going to clean out the air ducts, and they're going to send Lucas back out.
Well, that's one of the nice things about having the lead that they've been able to build up is you don't have to overly rush in those stops, and you can take that time and get in there, really reach in and make sure that those ducts are cleaned out, that everything is properly reattached, radios, drinks bottles, the whole thing, and you can do it with a little bit more thoroughness, perhaps. Not that they aren't thorough generally, but just to make sure that every bit of debris is out of any kind of an inlet in there to make sure this car is breathing beautifully. The nice thing is today, not a particularly overly warm day, but we're getting sun then not, then sun then not, which makes things interesting. Here is what's unfolding in GTC at this stage, and Lee Keane, you can see he has opened the margin up just a little bit over the JDX entry. That is the GT Porsche, or excuse me, Lotus from Alex Job Racing. I'm so used to saying Alex Job Porsche. And then look, there is the 11 JDX entry. You got surprised a little bit there, but you saw the great reaction by Michael Valiante. Didn't expect the car to make the move, the vet to go by him, but when he did, he just opened the wheel for a second, let him through, and then turned back in. As we ride on board with Bleekemolen, who's trying to find any way he can to get just a little bit closer to Valiante, and he may get that help now with that challenge car coming up the inside. If that that does. Slows up Valiente just a little bit, doesn't allow him to turn in as soon, and here comes Bleekemolen.
Yeah, I think Lee Keen got a little bit of a break in the traffic on that lap because the previous lap around, all three cars were separated by just over a second and a half, a little bit more between the first and the second place cars this time around, but still this battle is ongoing and will be to the end of the race. That time Lee Keen cost him a little bit of time there, having to let Marino Franchitti through on the inside at turn 4. There is Michael Valiente. What a job he is doing against these superstars in Porsches, both Lee Keen and Jerome Bleekemolen. They've won multiple championships in Porsches, and Michael Valiente, he's won championships before, but not in Porsches. Just to correct a quick note, I guess I said that the runoffs were in Mid-Ohio a little while ago. They are, of course, at Road America, so sorry about that.
Good, because I was on the phone to change my ticket, because I'm heading up there on Sunday.
Did I say Mid-Ohio?
Well, you know what? I don't remember. I didn't remember you saying on his way to the runoffs. One thing I want to talk about, you were talking about the great job Valiente is doing. And again, when that Corvette kind of surprised him going down through turn 15, 16, that is a great lesson to watch for young drivers. His reaction to it was just so calm to open the wheel up, then not do anything rash, not turn in, not do anything, let the car slide through, and then just tuck back in behind. That's the sign of a pro, just adjusting his line marginally and letting that faster car come through. That was nice to watch.
And therefore minimal time loss. Excellent job.
So we hop now on board with the number 3 CompuWare Corvette, a car that has had far too eventful a day for it and its drivers' liking, and certainly the team's liking at this stage. But since they finally, after they got that nose fixed and after that second little bit of contact, when Mags had that off over in the Oak Tree turn, the car has run really very cleanly at this point. The problem is it's just a long way down the order after that very long stop that they had to come in at the beginning, caught up in that first turn, first lap melee, and really dinged up that left front nose, and the car had to put on a whole new nose, and it was just time consuming.
It certainly was very costly for those guys. They were second in the championship coming into the weekend, in the Drivers' Championship at least. Jan Magnussen and Antonio Garcia very unlikely to hold on to that at the end of the day, but they have at least got himself up into a point scoring position, up into 9th place in the class, but still at least a lap, perhaps 2 behind the number 17 car of Wolf Hensler and Brian Sellers. That was the winner 2 weeks ago in Baltimore.
Currently sit 8th in the GT category. They do. We just got a report we might be seeing the 06 Tom Kimber-Smith, who is third, now second in the LMP Challenge, making its way into pit lane. And the number 16 Dyson machine is in.
Certainly a longer stop than they had hoped for at the 16. It looks like it was really just an issue with that driver changes. Johnny Mullen getting out, Guy Smith in, and now you see him opening the cockpit door back up. I don't know if it's with the belts. It's hard to see through that windshield at exactly what they're trying to fix. But you can imagine normally it's a very well choreographed routine on these driver exchanges. But Johnny Mullen coming on this team as a part-time driver, that's something they have not practiced as much as Chris and Guy would. They've got the situation resolved. And we'll go and find our way to Johnny Mullen to find out exactly what the issue was. I can see him taking off his helmet here behind the team's paddock and just getting up with Johnny. Johnny, obviously not the driver exchange you would have hoped for. What happened there?
The buckle, for some reason, the buckle wasn't clicking on the left. I was putting it right in, and it was just popping right out again. I don't understand why it was doing that. It didn't do that in driver practice, and every time I put it in, it wouldn't click, and I got it to click once, and it came out as soon as he tightened the belt. So really annoyed about that, because up until then, we were going okay, and just pushing really hard. It's a shame we got that penalty. That's partly my fault, because the stop button on the engine takes about 3 seconds to actually stop the engine, and I wasn't early enough on it when I was pulling up to get the engine stopped before they fueled us. So I'm really annoyed about that, but hopefully other than that, we're going okay.
The only other issue being we heard you had a misfire at one point after you sort of changed the engine mapping and stopped. Did that seem to fix the problem?
Yeah, they asked me to go to a different crank sense number. And again, this team are absolutely brilliant, and they taught me through it. Obviously, I'm not as familiar with this car as Chris and Guy are, and no matter how much you look at the dash and try and remember where everything is in the heat of battle, you know, sometimes you forget, and Mikey and the guys are brilliant at pointing me in the right direction, and then shortly after that I had to do a fuel map change, but by then I got my head around all the switches, so we're off and running.
Looking pretty tired. It's hard work around this place, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit hard on the old neck, and I haven't driven a prototype since Laguna, so my neck by the end was feeling a little bit, and they kept on. I thought I was going to get out on the next one. Obviously, Guy was eating an ice cream or something and decided that he didn't want to get in, but it felt like they kept me in the car forever, I'll be honest. But the car was running great. I literally only got one clear lap, believe it or not, one clear lap in that entire stint. I got one lap where I didn't get traffic, and that just shows you what it's like around here.
Great effort. Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, excellent interview, Kelly, and you can see how much he was working, and there are all sorts of things to think about when you're driving these cars. There was constant traffic, like he was saying. He reckons he got one clear lap, and all those buttons and knobs and things on the steering wheel to concentrate on as well. So a lot going on. 2 hours, almost exactly, Johnny Molan spent to the wheel of that car, having been out of a prototype for such a long time. Hats off to you, Johnny. Well done.
Yeah, if we're going to invite you to drive our car, it's not like it's going to be a breeze.
Yeah, really. But yeah, this, and you know, a lot of technology on this car. They're running a hybrid system, the flybrid system, a flywheel that regenerates some of the energy from the braking system and exerts it into the transmission, gives it an extra little bit of horsepower. It's a new system they've been developing in conjunction with the flybrid in the UK and making its debut this weekend. And talking about hybrid systems, for sports car fans out there, hats off to Toyota that has won today's World Endurance Championship race in Interlagos, Brazil, which is where our buddy John Hindhoff is today. And what a historic race that was, I think, for Toyota to come out ahead of both of the Audis and from the pole position as well.
Absolutely, and I tell you, being fortunate enough to be at Le Mans this year, and those two different hybrid systems that were there with the Audi and that purely electronic storage capacitor system that the Toyota ran, it was one of the spookiest things standing there in pit lane, because it would leave the pits and make not even diesel noise. It would just run. But the thing was, there was an audible pop when that capacitor released to get it moving. It was pretty amazing. And now we see a hybrid system here in the U.S., Taro.
I had a chance to speak with Guy Smith about this hybrid system. Actually, he said that he can feel some extra power gradually building up. The brakes are basically the same. Maybe you can brake a little bit later because the brakes generate the power. It turns the flywheel, that turns into the power, drives the power to the rear wheels. The question that he had, and also the flybrid people had, was how long will it last? How long could this system last during the 4-hour race? They tested in the labs, but this is a testing and experiment point for them.
Absolutely, and we are testing the limits right now, Taro, in GT Challenge. This is the battle for the lead. 3 cars going for the same real estate, using up more than the track itself. And what a move by Valiante, the outside around Lee Keen, and Jerome Bleegemolen showed the nose there for just a minute. If any of those two, either of those two, had a bit of a moment, Jerome was there to pounce. But a great pass by Valiante. And now look who's coming up behind them in this ultra-fast section. Whoa, was that tight? And just shot through. And again, Bleegemolen just gave him, there was enough room between his car and the grass on the outside for a Corvette and a piece of paper. That was great.
You got to be kidding me, though, Michael Valiante. That pass around the outside in turn 4, magnificent. You are my hero. That was just wonderful.
That was great. And now Keen is letting the Corvette go. Milner, maybe he can tuck in, get a little bit of a tow and pull him back up to Valiante here. And watch this. Let's see how this plays out. Is Valiante going to let this vet go through? He does. Keen thought about it, couldn't get quite close enough, but that's sort of the cut and thrust. Ooh, just a very gentle tap there to let him know he was right there. Not that Valiante needed that little reminder at all, as they now head down through this, what has proven to be a diabolical turn 17, bottom of the hill, all the way to the edge of the track. Carry every ounce of speed, and Keen peels off into pit lane. So from the lead to second to pits in about a third of a lap.
Yeah, really, absolutely amazing battle. So we're 84 laps in the books now for these guys, almost 3 hours of racing, and that was how much there was to choose between the top 3 in the class. So in the pit lane now is Lee Keen. This will be his final pit stop of the day. He can get to the end from here.
Interesting now to see exactly what those others are going to do in terms of their stops. One, and we've talked about this, if you don't do the tire change, because you can't work on the car and do tires, but you can do the driver change. If you come in and simply do fuel, particularly if you can run deeper into your stint, you're putting less fuel on board and you're running lighter when you get back out to start with. I'm wondering if we're going to see either the 30 now or the Valiente car just run as deep as they can, come in and not do tires, just top off and go for it. This is going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, it certainly is. The weather conditions this afternoon, we talked about a little bit earlier on. You can see the sun is out now. It's hot. It's a little bit of humidity this afternoon. Certainly beautiful conditions for racing and for watching racing. This fantastic racetrack. But yeah, it's pretty hard work on the tires around here.
Yeah, you're talking about the weather conditions. The crowd that has shown up for this one is just spectacular. I mean, look at it. And keep in mind, folks, this is a 3.3 mile track. And so there's areas that just aren't crowd accessible, but the ones that are packed. There's the 055 into the pits. Kelly.
Christophe Bouchou remains behind the wheel of the 055, and he told me before the race, and we've seen it many times, that he only knows how to race one way, and that is flat out. He said, look, you got to have a winning spirit, and a winning spirit doesn't think about finishing second. So he's certainly not interested in doing any points racing as he and Scott Tucker try to win that P2 championship.
Certainly an excellent performance by Christophe Bouchou this afternoon. He took over the wheel of that car after about 74 minutes. You have to do in the Pro-Am classes, as is P2 and GTC, you have to do, and PC as well, you have to do a minimum of 1 hour and 10 minutes. As we see the number 8 car doing a number 7 car doing a revolution there for the Merchant Services team. 4th place in the class for Pablo Sanchez. But Scott Tucker, he did the minimum amount of driving time plus about 4 minutes. And so Christophe Bouchou will do the remainder of the race. He's been pushing hard, turning a series of fastest laps and really doing very well indeed.
Boy, and the number 25 Dempsey entry, another visit into the dirt and debris. That's down at the bottom of that turn 17. That is a tough corner, and that's Duncan Endy on board that one. And the number 55 BMW has hit pit lane.
After a lengthy middle stint there by Jörg Mueller, it will be Bill Auberlen who finishes things off here at the 55. BMW said, hey, we'll see who has the bigger bullet here for the BMW. Apparently they wanted to go with Bill Auberlen to finish this thing off. They're just finishing up putting the Dunlop tires. That was a quick stop here for the 55.
That was a superb stop, and they came in, keep in mind, from 5th. And back out now with Bill Auberlen now on board. And that was a very impressive stop. And these guys have been able to show the ability to run quick late in stints. And that can be kind of interesting. Now, there's been lots of racing that's unfolded here at VIR this weekend. IMSA has what they call their development series. And one of them is the Cooper Tires Prototype Lights Championship, powered by Mazda.
Everything we ever thought up. Everything we fight for. Everything we dream of. Everything we are. The new 911. Porsche Identity.
It's not just what we gave the new Corvette 427 that makes it special. It's what we didn't.
First day of spring. Oh, my battery is perfect.
Yep, we've been on a battery tender for 6 years.
Well, I wish I could say the same.
What do you mean?
Old man forgot to plug me in.
Yeah, before I was on a battery tender, I flatlined. Ouch.
Well, at least this couldn't get any worse.
Don't let your batteries become a statistic. Connect a Deltran battery tender. Available at these fine retailers. If it's not a Deltran battery tender, it's just a pretender.
When it comes to fun family getaways, it's got to be Holiday Inn Club Vacations. Room to be yourself.
In the seat of the iconic sports car, a series for drivers developing their racecraft. Young racers matching pace with experienced semi-professionals. Tackling 8 legendary racetracks of North America. The Porsche IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge by Yokohama. Watch all the action at youtube.com/drive and imsachallenge.com.
Well into the final hour now of competition here at the 9th round of the American Le Mans Series presented by Tequila Patron. It is the Virginia 240, VIR 240 here at beautiful Virginia International Raceway, the debut of this great series at this great venue. And we ride on board right now with the number 3 Corvette of Antonio Garcia, as they are struggling to come back from some adversity, currently running 9th in class right now. Now this year, Corvette is celebrating its 60th anniversary. So throughout the season, our Johnny O'Connell has been taking a look at some of the great Corvettes of the past. And here's another installment.
Throughout its entire history, the Corvette has been a car that people admired. They look at, they wish they had one. Now this season, we've gone through the history of Corvette once again to tell us about a very special hot rod, Mr. Harlan Charles.
Well, for Corvette's 60th anniversary, we've come out with a 2013 427 convertible. And ever since the Z06 model came out with its special GT1 developed LS7 engine, 427 cubic inch, 7-liter, 505 horsepower, titanium components, and a dry sump system, we wanted that package in a convertible, and we've done that for the first time, including carbon fiber body panels. And if you order that 60th anniversary stripe package, we even put the stripes on the top for you.
Now, I don't know about you. White's really not my color, but 427, that's definitely my number.
Corvette's got his number. They remember, folks, Corvette has remained a leader through their continual innovations, generation after generation, and it is that thoroughness and listening to what the consumer wants is a big thing. And they said, we want this, that's what we want. And the 01 Tequila Patron Ferrari is in, and they come in from 2nd in GT.
This will be the final pit stop for the 01 Motorsports. It was clean and it was fast. Johannes Van Overbeek now back behind the wheel. His co-driver and team owner Scott Sharp had a fantastic stint. He was complaining about the rear tires wearing off towards the end of it. So they're talking to Johannes before he got in, saying, make sure you manage them. We need you there to fight right at the end of the race.
And Johannes has been awfully impressive as this weekend has unfolded. I mean, he has been throughout the season. Some absolutely great drives. Certainly the one in that last lap pass at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. But his pole here, we've seen the form that this car has had. Guy Cosmo had been very quick and done a lot of the testing, and Johannes was able to get out and put in a brilliant lap. So it'll be fun to watch him fight now as the rest of this race unfolds. Watching the 37 of Martin Plowman. Oh, and the 055 is back in again. Another penalty for Christophe Bouchou. This is a stop and 1 minute hold, apparently, for contact with the number 7 car that you'd seen with Pablo Sanchez, and that was when he came out of the pits, and they were both heading down into turn number 1, apparently, and I thought Sanchez just spun it, but apparently maybe got a little help.
Maybe he got a bit of help. Yeah, absolutely right. So Christophe Bouchou gets the penalty, and the 37 car as leader in the class now, but it too is getting a penalty for contact with the number 56 BMW.
Yeah, we got a report that the BMW had spun while we were in break, and then there was the report of that contact. Meanwhile, Kelly, how's the car looking?
It's the second time we've seen the 56 BMW in the pits. They had a spin out in turn 1. They came in the first time. It was lengthy as they had issues trying to get the right front wheel off. Did one lap, and then Dirk Mueller coming back in now. Not sure exactly what the extent of the damage is, but this is a car that was running second in GT before they had these issues.
Yeah, it's all changed there. Here is the number 37 car onto pit lane. Is there damage on that car? Is he just going to serve his penalty? He's going down to the end of the pit lane, so he's going to serve his penalty, is Martin Plowman. And again, just pivotal races here, making mistakes. You need to minimize mistakes if you're going to win a championship. And the 37 car here seems to be undamaged as a result of that impact with the number 56 car. But again, a very costly penalty. And it's amazing how everything seems to have evened out in all getting penalties.
If one does, the other one does, and it kind of keeps the racing close. But boy, you know, if one of these cars would avoid just one of these penalties, that's a 60-second margin that they would have had. So that's where the cost is. Apparently, there's some damage to the right front of that BMW as they are working very diligently in that area. Oh, bringing out the convincer. That's never a good sign. Great big hammer. Now let's take a look at what happened here. Here is the number 56 as it is coming down, and oh yeah, that was the 37 came alongside and then did exactly what we're talking about. Hadn't cleared him and swung over to try and take his line. Yeah, it's just really no reason for that either.
Yeah, that was very strange because there seemed to be lots of room there to the left of the number 37 car. Very quick impact there. It's hard to see because you're trying to figure out where to look on the screen there. But yeah, I guess not quite sure what happened there. It's certainly there's plenty of room to the right-hand side for Martin Plowman there to cut that kind of right-hand sweeper there after the pit lane exit. So a very strange incident and a very, very costly penalty for car number 37.
Yeah, and of course the damage to this car as well. It was a serious player for the GT win, the way things had been going. And again, I just think it was an out of sight, out of mind move that that car, as soon as it was out of his peripheral vision, he thought he cleared it, swung over a little bit to start setting up, and away it goes and sends this car off for a ride in the weeds. And keep in mind now, with the long stop here for the 56, this car, the team entry, the 55 in the hands of Bill Arberlin, is now going to be carrying the banner in terms of trying to forestall any type of championship clinch here for Corvette. And it is Gavin leading right now, Bergmeister second, but Arberlin is third. And he is, let's see, he's the better part of about 11 seconds adrift right now of Bergmeister, but there's still plenty of racing to go, Jeremy.
Yeah, no, I think he's about a half a minute behind Oliver Gavin. Gavin's got a lead of about 18 seconds over Oberlin and about another 16 back to Bill Oberlin. So the GT battle has sort of settled itself out here. The BMW is running in third place. We're on board with it now. Going up through those climbing S's up to Oak Tree Turn, but he needs a yellow effectively. He's going to close that battle, close that gap to Oliver Gavin, who's taken over the wheel again from Tommy Milner. A great middle stint by Tommy Milner. Oliver Gavin will take that number 4 Corvette to the checkered flag. At least that's the plan.
And the interesting thing for the 55, if it finishes right behind the Corvette in terms of the run order, if it's if the Corvette wins and they're second, if it's second they're third, then they will be able to keep the championship into the championship battle alive into the Petite Le Mans that is coming up. But if right now you got Bergmeister splitting those two, that would be game over. It's that close.
It is indeed. And so we're on board here with the BMW. Look at that. That's the Lotus Evora for Alex Job Racing. Townsend Bell at the wheel, running a fantastic 5th place. They've done an awful lot of development on that car. And as we can see from on board the BMW, not much to choose between the pace of those two cars, anywhere through the corners or on the straightaways.
It's impressive. And Alex Job had made the comment. He said, what we're looking for, since we don't have the budget right now to do a lot of testing away from the races, they're developing it as we watch the Falcon Tire Porsche, most recent winner at Baltimore, complete its pit stop. But getting back to the Alex Job story, he said, so our development has been on track. We've had minor little things we've been able to do off track, but it's been on track, and we've been tweaking it every race. He said, we tested it June at VIR. We're very interested to see where we sit relative to what we were able to do there. They showed up here, while some of the other teams were actually a little bit slower because of some of the track conditions. They were off the trailer first time out 2 seconds quicker than they tested in June. And he said, that was very encouraging to us.
Yeah, when they arrived at Road America a couple of races ago, they had some new front-end aerodynamics on that Lotus. Here, they got some new developments from Cosworth on the engine side of things as well. So clearly great progress by that team. And, you know, this is not a factory effort. This is a small team. Alex Job, been around this sport a long, long time, a massive amount of experience, most of it with Porsches, but he's really taken this project to heart, and they've done a magnificent job in developing the car and just gaining little by little, getting closer to the main pack in GT. And to be running 5th place after 3 hours of racing here, hats off to Alex Job Racing.
Absolutely. And it's a team with tremendous credentials in the GT category in the American Le Mans Series, early in the American Le Mans Series in the 2001 through 04-05 period. They were absolutely one of the top teams, and then it's great to see them back in GT and you know, with such a new exciting car.
The fastest lap that Townsend Bell has set in that car was about 5 laps ago at a 149.5. So, you know, that's it within a couple of seconds of the fastest lap in the class of the race. And most of the leading contenders in GT, their best laps have been about a 148, low 148. So, you know, within a second and a half now for that Lotus team, having been 3 or 4 seconds off the pace in the early part of the season at least.
By the way, we just saw a big dust cloud, and it was this car, the number 52, the PR1 Matheson Aviation American Gin Quest software machine of Marino Franchitti, at the bottom of the diving turn, as I'm calling it here, turn 17 onto that front straight. Just dropped those left side tires, was able to save it without the big slide and off-track excursion, but it definitely cost him pace, momentum, and I'm sure dirtied up those Michelins just a bit.
I'm sure it did, and the gap, the deficit he holds now to Colin Brown, who leads the PC class in the 05 car for Core Autosports, is now out to 50 seconds, and not too far back up the road is Tom Kimber-Smith in the 06 car, I think. So he's shown last time around as being only 7.5 seconds behind him. Can't quite see him in that picture though.
Yeah, I wonder if the scoring hadn't cycled at that point, but yeah, he doesn't look like he's seven seconds back. There is Colin, currently up against the rear deck of one of the Corvettes at this stage, and this is in that very tricky technical section. That is the number 4 class leading Corvette of Ollie Gavin. Bergmeister is second, but quite a ways back. 17 seconds back.
Yeah, indeed. So that gap staying around about the same. Oliver Gavin taking over the duties from Tommy Milner. It really was, you know, it's been picture perfect for the number 4 car so far. Oliver Gavin drove a great early stint. Tommy Milner drove a very impressive double stint in the middle of the race. And now it's Oliver Gavin to finish it off and bring that car home and perhaps clinch the championship for Corvette Racing, or certainly for himself and Tommy Milner. Be the first for Tommy, but it would be the 4th for Oliver Gavin.
Well, the impressive...
And he needs 100th ALMS start as well.
Yeah, that's
what
very
symmetry
cool.
that would be.
Oh, wouldn't it? We saw some great stuff. I mean, the 100th start for Johannes van Overbeek got him a win. I mean, we've just seen some on these 100th start celebrations we've had this year, and we've had a few of them. It has been fun to see some very special things unfold. Meanwhile, back in this GTC battle continues to be very strong. Michael Valiante and that beautiful number 11. Interesting, you know, you look at that car and you see that chrome gold and you wonder just how heavy is that? You know, is that actually a chrome plating or what is it? And it's really an amazing new paint process that has been done. It's 2 layers. You put the base layer on, and then you put the second layer on, and it actually makes it pop and go reflective like that, and it's very, very light. It's some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? And what a job Michael Valiante is doing. He's pulled out a lead now about 4 seconds over Lee Keane. And Jerome Blakemole, he's about another 14 seconds back in third place. So great strategy once again by JDX Racing, and remarkable. There's the gap from first to second. Here is Lee Keen in the WeatherTech car. Have to wait a little bit more for Jerome Blakemole to come through. But incredibly, in GTC this year, this is the 9th race. We've had 8 different driver combinations in one of the first 8 races of the season, spread amongst 4 teams. JDX, they won the race at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, but didn't score points because Jerome Blakemole and Tim Pappas shared the running there, but weren't eligible for the points.
Speaking of Jerome, we're on board with him right now in that Momo NGT entry, and he's dropped off just a little bit. And I wonder if part of that, Jeremy, isn't simply the fact that this team, other than Sebring, hasn't run this category. So these cars in this category have not been out and running and been getting to, set up, just kind of getting a familiarity with the racetracks and the competition. And maybe that car is just not quite right now.
I don't know. It was a quick lap last time around for Jerome Blakemole. Yeah, made a bit of time on these other 2.
Yeah, he sure did.
I think we saw that they made their pit stops, what, about 10 laps ago now, the final pit stop of the day for the GTC contenders. We saw the number 22 certainly took a fresh set of tires. We didn't see about Jerome Blakemole nor the number 11 car for JDX Racing, but judging by the gaps, we've got to assume that they did, and that for some reason the NGT stop for Jerome Blakemole was a little bit slower than the other 2.
Well, and that's the other side of it. They haven't been doing pit stops with refueling and driver changes and tires, etc., when they've been running just the IMSA GT3 Challenge, which is sprint format racing. So that is a very valid point indeed. And just because they have had built up such a spectacularly sizable lead right now, we haven't seen a whole lot of this number 6 Muscle Milk entry from Pickett Racing. The number 6 beautiful HPD Acura, or the HPD ARX 03A it's called, which is the P1 version of the car, and Lucas Luhr has been out there just clocking the laps at this point. And we're getting a report that we expect our P2 leader making its way into pit lane. That is the number 95 of Luis Diaz.
And it looks like the crew is prepared for both level 5 cars to come in, but we see the 95 of Luis Diaz getting the final amount of fuel that he'll need to finish out this 4-hour race. Normally, Scott Tucker is one of the drivers on the 95. He's not racing that car this weekend. We see him race up to 5 races in a weekend. He has already had 1 win and a podium in other support classes, and just behind the 95, as they prepare to do a tire change on the 95, we see that 055 car pull in with Christoph Bouchou, and that is the car again vying for that championship. If they do fuel only, we expect them to get out ahead of the 95, and that's exactly what happened. So because the 95 took fuel and tires, they will come out behind the 055, who was fuel only.
Yeah, very leisurely stop there for the number 95 car. No team orders there, I'm sure. But you got it's a team sport. You got to win. You do what you can to win the championship. But Martin Plowman has taken over. Here is Martin Plowman at the wheel of the car number 37 for Conquest Endurance. But he will be due for a pit stop. He made a because he had that penalty a little while ago, but he will be due a pit stop as well. But what's going to be interesting is whether they can get to the end of the race from here. But I think with about 41 minutes to go, that stop for level 5 should be good enough to get them to the end of the race. And dear me, Martin Plowman kind of shows the wrong side there, going around a couple of cars, but he's going to have to stop now, and he will come out, I think, behind the 2 level 5 cars.
Well, that's something that can absolutely mess things up completely. Is these, since these races are essentially, sprints, even at this length, the in and out laps from pit lane are crucial. And if he had been held up all the way down through that roller coaster complex down to the pit lane entry, it could have been absolutely awful in terms of salvaging anything here. And that was a very aggressive move for him to get around those cars, keep his speed up, and be able to maximize that in lap. Oh, and he I think they just massively missed the pit lane. And he had his hand up. I think he felt, oh, this is gonna be interesting. Jamie?
Big oversight by Conquest Racing right now. I mentioned that their PR Their PR man, Tony Cauldron, also doing sign duties. They were not ready. He didn't have his gloves on. He wasn't over the wall with the sign. Martin Plowman had no idea where to go. He could not find his pit stall, overshot it. Fuel now going in. He is in his box, but that cost him a lot of time. Level 5 is sure to get the lead.
Well, you know, to win championships, you have to execute, and we've seen lots of the, the penalties and some unnecessary driving, and then, these kind of mistakes. Now, it's the first year for this team to run endurance-style racing, and they've still put up some awfully impressive runs. Speed. This is also to show what this chassis engine combination is capable of. This Team Conquest Endurance is a North American dealer, if you will, for this package with Oak Racing. So there's lots of different things that they're trying to do, but boy, they'd love to have had a better run than this and keep this championship really close.
Yeah, they've had a strong car. They had that puncture, which was the biggest problem they had in this race. It cost them a lot of time to bring that car back to the pits. But you talked about the fact that they're the dealer for Oak Racing and this Morgan chassis. Olivier Canel, who for many years was a sporting director for Peugeot and its World Championship program, sports car program, he left Peugeot. He's now working for Oak Racing or Ordinary Oak Automotive. He is here this weekend, scouting around the paddock, maybe trying to get some more sales for the Morgan chassis in the American Le Mans Series.
Well, it has certainly shown both here and in Europe and the WEC to be a very effective P2 contender.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see a lot of people scoop these up, because, I mean, can you imagine a field with a number of these and a number of the HPD ARX 03Bs and the competition that would offer? It would be spectacular.
Yeah, very cool. That would be. We've only got 3 cars at the moment. We expect Dempsey Racing back for Petit Le Mans, plus an influx of cars from the European Le Mans Series joining for us at Petit Le Mans for the P2 category. That is going to be, I think, another 5 or 6 cars coming from Europe. So that is going to be one heck of a contest. But look at this traffic there for Christophe Bouchou.
Boy, diving down the inside of the number 7 Merchant Services entry.
Not sure where Luis is. Nowhere to be seen there. Luis Diaz in the number 95 car.
So through he is, and now he's got one more PC machine just up in front of him. And once he gets by him, he'll have some clear track to be able to go until he runs up on there's a GT car a little bit further up the road. That's the 06 of Tom Kimber Smith down the inside. Tom gave him that opening, left enough room for him to slide through, and look who's coming up behind them. It is the number 16 ModSpace Dyson Racing, the Lola Mazda, working that new Flybrid system. And hybrid system.
Indeed, and a couple of laps ago, Guy set the best time in that car in the race, 1:39.0, but he's already 2, maybe even 3 laps. 3 laps he is now behind the Muscle Milk ARX HPD car of Lucas Luhr and Klaus Graf. A glimpse of the future, I think, in this number 16 car for Dyson Racing with that Flybrid system. Fascinating technology. And it's good to see that sports car racing really is leading the world in terms of technology in motor racing these days.
Well, and Taro, when he was talking about the chat he had about the hybrid system, he brought up something that we really haven't fleshed out too much, is that the hybrid system, when it harvests under braking, it harvests through the gearbox, which means through the driveline. And the drivers, they said, once you get comfortable with exactly how that works, you can actually use that brake a little bit later, because it's like more engine drag, more engine braking as well, and that makes it very interesting to be able to use it on entry to corners in a way too. And I think it's the 48 show part.
Yeah,
entry.
I thought I saw a car parked on the exit, just at the pit lane exit. It was indeed Bryce Miller at the wheel of the number 48 Chopard Watches car. They were shown in 10th place prior to this. That might even bring us out of full course caution, actually, which might make things rather interesting.
What you think?
But yeah, really. But the hybrid systems that are used, certainly at this level, they're not as efficient, perhaps, as they're going to be in the future. So there's quite a lot of sort of power loss. They do create more power, but there's quite a bit of frictional losses in the way that the power is delivered through the wheels of the race car.
Well, as you said, it's early days for these type of hybrid systems. Number 3 in. That car, you can see, has been through the wars, lots of damage on it. The number 3 of Antonio Garcia looks like he will be staying on board. Fuel, now the tires. and that they are going to be heading back out. Oh, the number 6, our overall race leader, Lucas Luhr, brings the number 6 in.
And then we're going to check the rad screens. We're going to check the rad screens as soon as fuel is done.
It looks like it's going to be a fuel-only pit stop for Muscle Milk Picket Racing. They do not have tires out. The team took a look at them. They've been monitoring them on live telemetry. Everything seems all right. The fuel's still going in. This team has had a flawless race today, and that's exactly what they needed for both the championship and the morale. They are going to clean out that air ducting again. Just make sure they're not going to take any chances. They have a solid lead. And Lucas is out.
Boy, Jamie, they were actually on the radio. I don't know if you could hear it, but they were adamant to the crew about getting those rad screens clean, getting those radiator screens clean. So I don't know whether they maybe were sensing something. The temps were going up. There was a little bit of debris in there, but that was very urgent on the call. The report is for the 48 that it just quit. So it looks like they said they're going to cover it with a yellow and get a wrecker out there and just tow it off and stay green.
That's a brave guy who takes the wrecker out there. It's a very fast part of the race course. But we're on board there with Oliver Gavin as he actually snuck past
exactly.
the number 6 car, the overall race leader, and a handy lead now of 19 seconds for Oliver Gavin in GT.
All right, so as we enjoy the ride here as we're on board with the number 16, as you take a look at the top in the classes right now, there's been lots of racing here, including the Cooper Tire Prototype Lights Championship. As the field stormed to the line, it was points leader Tristan Nunez who leapt to the early lead, heading down into turn 1. And was to produce a great race. But your pole sitter in the L2 category, the 14 of Miguel Benitez, having an off in the Oak Tree turn. He would mount a comeback charge. Here, contact in the battle for third as Richie Holt caught the corner of Daryl Schaaf's machine. Holt would be brought into pit lane for a penalty. Meanwhile, Miguel Benitez continued to come back after the off, auguring up through the L2 field in a great comeback drive. But in the end, it was the L1 and overall winner for the 5th straight time. Went to Tristan Nunez as he expands his point lead, and Benitez was able to come home with the L2 category win. So here are the results for the entirety of the weekend. A great weekend of racing. Lots more to come here from Virginia International Raceway. Stay with us.
If you're like me, you hate when your gas-powered equipment won't start. It turns out the ethanol in street gas was causing deposits and dissolving my fuel lines. But then I tried SCF small engine fuels. For 2 cycles, SCF is pre-mixed with oil. So you just pour it in and you're done. There's no ethanol in SCF, so you get quick starts even after long-term storage.
Try SEF. It's the perfect fuel for gas-powered tools.
Everything we ever thought up. Everything we fight for. Everything we dream of. Everything we are. The new 911. Porsche identity.
Jim Merrow does not deserve your praise. He's a typical Corvette engineer who happened to take a stock Chevrolet Corvette ZR1 to the Nürburgring and shook the automotive world with a lap of under 7 minutes and 20 seconds. He was only doing his job. Get back to work, Jim. See the full lap at Chevy.com/ZR1.
When it comes to fun family getaways, it's got to be Holiday Inn Club Vacations. Room to be yourself.
Sports car race fans, Petit Le Mans is coming to Road Atlanta October 17th through the 20th. See Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Corvette, Viper, and more battle on the track at 200 miles per hour. Don't miss night practice, the vendor village, the kids zone, the driver autograph sessions, and the open paddock. Kids under 12 get in free. Petit Le Mans, October 17th through the 20th. Get your tickets now at roadatlanta.com. Into our final half hour, almost about 36 seconds away from getting in that final half hour here at Virginia International Raceway. The iconic oak tree in the oak tree corner here for the first time, greeting the American Le Mans Series presented by Tequila Patron. And we've got ourselves a fairly interesting battle. We came in here, there were some championships that could be clinched, some that were, and some that were very close battles. And we have seen that play out. But you know what? This track hosts lots of Sports Car Club America racing. It's the way racing begins at the grassroots level. And Johnny O'Connell gives us a look.
The SCCA, Sports Car Club of America, who are they? What are they? Well, they're grassroots racing. They're kind of like junior high, high school, and colleges to most sports. Well, the SCCA to race car drivers, it's where they start their careers, where they first get their taste of things. But it's not just amateur racing, it's pro racing too.
Since 2006, Mazda has been partnered with SCCA in the MX-5 Cup. This series is an opportunity for our young drivers to begin their professional careers such that they can grow up to the American Le Mans Series.
So when you decide to begin your racing career, there's only one place to start, and that's with the SCCA.
The SCCA splits the country into divisions, and then within the divisions are regions, and there's a national championship for the amateur championships for the SCCA, and that starts on Monday officially. They've been testing, but at Road America, a huge entry. Over 500 cars will be there contesting about 28 different classes. That will be unfolding, and each one will determine a national champion. And you've got to do awfully well in your division in terms of the national points to get an invite to the runoffs. If you've done that, a lot of people that have had great successful careers in racing cut their teeth and won championships at the runoff.
And needless to say, Scott Tucker will be there, driving both in DSR, STA, and GT2 as well. So he's going to, once again, have another busy weekend.
Yeah, he does live to drive, that's for sure. Now, we're watching some great GT competition here. Currently, as we said, led by Ollie Gavin. But we got Jörg Bergmeister sitting in second, about 18 seconds back, and Bill Oberlin sits third in the number 55 BMW. And those points that we were talking about, that's very key. That BMW, if it doesn't win, has to finish at least right behind the Corvette to keep their team, the manufacturer team championship, alive going into Petit. Right now, Bergmeister is splitting the two. That would seal it for Corvette. So that's the issue that we're dealing with right now.
And the worst news for BMW is that Johannes van Overbeek has taken over the 0-1 car from Scott Sharp, and he's just turned his best lap of the race a few laps ago. He is closing in. That is shortly, I think, going to be a battle between the car with which we are now on board, Bill Oberlin, van Overbeek closing in.
And we've had a lot of discussions about the merger between Grand Am and the American Le Mans Series, and Scott Atherton mentioned earlier that one of the great pieces of news this class, unchanged.
One of the first decisions that we made collectively was looking at how successful the American Le Mans Series GT category is. Don't fix it if it's not broken, and that was an easy one. I think right now, you know, it's not our or my personal opinion. I think it's a shared, unanimous opinion that level of competition with so many manufacturers, professional teams, and drivers involved, frankly, it's never been better. So let's make sure that becomes part of the future as well. And that you could say is confirmed. Doesn't mean we're excluding others. It just means for sure that part of our series will go forward intact.
That is great news as part of the merger. So again, in 2013, the American Le Mans Series will conduct its schedule and series as per usual, as will Grand Am on their side. 2014, the merger comes into play, and at that point, the good news, as we said, is this class, GT, will continue in 2014 and beyond on its current path, and that is fantastic news. Now, just to let you know, the car that the number 55 just went by was not Johannes van Overbeek. He didn't get by him. That was the team car that is back out after that extremely long fix on the car. Ed Brown back behind the wheel. But Johannes van Overbeek is coming, and that's going to be interesting.
Yes, indeed, and hats off to Ed Brown there. Didn't do anything silly, kept out of the way, allowed clear passage for the BMW, but as you can see, not too far behind was that other extreme speed motorsports car, Johannes van Overbeek, at the wheel.
It's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. So, boy, I'll tell you, this is nervous times here, I'm sure, looking in the mirror and seeing that green Ferrari coming at him. Meanwhile, in P2, the story continues to unfold here. Here's the 37 of Martin Plowman at conquestendurancebasecamp.com, Morgan Nissan, that this entire category today has had a literal roller coaster ride, and not just because of the track itself, but penalties galore, all kinds of things unfolding. And nobody, it seems, has been able to just be clean and make this work in a variety of forms. And right now, it's pretty fascinating what's unfolding. Now, the 37 of Plowman finds himself sitting in the 5th spot, overall 3rd in class, but recently made a run down into the pits and had this issue, missed the pit in. And that was the problem, and it was because he couldn't see the board. So they backed him up, pushed him back in to try and get the stop to unfold.
Conquest Racing right now, he mentioned that their PR man, Tony Cauldron, also doing sign duties. They were not ready. He didn't have his gloves on. He wasn't over the wall with the sign. Martin Plowman had no idea where to go. He could not find his pit stall, overshot it. Fuel now going in. He is in his box, but that cost him a lot of time. Level 5 is sure to get the lead.
So that cost him an immense amount of time, of course, and then they had to wait for the fuel to go in. But before the pit stop, how hard was he pushing, trying to get in? And do keep in mind that we were talking about the in laps and the like. Look at this. Got, oh my, hadn't seen that look at him before. That's how intense he was driving, trying to make some time. Now, that was not the lap that he ducked into the pits, but that was the type of hustle he was putting in, trying to close up after that. I don't even know the number of stop and holds that team has endured as well, and just trying to make something up. And boy, that was a wild ride.
Yeah, and running 3rd place now in the class behind both of the level 5 motorsports cars.
And of course, it was had been Diaz really had the lead, look comfortable, and then a longish pit stop that no doubt was a bit staged to let Bouchou go through, because that's the car that he and Tucker are leading in the championship with by a scant 12 points, and just really trying to firm up their hold on things as they head in to the Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, this will put it, I think, such that all that Bouchou and Tucker will need to do at Petit Le Mans is pretty much finish the race. That should be good enough for them to clinch the championship, I think. But certainly it's been a sterling effort by Conquest Endurance. They've had some difficulties in many of the races, but boy, they've been strong. And for a first-year team in endurance racing, I think they've done a fine job. This weekend it's going to come up a little bit short by the looks of it. They're about 50 seconds behind Luis Diaz is Martin Plowman. The last time around, Luis Diaz turned a very slow lap, 1:53. Surprising, not quite sure why that would have been. Cost him a lot of ground.
Well, the interesting thing about this is one of the things that I find fascinating about this for Conquest Endurance as a rookie team. When people ask me, well, what makes sports car endurance racing special, what makes it different, is I said single class racing, whether it's different types of cars, but all single class, is high speed checkers. You're just leapfrogging the guy in front of you. This is high speed chess. Yeah. And for a team like Conquest to come in with only experience in single class racing, to come in and be this effective in their first year, I think speaks volumes.
I think we just saw there why the last lap around was slow for Luis Diaz, and this will be as well, because there was absolutely nowhere to go. It's not a very wide racetrack here at VIR in many locations, and he was just held up. There was no way to work his way through that traffic. So Luis Diaz is losing a lot of ground to his teammate Christophe Bouchou. He won't mind that too much, and he still has a very handy advantage over Martin Plowman, 3rd place in that class.
Well, clearly Diaz's responsibility right now is to finish in between Bouchou and the Conquest car to make sure and push them back in terms of points and open that margin up just a little bit more. And so he does not have to be overly aggressive and do anything like that, so he's taking his time. But we're certainly seeing, we just watched a great move by Colin Braun as he was able to fight his way through some of that traffic. A very aggressive move, a very clean move, as he continues to lead in the LMP Challenge category. There's the number 25 of Duncan Endy. That's the Dempsey Racing entry, the Hewlett-Packard and Future Electronics machine, and it has had a number of off-course excursions today. That is a car that has lived many lives today and still continues out there running 4th in the LMP Challenge category.
Yeah, looking for another 1-2 finish here. Core Autosport in PC. They're running 1st and 2nd right now. The 0-5 Colin Braun with a goodly margin over the 06. Number 52, Marino Franchitti, I think made a pit stop a little while ago, and guess what? The number 25 car for Dempsey Racing is off the road once again.
Unbelievable. He came up and he thought he was going to duck underneath Ed Brown in the Ferrari, and then decided at the last moment, no, he's turning in, and just hopped on the brakes, and the car just snapped sideways, and was lucky to save that one. Yeah, they've also had a very eventful day, working their way up through those climbing S's.
Boy, it has indeed been an eventful day. I think they've got, it's amazing. I mean, these cars, they take a fair bit of abuse, clearly, because that car has been off the road almost as much as it's been on it. And you can see the damage to the left rear corner of the bodywork of that car being ripped away. But still, Duncan Endy and Henri Richard, they're still incredibly running in 4th place in this class and trying to hold off Bruno Junqueira in the RSR car number 9. And last time around, Bruno was only about 13 seconds behind him. So we saw Franchitti, well, we didn't see Franchitti, but he'd made his final pit stop a couple of laps ago. Now the corresponding pit stop for Tom Kimber-Smith in the 06. And we'll see how, I think that's going to enable Franchitti to move back into 2nd place in PC. Yeah, it is.
Gently exiting the pits. There goes the team car by. And working his way through here. Boy, that is pretty impressive. That, how many 1-2 finishes will that be
this
for that
year
team if they make it happen? I mean, it's just been superb. They clinched it with a 1-2 finish 2 races ago at Road America.
Yeah, just they've had two 1-2 finishes, I think, this year at Road America and also at Lime Rock Park as well. I think those are the only 1-2s this year, but there's a whole bunch of them last year as well. So they've certainly been the pace setter, the standard bearer, if you like, in PC over the last 2 years. It's a remarkable effort for John Bennett to put this team together. He's hired some very, very good people to run it for him, look after things. He brought into 2 new race engineers this year, but both of them have gelled very, very quickly with the team. And, you know, there's good synergy there. They're from South Carolina, so not a million miles away from here at VIR. I think this is the closest racetrack to their home, and they've got quite a lot of supporters here this weekend.
And the interesting thing, in a way, what's been going on in the P2 category the last couple of years, the American Le Mans Series, mirrors what Core's done with Level 5. They've stepped into that category and been very, very strong there as well. As we hop on board the 16 Dyson with the Lola Mazda running that flybridge system with Guy Smith on board, taking it home, I would think, at this stage.
Yeah, and turned some reasonable laps. A few laps ago, he turned a 1:38.409, the fastest lap that car's done in the race. That was on lap 112. They're now completed 1:19, but just to rub it in once again, Lucas Luhr, he's going quickly as well. About 15 laps ago, he turned the fastest lap of the race overall, 1:36.328, so a 2-second margin advantage the number 6 car has over the 16 this afternoon.
You know, something just to give you a reference as to how quick these cars are going here. The pole time that Klaus Graf set was a 1:35.434. The professional series record here since the track reopened shattered that one by about 5+ seconds. But the fastest lap that has ever been recorded at this facility was at a vintage historic race in the open wheel exhibition class by in 2004 by a former Formula One Benetton machine in the hands of a very quick driver, a 1:36.3. So Graf's time was underneath that as well by almost a full second. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, indeed it is, because the Formula One car, even a almost 20-year-old Formula One car, they had a massive amount of horsepower. And they were seriously quick machines as well.
A bit of error.
And a lot lighter as well.
Exactly. I don't know who is the driver of that. I'm guessing it may have been a guy named Larry Connor, who drives a Benetton very frequently in those vintage and historic races and is fast. Won a Formula Atlantic National Championship. Very talented driver. I'm just speculating there. But the guys that run those, and I've seen them run it, whoever it is, they're quick.
Yeah, on board here with Bill Oberlin. They're making a move on the GTC leader, Michael Valianti. Stretched that lead over Lee Keane now to 11 seconds. And Lee Keane now is going to have to worry because not far behind him is Jerome Bleekemolen. But there on the inside of the Hertz Porsche is Johannes van Overbeek. So you can see the BMW and then the Ferrari. That is a battle for 3rd and 4th in GT with, what, 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, until that P2 car got between them, the margin was half a second.
Yeah.
And look at it, Oberlin. At that point, Oberlin was saying, not on your life am I going to open up and let you have that here. I'm in an immense battle for position. You're going to have to wait, find your way by. And the P2 driver respected that, at least at that point.
Quick note here, new fastest lap once again for Lucas Lewis. Clearly, he's not bored with driving around at the front of the field with a 3-lap margin over everybody else. 136.112 on his 124th lap for Lucas Lewis. Fabulous stuff.
It is.
Bill Oberlin, you're racing.
It's a serious piece of equipment, that HPD chassis out in front. But look at this battle now. It really is heating up. He's brought the gap down, has Johannes van Overbeek. He was the quickest man in GT early in the race, and now he's trying to regain that 3rd position, a place on the podium, and perhaps secure, in effect, the championship in GT.
Oh, he's showing the nose. He's trying it right now, down into 14, and that was very clean and almost very easy. He just got into there so quick and then so deep that Oberlin had nothing to do. Interesting call, wasn't it? I don't know if you heard it, Jeremy, but there was a radio call, the crew telling Johannes that's Bill Oberlin you're racing in front. These guys know drivers as characteristics and how they race, what they might do, what lines they might take, how they go about it. And it's interesting that at that level, it's like, okay, who am I racing here?
Yeah, Bill's always going to be, he's going to be hard, but he's going to be fair.
True.
But that was a clear straight line speed advantage there for the Ferrari. He just motored right on past him, didn't he?
And it's pretty fascinating because, you know, one of the BMW's strengths they talk about a lot, along with its ability to change direction, is braking. And Van Overbeek got up in there so deep, and then just that balance on that Ferrari, he was able to just stand on it and head right through.
It was good, certainly, but the handling on the straightaway of the Ferrari was, that was the telling point of that particular maneuver.
You always like it when it handles good on the straights.
But certainly a great comeback drive here, because they lost a bit of time early on with the pit stop sequences. But Johannes van Overbeek, since taking over the car, about an hour ago now, I guess, he's going to bring it home to the finish. And it's been yet another podium finish, perhaps, for the GT, for the Extreme Speed Motorsports team. They come on strong. You know, they've had several opportunities to be up at the front. There's still only the one win this year that came at Lime Rock at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, wasn't it? But yeah, they're knocking on the door for some more wins, I'm sure. Perhaps at Petit Le Mans they'll get a 2nd win.
And the interesting thing here in terms of GT points battles, that was extremely painful to the BMW squad, having him go by, because now it puts 2 cars between himself and the Corvette. And that is the exact opposite of what they needed to happen here to keep it alive. Ooh, the number 31 NGT entry of the Benitez family.
Father and son.
Oh, and the number 23 Alex Joe battery tender Lotus.
The 6th place car in GT.
They had such a good run going.
And I said Extreme Speed won at Mid-Ohio. It wasn't, of course. It was at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, formerly known as Mosport. But oh boy, this is a costly turnaround here for Townsend Bell. They had, I think, they had certainly a good advantage over Brian Sellers in the number 17 Falcon Tires Porsche, but he's costing him an awful lot of time here.
Yeah, well, he's just got no place to try and get that snapped around, so he's trying to do what's turning into about an 18-point turn, and doing it with traffic coming at him at a $1+. So that was, boy, that's just a nasty turn anyway. But was able to do it. Nobody got into him, and he's able to drive away.
Yeah, I think he's still ahead of Brian Sellers. Yes, he is. He's come across the line there. So Brian Sellers in that Falcon Tires Porsche will be trying now to track him down. And Townsend Bell, of course, on tyres that got a lot of dirty stuff on them.
Oh, absolutely. And we see him come out and come by in the 55 BMW. Kelly, it looked like it was just coming out of pit lane.
We just had the 55 BMW come in. Bill Oberlin complaining of a tire vibration, so they stopped and gave him 4 new Dunlop tires. And it sounds like 56 will also come in. We know they've got some suspension damage. We saw that broken toe link earlier today, so they're coming in for one more stop. Tom, what are they doing?
I think tires.
Just tires.
There is the 56 making its way down pit lane. Oberlin back out, and then obviously they would have topped him off. Not that that's going to be any if they needed fuel. Otherwise, they may have wanted him light. because we've only got just a little over 10 minutes remaining in this one.
Yeah, this car is several laps off the pace in GT after its earlier problems, but certainly they didn't expect to bring this car back in again one more time.
And we got clarification, the 55 did not take any fuel, so they just put the tires on. They wanted the car as light as it could be to try and salvage whatever they can at this stage.
Yeah, but that's certainly going to end their championship aspirations. They should still hold on to 4th place in the class. I think they've got a lap over Marco Holzer, perhaps not quite, but I think they'll come out the 55 car ahead of the 44, and Townsend Bell still has about a 1 minute advantage in that Lotus Evora that just had that very costly spin, but still a minute ahead of Brian Sellers in the Falcon Tires Porsche. That's the battle for 6th and 7th.
And Holzer just working around the BMW. Meanwhile, right in the mix of it, as we are now at just under 10 remaining, is your overall race leader, Lucas Luhr, right in the scrum at this point, working through that section of track. Holzer right in front of him. And there's Valiente leading in the GTC category. Well, that's a great shot. That speed cam, and then this one. This is one of the, I think, one of the prettiest views you can ever imagine at a racetrack. Not just the scenery, but that ribbon of asphalt and the speed that these cars go through it is just something to behold. There's a huge crowd on hand. I think they anticipated it, came out to watch, and it is something. Lucas Luhr able to back it way off when he needs to, obviously, with a huge lead in hand of over a lap. But boy, when he's got clear track, I think he's enjoying driving this course.
Yeah, no question about it. And he's still turning some very, very quick laps, as we talked about a few minutes ago. Fastest lap just a handful of laps ago, 1:36.1. So, you know, within a second of his pole time, with absolutely under no pressure whatsoever. Just a quick note again about that Lotus Evora. The best finish of the season came at Road America a couple of races ago. They finished 5th, but looking good now, perhaps for another top 6.
There is that is the Fusion entry in GTC. That's a tough one for him. As Damian Faulkner, he's driven as hard as he can, still though back and forth, and your heart goes out to him after a 5th pole. The season that they've had, only 1 win, was in the lead, was dry. Yes, it was a battle, but he was in front of it, was looking good, and then it gets a cut tire, and that's it. Game over.
Gets
It's
punted
that
off.
close.
Yeah, gets punted off basically, and that's very, very costly for those guys. You know, they're looking to remain in that championship hunt, going to Petit Le Mans. I think it's probably looking that that's not going to happen. Still, it's been another very, very strong run for these guys. And Damian Faulkner, as you said, driven his heart out as he always does. And Peter Lessafre, he did a nice opening stint as well.
Yes.
But it's still in the lead of this class is the number 11, JDX Racing, looking for its 2nd win of the season. This will be the first one to actually score some championship points. Chris Cumming drove the first stint. Michael Valiente now about an 8-second advantage over Lee Keane, and Jerome Blakemolen in the car number 30 for NGT Motorsports, about 3 seconds behind Lee Keane.
It's pretty interesting too, isn't it? The margin Valiente has over Keane is 8.5 seconds. In this category this year, that's been virtually unheard of.
Yeah, through the day. I mean, he's really pulled away in this last stint. A magnificent final stint for Michael Valiente. Second, he finished in the Atlantic Championship. Oh, that's a long time ago. That's 10 years ago now. In 2 years in succession, actually. So, you know, really a very, very talented driver. For the last several years, he's made his name in sports car racing in the Rolex GT Series. And this year he's moved over to the American Le Mans Series, given this opportunity by Jeremy Dale and the JDX Motorsports team. Chris Cumming also is the primary driver for this team. He too from the Vancouver area in British Columbia, as of course is Michael Valiente.
Yeah, we were watching the WeatherTech portion there with Lee Keane behind the wheel, who's doing exactly what he's supposed to do, and that is to finish as far up as he can and help Cooper McNeil to the championship in that WeatherTech car. And there, we're on board with the number 45 of York Bergmeister. The Flying Lizard Porsche is one of those challenge cars, comes whistling by on the brake zone up into Oak Tree. As we are coming up on 6 minutes remaining here, the York Bergmeister sits 2nd in the category, about 22 seconds back at this point. And speaking of Michael Valiente, your battery tender, Hard Charger Award winner, and he has just been some brilliant racing is the reason. And in particular, the pass he put on to take the lead in this one, which he never gave up right here. Watch this move. down to the inside, makes it stick, and then hangs on around the outside through that next sequence of corners. That was absolutely brilliant for a driver whose history is not one from sports cars in terms of anything with the roofs. And watch from Bleekemolen's look at that move, stays with it around the outside, everybody on the gas. And Valiente was not on line, not where he wanted to be, was able to make it work, hold on to it. And that was the pass that put him in the lead. He has never relinquished it, and in fact stretched it out and has put in. And the other thing, you know, we've seen some brilliant driving by him when he's been getting past and the like, that he's been able to open things up. But as we're saying that, folks, we just got a radio report that he has switched to reserve on the fuel tank at 5 minutes exactly.
Yeah, well, this car, the number 11 car did make its final pit stop. Where's my notes here? I think it made it a lap before the other contenders in.
Well, we just heard the team telling him we need to save a little fuel, save a little fuel.
Dale on the radio.
3 laps to go.
Jeremy is the J and JDX.
Yeah, we just had a note, by the way, on Twitter from John Maltese. He said, is there not a maximum driving time of 2 hours or so? We talked about the minimum driving time earlier on. He said, if so, Bouchou would go over that. Yes, indeed, he would. But no, the maximum driving time for this 4-hour race is 3 hours and 30 minutes. So no concerns there.
Lee Keane continuing to do the job to try and bring home a championship for Cooper McNeil and the Alex Job Racing team. And on board here with Dirk Mueller, who are really having some problems, have not been able to do what they needed to do. And one of the reasons is this. Watch this. That was just a brilliant pass by the 01 of Johannes van Overbeek. You saw it earlier as he's fighting back after dropping off, after putting that car on pole. And there was just, I think Bill, being the kind of racer Bill is, realized there's nothing I can do to defend this.
I'm a dead duck.
Yep, so don't try and turn in, don't do anything like that, and just hope for better things. And then, of course, had to stop because he seemed to have picked up a very nasty vibration. And meanwhile, keeping things watching here, the 01 of Johannes van Overbeek. Great run, Jamie.
Mentioned Johannes van Overbeek was on the pole position. It was his first pole, also the first pole for Extreme Speed Motorsport, but that's not all. They've also had 4 podium finishes this year, including the last 2 races. They also had 1 win. The team now is showing that they've really come together and they're a real threat in the GT field. Right now, though, Johannes has his head down. He's saying nothing on the radio.
Yeah, he's busy in the office, that's for sure. The times he's been throwing down, consistently the fastest of any of the cars in the category, especially when he's not in any kind of traffic at this point. Now Ollie Gavin continues to lead in GT. And by the way, you remember that big off we had earlier in the show, Lucas Downs, right here in this section of track, when it got away from him and he went off to the outside of the track into the tires. A slight concussion, otherwise apparently the report is he is fine, and that comes officially from Race Control and Race Medical. So that's great news.
That is certainly good news. And there is Johannes van Overbeek charging hard. He doesn't have the fastest lap in GT. That was set actually by Antonio Garcia about 14 laps ago on lap 105. And the other Corvette, Oliver Gavin, he also set a 147.4, the best of the Ferrari set by Johannes van Overbeek, a 147.6. So clearly the Corvettes have been very, very fast all the way through the race and consistent too.
Meanwhile, we've been following what's been evolving here in the GTC Challenge class. That is the 11 who's leading, but watch in the background here, the number 22 of Lee Keane, because of Valiente, we're going to save some fuel. Look at Keane has closed it up a little bit, but we're looking to see the white flag coming out perhaps this lap.
And there's Jerome Blekemolen too behind the Dyson car. That is Jerome Blekemolen. So we've got a battle still developing here in GTC. Just less than 7 seconds between the top 3 as they came across last time around. We're hearing the white flag.
3 prototypes, 3 P2s, 3 P1.
But one more lap around. He's got about, what, 3/4 of a mile to go before he gets to the start-finish lane, and then another 3.27-mile lap for Michael Valiente and JDX Racing.
With your heart in the throat. And the number 37, we just saw the lights flashing, and that was him, and that is And the 11 just radioed. He stumbled, I think. And meanwhile, Plowman is coming after Diaz for second. There it is. Plowman getting a huge run, and it's game over for the 11. It's in pit lane. Into the pits, out of fuel. Unbelievable development late in the going here, and I think Plowman got him. I think Plowman got around Diaz down into turn 1. He did. So a change there, and puts him up into second in the class for Martin Plowman. And meanwhile for JDX Racing, Valiente and Chris Cumming, another bitter pill.
That is an amazing comeback by Martin Plowman. He has set the fastest lap in P2. Set it about 10 laps ago, 139.393. That's opposed to Christoph Bouchou's 139.395.
Wow.
We saw the pole in PC separated by 0.001 of a second. Fastest laps now in P2, 0.002.
And in GTC, it is on with the 11 in pit lane. Bleekemolen now. And you can look at that. You can see the brake lights being flashed on Lee Keen's car, pumping that pedal just a little bit. It may have gone a little long on him. And Bleekemolen right now, last lap. There's your margin in GT Challenge. It is down to 2 car lengths at most, up into Oak Tree for the final time. And there's a Corvette in GT coming up behind him. This is going to be interesting. And the 05, we get a report. Colin Brown just being reported as ducking into the pits. Boy, this is interesting.
Yeah, he's probably got enough of a margin, perhaps, I think, over Marino Franchitti to still hold the lead. I don't think Jerome Bleekemolen here is close enough to make a move into turn 14, but Lee Keen locks him up.
Oh, it is this close. Down one last time through the roller coaster. Here we go, Lucas Luhr, the overall win, the P1 win, in getting their championship back on track. After things had gotten way too close, here we go, and Keen is going to be able to hang on. Lee Keen brings the WeatherTech Alex Job Racing Porsche through, and that means Cooper McNeil is champion.
And for the first time this season, we see a repeat driver pairing winning in GTC. McNeil and Keen won their class at Lime Rock, and they win again here.
Boy, some incredibly fierce, close racing, big developments right at the end. There's the Corvette team. They know that they too have clinched. We'll be back with interviews. Stay with us.
When it comes to fun family getaways, it's got to be Holiday Inn Club Vacations. Room to be yourself.
First day of spring. Oh, my battery is perfect.
Yep, we've been on a battery tender for 6 years.
Well, I wish I could say the same.
What do you mean?
Old man forgot to plug me in.
Yeah, before I was on a battery tender, I flatlined. Ouch.
Well, at least this couldn't get any worse.
Don't let your batteries become a statistic. Connect a Deltran battery tender. Available at these fine retailers. If it's not a Deltran battery tender, it's just a pretender.
Doc? Doc? Goose!
technology builds some of the best tires in the world. Because when it comes to performance, we don't just play around.
Cheater, we said no 360s.
Who's up for some leapfrog?
Welcome back for our final moment here at the American Le Mans Series, presented by Tequila Patron's debut at Virginia International Raceway. And what a race it was. Huge crowd on hand to witness it. There's your overall leader, Lucas Luhr, started by Klaus Graf from pole. And really the trouble-free day that they wanted to open that margin back up in the championship. It had shrunk to 9. A great day for them, to be sure, and exactly what the team needed, and the momentum now heading into the Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely. A tremendous run by those guys. But, you know, they weren't just content just to cruise home. That's what I love about this team. Both drivers pushed hard. The eventual winning margin, 3 laps. but, you know, I just love the fact that they're racers, these guys. Fastest lap after fastest lap all the way through the race. And it was a tremendous performance. I think, you know, they owe that to the fans. There's a good turnout of fans here at VIR. And they've seen a really sophisticated sports car driven extremely well.
You are right about that. And that team, it's interesting, the crew members on that team have been crew chiefs, engineers, or whatever, on championship teams in other categories. It is a team made up of championship winning team members, and that is why that they go, you know, they say when it comes down to it, we're here to go fast.
That's right. Brandon Fry, the chief engineer there, and you know, he's got a lot of experience in all sorts of different cars. And there is Lucas.
I was going to say a couple of decent shoes.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is what, win number 41, I think, isn't it now, for Lucas Luhr?
Yeah, he's easily become.
So only just one now behind the record of 42 set by Olivier Beretta.
Exactly, and there's your results. The Dyson Smith Molem, number 16, obviously having some struggles in the 20 as well with that early incident and some contact. But nonetheless, the championship now heads into the finale at Road Atlanta for the Petit Le Mans, and Graf and Luhr have been able to stretch that margin out again in that points battle just a little bit. Now bonus points again going to be paid at the Petit Le Mans, even a couple of more because of the longer length. But let's check in with Kelly, who's got Lucas Luhr.
Well, it's another win for Klaus Graf and Lucas Luhr and this Muscle Milk Honda team. And Lucas, other than smashing the track record, a pretty uneventful day for you guys, but how much pressure does this relieve heading into Petit, the final race of the year?
Oh, a lot. You know, we always had a very, very quick car at Muscle Milk Racing. We just had, you know, some issues the last couple of races. So the target was, you know, just don't think about it, push like crazy, and I think that's what we did. Klaus did an awesome job in the beginning. He already came with 1 lap lead, so for me it was easy, you know. No, the car was awesome today. I think it's a big, you know, win for the boys, for the team effort everybody puts into, you know, Muscle Milk Picket Racing, and yeah, finally we have the perfect race, and I'm happy.
The Achilles heel of this team, Klaus, has sort of been these longer races. You get 4 hours clean under your belt. How much confidence does that give you headed into the 10 hours?
Obviously a lot. I mean, that's what we were hoping for, you know, and it's still not over. We still got to, you know, do a lot of laps at Road Atlanta, and but today we just don't want to think about it. We think about this nice win, and it's a big reward for the boys. They worked very hard, and it's awesome after the couple races, so to finally have a race without any problems. So congrats, Lucas drove awesome, and great pit stop, so great stuff by the Muscle Milk boys.
Congratulations.
And you can see the grins there as we take a look at the points. The margin now up to 13. There's 26 available at Petite, so it's not a lock by any chance, but at least it's better, and that's the key. And you know, the one thing you can see coming to everybody has said, the driver, this is a driver's track. This is the kind of track that you want to get out and run on, and you can see the smiles there. They enjoyed that. In the GT category, another strong race, and it is Corvette Racing with Gavin and Milner taking the win in the number 4 Corvette. Flying Lizard with Bergmeister long second, Van Overbeek and Sharp from pole, ending up third after some struggles, dropping back just a little bit. Then Arvel and Miller and Holzer and Nyman rounding out your top 5. But let's head back down to Jamie, who's got your winners.
The number 4 team held on to get not only the race win today, but for Oliver Gavin and Tommy Milner, it is the Drivers' Championship, it is the Manufacturers' Championship, and it is the Team Championship. Ollie, you brought the car to the checkered flag. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, lots of things. I'm just so delighted for all the guys here at Corvette Racing. It's just been phenomenal. Tommy did a brilliant job, but really I want to dedicate this victory for my mother. I love you, Mum, and this is all for you.
It was Ollie's 4th championship in the American Le Mans Series, but Tommy Milner, this is your first. What does this mean?
A lot, everything. These last 2 years with Corvette Racing have been phenomenal. Last year with the Le Mans win, and now my first Drivers' Championship. I couldn't have asked for a better team, better car, better everything than these 2 years right here.
Fantastic season, guys. Congratulations.
And coming from Leesburg, Virginia to do it here at VIR has got to be mighty sweet for Tommy Milner. And for Gavin, a 4th championship. Wow, pretty amazing stuff. Let's take a look at the points in that GT category. And again, as Jamie pointed out, a clinch across the board for Corvette. Gavin and Milner winning by 45 over teammates Magnussen and Garcia. And then just a couple back. We talked about 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all the way to 7th was very, very close. And it was incredibly close. And look at that for 3rd between Long, Bergmeister, Van Overbeck, and Sharp. Dead heat for 3rd heading into Petit. Wow, that is going to be a battle to watch.
That's right, and with the problems for the 56 car today, that battle has closed up, and Magnussen and Garcia still maintain that 2nd place.
You can see just how close that battle is right there in the manufacturer's scenario, which went to Corvette. And so that's amazing weekend for them, to be sure. And some great racing as we watch it unfold. Now in the P2 category, which was an awfully interesting race, not always for the most positive of reasons, but Tucker and Bouchou get the win in the Level 5 Motorsport 055. Hunnemeyer, Hansen, and Plowman in the Conquest Endurance entry end up 2nd, and then Gonzalez, Tucker, and Diaz end up 3rd. And Hunnemeyer and Plowman put on that great comeback drive to steal away that 2nd spot. But today it is Tucker and Bouchou with the win. Kelly?
Well, with the win, Scott Tucker and Christophe Bouchou are one step closer to that P2 championship, but Christophe, it wasn't without its drama today between the penalties and on-track contact.
Yeah, absolutely. Unbelievable race. I mean, after my first penalty, I was thinking, oh, shame, that will be over. And of course, after my 2nd penalty, I was desperate, and I said, okay, no, today is not my day. And when I hear Conquest get the same penalty than me, I say, okay, that reopened the race. And I start again to go to fly on the track, but to be honest, it's not easy. When you want to come back on somebody, you have to take some risk, and to overtake on that track some GT, it's not easy at all. So I'm sorry for the car I hit. That was totally not voluntary.
All right, well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was an eventful day, and just on a narrow track. We talked about it at the top of the show. There was going to be some contact. There is the margin, 16 points into the finale at Petit. And expecting a large P2 field. Obviously, we've got the European Le Mans Series is using that as its finale as well. It's going to be fierce, and this one should be fun to watch unfold.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun at Petit for sure. We had again nothing to choose between, I think, the HPD and the Morgan Nissan today, as shown in the race, just .002 between their fastest laps.
Here are your GTC, the GT Challenge results. McNeil and Keene, that's a clinch of the championship for McNeil. Cisneros and Bleekemolen in 2nd. Cumming and Valiente look like they had their win, their 2nd one maybe, but fuel issues keeping him out. Lasafra Faulkner from pole back and forth after the contact in the flat tire. And Nagita Pompelli in the TRG entry round out your top 5. And let's head down to Jamie Howe, who is talking to another champion.
This race came down to strategy for Alex Strobe Racing. Lee Keene had a flawless stint, but Cooper McNeil, this win today got you the Drivers' Championship in GTC. Did you think coming into the season this would be possible?
You know, we did. That's what happens when you put the best team and the best car together, and the best drivers. You know, we came out this weekend with our heads down, and we wanted to finish 4th or higher to clinch, and to get the win feels great. Couldn't have done it without the Alex Strobe guys. Great work in the pits with the fuel. Nailed it, just like every race. And couldn't have done it without WeatherTech, and big thanks.
Congratulations, guys, on a race win into Cooper on the championship.
Yeah, I think a 45th win for Alex Strobe Racing, and maybe now those two can between them afford a razor. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. And there is the look. And again, Keene partnering with McNeil, so the gap really was McNeil down to Lasafra and Faulkner, and now out of reach, so he is champion. And again, with just a superb drive at the end by Lee Keene. Now, in LMP Challenge, Bennett and Brown for Core Autosport get the win. Junko and Marino Franchitti for PR1 Motorsport 2nd, but Alex Popoff and Kimber Smith for Core Autosport 3rd. Alex Popoff grinning big himself at this stage. Let's get down to Kelly.
Colin Brown and John Bennett won't get the Drivers' Championship, but they'd already clinched that team championship, so plenty of reasons to celebrate along with today's win. But Colin, it seemed to get a little dramatic there at the end as you had a splash and go.
Yeah, we did. You know, my engineer, Gary Davies, did a great job on our strategy. John did an awesome job at the start of the race. I mean, that was by far and away his best drive of the year, and made my job easy. You know, I just had to get in there and pass Rudy and then be consistent and build the gap up a little bit over Marino. And we just pitted at the end just to make sure. I think instead of sweating too many bullets, they decided just to bring it down pit road and put a little bit of fuel in it. But, I mean, we had the most dominant car you could ask for this whole weekend. I mean, quickest in every practice session, qualify on the pole and win the race. So that's all we could do to try and win the championship. But, you know, congrats to Alex. He did a great job this year.
He did indeed, and you take a look at those points, and Popov with a margin of 25 over at this stage, so that was enough for the lock, and our champion is with Taro Koki.
Alex Popov, felicitaciones, as they say in Venezuela. Hey, you clinched the victory here at this event. What's going through your mind right now?
Oh, I'm very happy. You know, the guys did an awesome job, even against our bad things that happened today, like our steering wheel broke in half. We have problems with the lights, everything. We survived to all that. Our team did an awesome job. They fixed everything. They kept the car on track. We went back. We make it up to the third place. That was what we needed. And Tom drove exactly what we needed, like for a third place. And I'm very happy. We're going for Petit now to try to win Petit, because now we don't have any pressure on it, and we don't have to be slow or whatever. Keeping it, we're now going for Petit.
Very happy champion.
Absolutely, and there you go. Big thanks to the folks at home. Congratulations, Alex Popov. Beautiful job indeed, and a great season. Now let's take a look at our Michelin Green X Challenge final results in the prototype category. It's the Muscle Milk Picket Racing car getting the job done. We see that so often. The winners with that speed still get it done. Level 5 ends up second, one of the P2 cars, and Dyson Racing is third at this point. And in GT, it is Extreme Speed Motorsports, the Ferrari 01, getting the job done over the 55 BMW and the number 4 Corvette with those formulas.
Look how close that is in that just
incredibly close.
One-tenth of a point between the top 3 finishers.
And of course, we want to remind everybody that the final round of the championship will be coming up October 20th, the Petit Le Mans. It'll be 11:15 a.m. start on ESPN3 and a 1 p.m. show October 21st on ABC. The final round of the American Le Mans Series presented by Tequila Patron at the Petit Le Mans. This is now, we've got some championships clinched, but a big race coming up. What a great debut here.
Yeah, and this is a great event. I mean, what a wonderful place to go racing. Good crowd on hand, lots of atmosphere here, perfect weather conditions, and a fascinating race. All sorts of come-from-behind drives. I think all of the PC cars had problems in some form or another, as did the P2 guys. But all in all, a fascinating race.
It truly was on so many different levels, and the crowd here is huge. They have watched a great one. And for the first time here, they've seen what it's all about, including moments like that first lap moment. Been some pretty impressive stuff. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. For Jeremy Shaw and for Jamie Howe, Kelly Stavist, and Taro Koki, I'm Greg Kramer. Thanks so much, and we'll see you from Petit.